we have ourselves a grand old time planned for you today. We have everyone filling in from all over the world. Make sure you come in, interact with everyone because it's all about learning, it's all about achieving, and it's about doing it together. I gotta say, so far, so good. A lot of great panels, a lot of great experiences, and more knowledgeable hosts than I even knew existed on this planet. We have day 2 filled for you today on the accessibility track, meaning we're learning more about how we can make learning and achieving for those of us who are differently abled. If you guys want to connect with us, make sure you check us out at GeekBeacon on social media platforms and at geekbeacon.org. And also, one of the things oh yes, first, AbleGamers Charity, let's talk about this right now. AbleGamers Charity is one of our many sponsors. Got to give them a lot of props for their contributions here today. AbleGamers is an amazing organization using video games and gaming to battle the social isolation faced by people with disabilities. Video games allow us to explore amazing worlds and stories, and with our minds are able to play in an immersive environment. Video games also allow people to connect with one another through play, enjoying that camaraderie against gamers and forging lifelong relationships. AbleGamers has one-on-one peer counselors that go in depth with each player to identify barriers and work closely with their engineering research to build accessibility solutions. They've brought 5 of these products to the market and will work to educate game developers about the needs of all players with disabilities. Make sure you check out AbleGamers Charity at ablegamers.org. Thank you so much for your support. And we have ourselves a little bit of people coming in from all over the world, all over the planet. And this is so much fun because it's not just a city, not just a state or a country. It's everyone from all corners of the planet coming together to learn more about what it means to be a geek, one, and how to be a geek for good, two. Yeah, so we have a lot of panels, a lot of things happening today, and I'm just so hyped to be part of the situation here, part of the festivities here. Our first panel is going to be painting a picture of the world through sound. We'll get to a little bit of details in just a second. This is a chance for everyone to come in, pile in, say what's up. Let me know where you're calling from. Let me know where you're hailing from, because I really want to show how everyone is from all over the planet. And even though I got a little bit of taste of that yesterday, I'm not sure if you guys know this, on our discord.geekbeacon.org, we had some Jackbox games yesterday. That's right. Even after we did our learning, even after we took some time to get ourselves all educated, we still had time for play. That's really what it's about. And I was kind of jealous. I was watching the Jackbox from afar because I'm not really good at those games. At all. I'm pretty awful. You don't want to see me play those Jackbox games. But the thing is, be able to hang out with the host, hang out with Nixie herself, to really, kick back a couple of nice warm milkshakes or your beverage of your choice to play some games with some friends. That's what it's all about. And we're doing it again tonight. After everything has gone down, we are in that Discord. That's it, discord.geekbeacon.org. We're going to do a little bit more of that, a little bit more of those Jackbox games, because we know it's always going to be a good time. So if you guys already applied, if you guys already get yourself entered to some giveaways, that's right. We have giveaways also this time around. Let's got to give it up to our sponsors, Das Keyboard. Das Keyboard is a tech pioneer, having created the first cloud-connected keyboard in 2016, leveling it up to the world's first smart keyboard in 2018. A big thank you goes to Das Keyboard for running a giveaway during GeekBeacon Fest 2022. The first, but not going to be the last, I tell you. 3 lucky attendees will win a keyboard of their choice from Das Keyboard. Giveaway is only open to United States residents. That's right. The keyboard giveaway is only open to United States residents. The full catalog of their cool, uber sleek, and geek professional savvy keyboards are available at daskeyboard.com. Use a special promo code GBF 2022 to get 10% off your Das keyboard. Again, anyone can use the discount code, but the giveaway is only open to United States residents. Learn more at daskeyboard.com. And if you're sitting there in Europe and going, what about us? Hey, what do we want? Some cool stuff. I have to give a big shout out, tip of the cap to IO. IO's a big tech company here, IO.tech, for running a giveaway for a Samsung S9. Not an S5, not an S7, An S9 is being given away preloaded with that slick iOS during GeekBeacon Fest 2022. IO.Tech relies on open source components offering new refurbished phones that help keep the data you own, because privacy is super important, y'all. Check out IO's catalog of privacy-based phones and devices available on their website at io.tech. Giveaway is only open to EU residents only. So if you're in Europe, you're like, man, I could really go for a DOS keyboard, but I'm not eligible. That's okay. You can put your name in that proverbial hat to win a Samsung S9. Can't understate how cool that is. You can win a Samsung S9 preloaded with the IO Tech operating system. So make sure you learn more about that at io.tech. And we have people coming in. Nixie Pixel is here. Don M is here. AB Medina, what's good? What's good? How you doing? Where are you calling from? Let people know where you're stationed, to let people know what time you're watching it. Currently, Novanta, that's me, broadcasting out of Los Angeles, California. It is about 10:36 local time for me. So let me know where you're at. That's right. You can follow me on the social media by clicking that link below, link tree, or we'll just put link tree, like linktre.ee slash Flobito. Follow me on that social medias at Novanta on Twitter, at Novanta RL on Twitter, at Novanta RL on Instagram, and me personally, check it out. Flobo, that's me, flobito.com. That's FLOBITO.com. A little bit about myself. We have some time here to chill out a little bit. A little bit about myself. I do a lot of things. Not only am I a gamer, not only am I a host or a podcaster, middle distance runner, an author, I'm also a mobile DJ, which means I'll DJ weddings too. I do a lot. Well, I don't do that to brag. I don't do that to boast. I just say that, look, at the end of the day, I'm a geek. Like everyone's a geek as well when it comes to certain things. We are multifaceted. We are just citizens of this geek nation. So whether or not you're a DJ or a painter or a breakdancer or a coder or someone who likes to play games for funsies, you are welcome here in this community. Arlen, what's going on? Hailing from the Emerald City. Now, I think that's Seattle. Is that true? If it's wrong, I apologize. Is that King County, Washington? Is that true? Let me know, Arlen B. Duncan III. I want to give him the full credit. Arlen B. Duncan III is saying that they are coming from the Emerald City, which is pretty cool, pretty for me. I'm originally from, that's right. Hi, everyone. I'm hailing from the Emerald City. Let me know where you're coming from. Let me know where you're piling into here at GeekBeacon Fest Day 2. Our first panel be up in a couple moments. I just want to say we have so many cool things lined up for you today. Later on today, I got to say we're going to have ourselves a creator mental health roundtable. That's right. At 2:30 p.m. Pacific, we're having a creator mental health roundtable, and it really helps us talk about and discuss about burnout. Now, burnout is something that any creator has gone through, especially someone that does content on a schedule, myself included. One of my podcasts, or most of my podcasts, air weekly. I know how that is. Burnout is clinically defined as a state of physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion caused by prolonged excessive stress, most commonly associated with the workplace. It's experienced by an increasing number of people, but we don't seem to talk about it enough. Agreed. In this panel, we'll discuss burnout with different content creators, talking about how it can present from person to person and what it might look like. We'll also be sharing ideas and tactics to manage and mitigate burnout to persevere regardless. Nixie Pixel will be in for that one, 2:30 p.m. Pacific. And I can tell you one thing, burnout is something that it's hard to quantify, but when you feel it, you know it. It feels like work. You go to deep sleep. Sometimes you say, I can't move on. I know how it is. 2:30 p.m. Pacific, wherever you are, put that into that time and clock converter. Come through for that one. The Creator Mental Health Roundtable is going to be fun. I want to give a shout out to John Goad. Goad? Is it pronounced Goad? Let me know if I pronounced it correctly. 1:30 p.m. in Virginia. I've been to Virginia a couple times. One of my best friends got married in a town called Chesapeake. That's what it was. It's called Chesapeake. Went out there. I got to officiate a wedding. Roberto Serrano's coming from Barcelona. I've never been to Spain, but I'm a big fan of the culture and the saseo. I love it. You know what? Thank you so much. You, my friend Roberto, are eligible to get that IO.Tech cell phone giveaway. Preloaded S9 from Samsung S9 is preloaded with the IO Tech operating system. And you know what? Good luck. I hope you win it. Because if you do, I want you to flex on social media like, amen. Thanks, GeekBeacon Fest. John says, what burnout, what stress, what COVID? Let me be honest with you. I started off as a content creator, kind of here and there, kind of helter skelter, but I'm actually a stand-up comedian. Now, if you guys want to see my material, please do check it out on a Spotify under my real name, Flobo Boys, FLOBOBOYCE. But during the lockout, the lockdown, not lockout, baseball. During the lockdown, during COVID, essentially said, hey, look, I was deemed as non-essential, which is totally fine. I'm not a medical professional. So I was kind of stuck. And I tried to say, you know what, I'm going to lean myself into my work because that's the only way I can cope. So I made more comedy songs. I made more comedy podcasts. And over time, it became this like giant mountain of, hey, what are you doing today? Are you doing anything? Are you pushing yourself forward? Are you doing enough? And it started to weigh on me as I was locked in Los Angeles because we had one of the more stricter lockdowns in the country. And burnout was a real thing. It was a mental thing. I didn't want to work out, didn't want to eat right, just wanted to be on my couch, wanted to be in my bedroom and just work. I thought working was helping me out. So I would have benefited enough from that creator burnout panel. 2:30 p.m. Pacific. I need you guys to be there for that one. So we have a lot more people coming in here. Texas, what's going on, sir? Matrix over there from Texas. Been into Austin. I've been to Dallas. I have not been to Houston, although I heard Houston's like New Orleans. Let me know if that's true. Don M says, exactly, burnout is rough. Sometimes I feel it and imposter syndrome together, which really makes for some rough weeks. It's a roller coaster, not the fun kind. Yeah, best way to say it. Imposter syndrome is another thing. I really think imposter syndrome is kind of like the accelerant to that burnout fire when you are working through a thing and you don't feel your skills are up to muster, even though you put years and months and days into a craft. It can really be a noxious and toxic mix. So I hope that you come through to that panel later on today. I mean, I have a feeling you will be, but I'm just saying. Johan is from Netherlands. What's up? What's going on in the Netherlands? I always want to go to the Netherlands. I always want to see that Dutch side. I heard they play baseball, but it's called honkball. You let me know. My podcast is called New Amsterdam Radio. And a lot of my guests think that I live in the Netherlands. Arlen V. Duncan says, tell us your favorite joke. Now, I can't tell you one of my jokes because I don't really set up punchline jokes. I tell stories or funny situations. So that'd be kind of like a whole big deal. But one of my favorite jokes that always gets me is out of context. Is you ever seen the movie Casino Royale? He looks at Bond, he's like, you're playing like poker's a big thing. So my favorite joke about that, the meme from that came from that, you can search for this, Le Chiffre memes or Casino Royale memes, is, I believe your hippos aren't as famished as you claim, Mr. Bond. Gets me every time because I just imagine the super spies playing Hungry Hungry Hippos. Quietly, the cut purse says, hi from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada, homeland of the Métis. Passwords are a form of workplace stress. I have about 50. Man, as long as your passwords are all password, you're fine. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. That's the worst thing you want to do. Look at password. Now, I've never been to Saskatchewan. I've been to Toronto twice. Fantastic city. 3 things I love about Canada. Drake, the sitcom Kim's Convenience, and they have this beer out there called Steam Whistle. Not free advertisement. They're not a sponsor. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm a big fan of that. So thank you so much for coming out from Canada, representing the Great White North, the American border, northern border. Nixie does Lennon ask, how do you keep yourself from being burnt out on your weekly podcast? Now that is a fantastic question. So burnout's one thing that comes a little bit small in small increments, and you can kind of see it coming over a certain time. For me personally, I like to schedule things. So when I'm seeing myself in the Christmas holiday, there's so much things going, I gotta release it. I would say, you know what? I'm gonna give myself a day and just stack and release all the episodes for my podcast and give myself a little bit of a working vacation. So my end user, my clients, my listeners don't see that I'm gone, but I know that I am on vacation. Now, I know if you're a streamer, you can't really do that because you have to have certain tools or whatever. I would say if you're feeling burnout, but you love streaming, stream something else. If you're, in my case, I'm good at Rocket League. Well, I'm not good. I would stream Rocket League. And if I get burnt out doing that, then I'll have a just chatting stream. I go, hey, look, it's me, my natural element. I'm answering their questions. If you're still burnt out by being in a chair and performing, I can totally understand about that too. Then do something else. Tell your friends, tell your clients, tell your listeners, I am taking a break. One of the most dangerous things to do is just to go without letting anyone know where you're going. Always communicate with your fan base, because at the end of the day, they want to see you win. They want to see you be in tip-top shape. They don't want to see you with a broken arm trying to throw a football. No one wants to see you mentally exhausted and trying to perform. So make sure you say, hey, look, guys, I appreciate your time. Please don't leave me behind, but I'm taking 2 weeks off. I'm going to a beach. I'll come back. I'll talk about it. We'll do with that. I can guarantee you, in more cases than not, your fan base will roll with you because they want to see you win. There's a pressure we put on ourselves to be seen. If we don't come to do this stream or do this podcast, no one will see us. I'll wither away to nothingness. But one of the things about algorithms is, even though we complain about them, they do work out in that your content can be refreshed or be seen by a whole other thing entirely. So, you know how it is. Big Daddy says, what's up, my boy? I can't believe I said Big Daddy on air. What's up? Is it Ayub? How's it going? Where are you calling from? Where are you calling into? We're about 15 minutes away from our first panel of the day, and I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. At GeekBeacon on social media, if you find a host you love, just say, give them a little bit of their flowers now. Just say, hey, look, I like the panel. I like the transitions you were doing. You really made things fun for me. You really made things engaging for me. That's how we know we're doing the best job possible, because you want to come back. We want more. We want GeekBeacon Fest all over. Maybe you might do it IRL. Maybe you might do it twice a year. Maybe you might do it every weekend. I'm totally putting so much pressure on our mod team right now. I'm kidding. I have no bearing on what's going to happen next for GeekBeacon Fest. So yeah. So 15 minutes in, or about 15 minutes away from our first panel. It's going to be a good time. Yes, Sir Matrix is in here. So Sir Matrix asked, can you keep it up here? You did. Behind me, we have the roster of DC characters, and it's here in the middle. We have Darkseid. It goes from Harley Quinn all the way to my favorite comic book character of all time. That is Green Lantern John Stewart. Green Lantern John Stewart is my favorite superhero. Is number one, top for me. Back in a time where comic book characters of color spoke a certain way and did certain things, you know what I mean. John was an architect at first, and it was retconned to be also a U.S. Marine. I thought that was pretty cool. My second favorite is the artist formerly known as Captain Marvel, Shazam. That movie was great, and I liked to read those comics when I was a kid. And I will say that Captain Marvel, the DC version, is way stronger than Superman. And Superman is my third favorite superhero. I know I have other things to read, but let me get here for a second. People always tell me why you're a fan of Superman. He's boring. I can't believe it. What I would say, Superman is a symbol of restraint and power. If you guys ever had a bad job and you feel like yelling at your boss and you didn't, Clark Kent does that every day because he can literally destroy the planet, but he's out here saving lives. And that's why, oh, no, Michael Hoffman, no. Now, Batman, he says Batman is greater than Superman. No, he's not. He is actually my least favorite superhero of all time. If I want my rich fix, I will go over to Marvel and be an Iron Man guy for that. But Batman is a fundamental symbol of privilege with his big old house and his Wayne Tech and his adoration from people and fans. It's all good. It's all good. Nixie Pixel is also in the chat. She's here on Twitch. And we're about 12 minutes away from our first panel. Let's get some little bit of information about that. Do we have ourselves painting a picture of the world through sound, provided by Blind Square. Blind Square is an independent mobility app that combines different tools to create a bridge to the visual worlds, enabling users to access information about their surroundings and travel safely. You'll be learning about Blind Square, how it works, and how to open data helps build a blind community. So backstage, we have our guest. I want to make sure I get this right. Ilkka Pirttimaa, CEO of MyPost, has 35 years experience. MyPost OY has 35 years experience in application development. His academic background is in usability, cognitive science, and product design. Ilkka is lead developer of Blind Square application. Blind Square is the world's most popular accessible GPS app developed for the blind and visually impaired. It has more than 60,000 users from 180 countries. Blind Square has received various global awards, including the Mobile World Congress Best eHealth Application in 2013. So about 10 minutes removed from that, and we have ourselves a lot more people coming in. Let us know where you're calling from. I want to know how far this goes. I want to know how far this streaming goes, because GeekBeacon Fest is here for you guys. It's here for the inner nerds. So yeah, beyond that, I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of this thing. I'm going to read the giveaways one more time, because if you just got in here, we have a lot more people coming in here. We are giving away two different things, depending on where on the planet you are. If you're in the United States, Das Keyboard is helping us out by giving away keyboards. That's right, 3 keyboards will be giving away to you as residents. Make sure you hit us up in that Discord to see how you can enter. Use the promo code GBF2022 at daskeyboard.com for a discount. That is open for United States residents. But if you're here over in the EU being like, where's my giveaway stuff? IO Tech is giving away a Samsung S9 preloaded with IO Tech operating system because privacy is super important. You can learn more at that IO.tech, but both of those, you can enter that at the Discord, discord.geekbeacon.org. And I got to say, after all of that, to enter both the DOS keyboard and IO giveaways, simply hop into the GeekBeacon Discord, discord.geekbeacon.org, and submit your questions with the GBF question submissions channel. Alternatively, we have some codes you can win by going to the giveaway channel and clicking on the emoji to enter. I am ineligible to enter because I am hosting here, but if you win a keyboard, if you win the Samsung S9, just tag me over at Novanta RL. Be like, hey man, I went to go to enter, but you sold it so much. I was on the fence. I didn't know if I wanted free stuff, but thanks to you, Novanta, that's the reason why I entered, and that's the reason why I got it. And we have ourselves a little bit of some personalities here. We were talking about what years we were born in. That's kind of cool. What's up, Johannes? Hey, I'm also an older cat. I was born in the 80s, and I know I say that proudly. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to be. Hollerback says, can you give hosting classes? I'm not sure what that means to me. Big Daddy says, if you mean me as hosting, if you mean that kind of host, you mean like presenting, I'm going to give you 3 free tips right now. 3 free tips if you're sitting there going like, man, how do I do this? If you have to, how do I do this? I would say 1, it's a cliche, so I'm going to get out the way. Be yourself. When you first start out, there is a need and drive to do the radio voice, like, welcome back to the GeekBeacon Fest, and it seems awfully inauthentic. If you have a small voice, if you have a big voice, if you have a deep voice, just be yourself. And that's the one thing you can do. 2, take some time and practice talking to yourself. Not in your head, not in a whisper, but out loud. When you're in the car, when you're in the shower, when you're saying things out loud, if you're going out there and talking back and reading commercials, or if you are just singing songs out loud or reading the paper out loud, that allows you chance to enunciate and pronounce difficult words and phrases. Because a lot of times when you're presenting, you're reading, and that's what it is. And I talk fast too. So when I say things out loud, I know, oh wow, if I wasn't me, I wouldn't know what I meant. And that tells me how to slow down. I'm from Brooklyn. You can't tell my Brooklyn accent because when I'm presenting, I'm making sure people understand where I come from. Obviously, I'm a little fast talking. I have a little enunciation issues, but that's okay because I'm out there making sure when I slow things down, people understand what I'm saying. So be yourself, practice talking things out loud. And when you're done, the worst part is going back and listening to yourself and go, what was I doing? What was I saying? Did I give people the respect they deserve? Did I practice names correctly? Did I say names correctly? Did I do things the way your client wants you? Take that feedback, and sometimes it could be like getting punched in the face, but that allows you to get better at what you want to do. And don't be embarrassed. This is pretty silly. I am talking to you because I picture one person on the end of my camera. But if you pull this back, there was a camera right here. I am sitting here in my room in Los Angeles talking to absolutely nobody, which would be embarrassing. But I go, forget about what I think people outside are looking at. Forget about what outside is thinking. I am trying to communicate this cool panel, this cool event, these cool panelists to you and you alone. So I hope that helps. And when it comes to hosting, it comes down to reps too. You can have to practice, but practice, whatever. I'm not about that life. I never studied. I got a B plus anyway. So John is 1950. Represent 1950. Look, you know what? When people say about being old and I'm in my mid 30s, it's not about age. It's not about numbers. It's about being able to be open to learning new things. The moment you go, I've been doing X for 10 years, I know what I'm doing, then you're old because the world keeps changing, the world keeps shifting, and that's why we do events like this to show you new techniques and tactics. If you go, hey, look, I have knowledge. Don't get me wrong. Here's my proof. Here's my awards. My degrees are over there. But I'm open to learning more, then you're an intellectual. And that's why you'll never get old. You see, when it comes to your brain, think of it as a muscle. If you don't work it out, it will atrophy. It will wither and die. I know it sounds bleak or glum. So the moment you do that, so cool. Yeah, man, 1940s, 1950s. My professor, when I was in film school, had the first iPhone back when we all had phones that flipped, and he was rocking it. You know what I'm saying? Age has nothing to do with it. So, yes, thank you so much, man. Hey, we're all about sharing our backgrounds and everything. Any questions for me, you let me know. We're about 5 minutes away for day 2 of GeekBeacon Fest. And if you're saying, hey, look, I heard a rumor. I heard some rumors have been swirling, unconfirmed reports that there's Jackbox happening tonight as well. Well, you're in luck because day 2 will also have Jackbox as well. Come to discord.geekbeacon.org, and we'll have ourselves a grand old time. Maybe I might be there. Maybe I haven't decided yet because I know I'm terrible at those games. If we're doing archery, if we're doing bowling, maybe perhaps. But Jackbox is going to be a good time. You'll have everyone in there, in the chat, in the Discord, having a grand old time. And even if you don't really are part of the Discord community, here's a chance to do it. Say, hey, look, GeekBeacon Fest was cool. People here were great. We exchanged ideas. We exchanged tips and tricks. Make sure we hit us up at the Discord, discord.com. Sorry, discord.geekbeacon.org. Of course, discord.com. Discord.geekbeacon.org to join the community today, and we can have a good time. Tag me, but like, hey, man, you were ranting and raving about this Discord. Fine, I'll totally do it. I'll totally go on. Michael Wells, I'm with you here. He says, it's really quite shocking how much has changed since 1950. Even buildings that are still there can look quite different. It is amazing how things can change since 2000. You remember Twitter? I do. I remember a time when Twitter didn't exist. I remember when we had two-way pagers where it was basically a pager that sent you news. Like that was a texting device, and that was new, and that was fantastic. I remember when Purell was a new invention. Forget about the technology with circuit boards. When Purell was, wait, you could clean your hands anywhere at any point in time. That is fantastic. That's just the way things are changing. It's just crazy. It's the world doesn't stop. So I always tell anyone, the world doesn't stop. Neither should you. You should always get together with people, like-minded individuals, even people that challenge the way you look at the world to see how you can improve, how you can be a better person. So we're about 2 minutes away from our first panel of the day. Thank you so much for piling in here. We have people from all over Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. I can't believe this. We got Europe in the house. We're basically going to get that Samsung S9 from IoTech. We have Americans in the house. Maybe put little chips in the hat to get themselves a keyboard from Das Keyboard. You have Novanta in the house. It's so cool here. And we're also chilling out in the Discord at discord.geekbeacon.org. All right, so 2 minutes away. Let's do it one more time. We have ourselves painting a picture of the world through sound, presented by Blind Square, coming at you live right now. Blind Square is an independent mobility app that combines different tools to create a bridge to this visual world, enabling users to access information about the surroundings and travel safely. You'll be learning more about Blind Square, how it works, and how open data helps the blind community. This is part of the accessibility track here at GeekBeacon Fest Day 2. But I am not alone. We're being joined by Ilkka. Is Ilkka in the building? Let's get them on here so we can start everything. How's it going, sir?
It's going great. Thank you. Thank you for asking, and thank you for inviting me.
Oh, man, I am so excited you're here. Where are you calling from today?
I'm calling from Helsinki, Finland.
Oh man, that's so many time zones in Los Angeles. I can tell you that. That's a whole country and a pond away. So excited you're here. Thank you so much. Please take it away.
Hello, everyone. Painting a picture of the world through sound. Today, I'm going to tell you how I allowed to do that with the application called Blind Square. My name is Ilkka Pirttimaa. I run a company called Mipsoft in Helsinki, Finland. I have 30 plus years experience in application development. And my academic background is in usability, cognitive science, and product design. And I'm lead developer of the Blind Square application. I'm pioneering accessible navigation indoors and outdoors. So I want to stretch the limits of what we can do with these really nice devices we carry on our pockets. And let's take a look at this video.
P-O-R. Address is 5 Mill Street, Porvo. Turn right on Alexander Street. Bus 5 is arriving. Next stop, Town Square. Turn left on Well Street. Continue straight on. Destination 100 feet at 11 o'clock.
Moi! Moi! Eilen mä olin mun kaverin synttäreillä Pepulle eikä se enää päässyt.
Painting a picture of the world through sound.
You arrived at Porvo Mall.
The world's most popular GPS app developed for the blind. Blind Square.
That's basically how Blind Square works. So it is an application that's running on your phone, producing spoken descriptions of the environment. But as you can see, it is not only the device that is guiding you. You need to have knowledge how to use white cane, guide dog. So this is only additional support. And it is super important that you have tools like white cane and tip of the cane, for example, on that video. It produces special sound so you can hear reflections and you know the surface if there is no etc. So really that is the main tool for the blind users. So your device has a lot of sensors. GPS provides coordinates, compass gives heading. Indoors we use eye beacons and we even utilize barometers to know your kind of floor if you are inside a building. Then we need information what's around you, and there are a lot of open data sources for that. OpenStreetMap provides information of streets and intersections. From Foursquare we get the information about places around you, their categories, their popularity. We provide information about restaurant menus in accessible form. We tap into many public transportation APIs, providing information about nearby buses, trams, etc. Even Uber. So from the application, you know if Uber is available and how much it would cost. And then you use Blind Square to launch the Uber, so it is already one press away to get your taxi. Then we do some Blind Square magic and turn all this information into experience that is provided through speaking. So Blind Square has internal speech synthesizer, speaking 26 different languages. So it is basically the simplest application to use. So you launch the application, close the screen, put it into pocket, and then just listen. And you might ask if smartphones are accessible themselves. And thanks to Apple and also Google, there is solutions that are called screen readers. By turning on VoiceOver or TalkBack, you can browse the screen with your finger and double tap to open features, etc. And they also support Bluetooth Braille devices, so even deaf blinds can use applications. Of course, it needs something from the application developer to really have nice support for VoiceOver. But what I learned 10 years ago when I started that screen reader is not best option when you are navigating. You have guide dog, you have white cane. You really can't use screen reader when you are traveling. So we need that kind of automation that is built into Blind Square. And it's nice thing that media has catched up what we are doing. So we have get a lot of publicity. Hundreds of different articles are telling stories, and we also love media. And of course, end users. That's the most important thing, that we have end users that really appreciate what we are doing. And from these, I would say independence is the most important factor that we can provide. So person can do things alone without help from others. So the last review there tells about how father was helping to get around places, and when father died, Blind Square has kind of is now giving possibilities for that user to get around places. So really touching. And now you might not see anything on this slide, and that's my purpose. I want you to close your eyes, and I want to give you an experience how you can understand what the Blind Square is doing. So please close your eyes and let's take a listen.
Search places within radius of 60 meters. My places, Lidl. 55 meters at 4 o'clock. Voice were on. Search. Fast food restaurant. Burger King. 125 meters at 5 o'clock. Start tracking. Button. Burger King, Kontiolankari 1A, Helsinki is selected as a destination. 120 meters at 11 o'clock. Destination Burger King. 115 meters at 11 o'clock. You arrived at Lidl. 8 meters at 1 o'clock. Kontiolahti, 40 meters at 10 o'clock. 20 meters, Ostarabilavardi, Metrika and Ataka. Destination Burger King. 45 meters at 1 o'clock. Casino, Raipati. 45 meters at 6 o'clock. Burger King. 16 meters at 1 o'clock. 14 meters at 2 o'clock. Supermarket, K Supermarket. 19 meters at 12 o'clock. You arrived at Burger King. Shake your iPhone to check into Burger King. Check in at Burger King. It's your first check-in here. You earn 12 points. You have traveled 150 meters in 2 minutes.
Okay, now you can open your eyes. I hope you didn't fall asleep. But here you got to know how Blind Square works. So it describes environment. So sighted people experience environments, even the familiar environments, what they know. We see logos of the places, and we kind of build map inside our head. I want to create same kind of experience for blind people, so I describe what others would see. McDonald's 30 meters 3 o'clock means that it is 30 meters to the right, 12 o'clock straight ahead, etc. How I build applications. I like to hear stories from my end users and then learn what we can solve by technology. I mentioned that I have background in usability and I know how I should do things. I should go to find end users and do interviews and find out what is needed and then build against those requirements. But I don't trust that methodology in here. So how I started 10 years ago, I didn't know any blind person, but I started to follow a couple of them in Twitter. and then finding out what kind of situations they they have in their daily lives, and then finding out, is there something I could do to help them? And then I started to read blog postings of their daily lives, what kind of challenges they had, and then start to figure out what data source would provide information for that, what kind of feature I could have in application that would help. So I think to invent something really new, you need to do research like this. And I will tell a couple of stories how they affected to the application. And first story is Ronja from Finland got lost, and how I created look around feature. Ronja, she's totally blind, but she did have some sight as she was young. So she learned to roller skate, but after losing sight totally, she still continued to do roller skating. That is amazing to me. But once she was roller skating, she got lost. And then I read from her blog. She was not telling it to me, but she wrote to the blog that she got lost, and she was then sitting on a stone and started to use blind square, trying to figure out where she was. And I knew instantly that features are not supporting that kind of use case. So I created something called look around. So you start a feature, and then you point device to the different direction, and from the compass it knows the direction, and then it starts reading most important things on that direction. What are the intersections, street names? What are the most important places? From Foursquare, I know which restaurants are the most well-known, and then I can list what is on that direction. Then you turn, so it helps you to build a mental map of your surroundings. Yeah, that feature is really, really nice when you get lost. Next is Mexican user and safety, and how I created audio menu. So one Mexican guy mentioned that if blind person in Mexico takes iPhone from the pocket, it gets stolen. And he asked to have more features that are available without taking phone from the pocket. I did have shaking feature that you can shake the phone and it will tell you where you are. He was asking to add more and more and more stuff to the shaking feature. But I think that it would have ruined shake feature if I put everything there, because I need to appreciate all the users. They don't want to hear so much things. And I don't believe the settings that you can configure a lot of things, because 95% doesn't do any configuration. So that would be not nice. But I realized that if app is running on a background, if it's screen locked, and if it's in your pocket, there is not much you can do to remote control the app. For example, Bluetooth keyboard, it is only active for the application that is running on a foreground. Or the braille display, it acts like a keyboard, but it is not able to control the application that is running on a foreground. But then I realized that there is one thing that is available, and I made Blind Square to act as a music player application, just like a Sonos app or Spotify or something like that. And what it means that I can get access to the remote controlling features on headphones. And here you see headphones that are actually pretty nice to the blind people, because they are bone conduction headphones. So it is vibrating sound on a cheekbone through your skull. So whatever Blind Square is speaking, you hear it inside your head, in your inner hearing bones, you will hear what Blind Square is saying, and it's really, really nice that now we are not blocking hearing of reflections, etc., from the surroundings. But these headphones also have remote controlling features, so there is a play, rewind, etc. buttons, and I create something called audio menu. So when you press play, it starts listing features that you can activate. For example, add plays, around me, etc. So you select, press play, and you hear add plays, you press it again, and it adds your current location to your own places. So you can later on track back to the place where you were. So that was born from that request. Canadian guy in minus 30 degrees in Celsius. And automatic announcements and defaults comes from this factor. So a guy from Canada described how he was using Blind Square, and it was so cold outside that he needed to start Blind Square first, put it in the pocket, in a warm pocket, and then start putting clothes on. And what it means is that you really can't use, for example, screen reader to control the app. It just needs to tell you what you need to know. And that gave me appreciation of the defaults. So applications should be delivered with such nice defaults that everyone going out will hear important information. And yeah, now you can use audio menu, but still, if you are so much close, it is even impossible to use a headphone remote. So now Blind Square provides information you want. You can set filters beforehand, what you want to hear, etc., etc. Lady from Germany and traveling. I heard a story when a lady from Germany told that she wished that Blind Square was available a couple years earlier when she was visiting in a holiday some foreign country. I believe it was Italy. And she told how much more she would have known of the place if she would have had a Blind Square. And I created simulation feature. What it means that you can search your future locations or some place you have visited earlier. You search it, for example, Italy. Then you can simulate Italy. Then you search for the city, Milano. Simulate that. And then Blind Square behaves as if you were there. So you can take phone to hear where you are. You can use look around to look around what's there. You can then search for your favorite restaurant, see menus, etc. And later on, I have learned how useful this is, because there might be cases that blind person is, if they don't know where they are going, they might not go there at all. Or they don't dare ask help from the friend to get there if they don't know if it's worth visiting. So this has been really, really liked feature. And then hardware integrations. Audio menu, I already mentioned how to control Blind Square with headphones, but also camera remote. So I have been testing this application also with elder people. And there it might be that it is the first time they use smartphone, and I have made it possible to start the application, put it in the pocket, and also use it with this kind of remote control. This is originally meant for taking photos, but just like a headphone remote, this also can be attached to the application in a way that you can ask app to repeat history. So if you missed something, you can ask application to repeat that, or you can set your radius, how far you want information, etc., etc. and then couple of other features. I integrate to Kone elevators. So Kone is a large Finnish elevator manufacturer, and I have worked together with them to provide elevator controlling to the blind square. Elevators, they can be scary places for blind people. So if they even find the button to make an order for an elevator, yeah, that's great. But then when they get inside the elevator, how would they know in which side the buttons are, in which order they are? And then if it's full of people, they don't want to touch other people. Now with COVID, they don't want to touch anyways. Or if it's a metro station, it can be a bit dirty or something like that. And now the experience is done so that, first of all, blind square will tell if a Kone elevator is available in a building. Then they can select which destination floor they want to go, or even destination by name. So you select that you want to get to the McDonald's. And what happens? Blind Square is using APIs to call the elevator. It has real-time tracking what is happening, so it announces when elevator is coming, which one it is, step in please, and then you don't need to press anything. You just wait and you will hear when floors are changing, and finally it will tell you when to get off. So really nice experience for ordering elevators and getting into other floors. Of course, one of the hardwares I integrate to is Apple Watch. So the most important features like put it into sleep mode, starting look around, changing radius, how far you want information, etc. Add your current location. The most important ones are available from your wrist. And then a couple of words of something that I'm building right now. They are not published yet, but I think navigational information is really, really nice to have. And traditional navigational applications like Google Maps, Apple Maps, etc., they are mainly focused for the sighted people. Yeah, if blind person uses them, it tells you turn left, turn right, etc. But how do you know when to take the turn? And in Blind Square, as you saw earlier, when you are tracking a location, I give more exact information of the clock face direction, on what angle you need to go. 12 o'clock straight ahead, 1 o'clock it's over there, and then distance. And I think this kind of guidance should be done that way. So I have created a tool that you can use Blind Square to record routes. And for example, orientation and mobility teachers, they are persons who are teaching blind people to use their tools and how to use white cane, etc. And some of them are also teaching how to use Blind Square. So now with their help, they could record route beforehand, and then a blind person would have playback feature that then allows to repeat the same route. And there's a funny thing how I started this project, because it was many years ago when I started this, and I was building it, and I was not happy how it worked. So I knew how it could work, but it didn't work as well as I was wanting it to work. And then something else came, and I kind of forgot that project. So maybe 6 months ago, a guy from France sent email and said how happy he was about the feature. I had never published the feature, but I had forgot that I do have a GPX import feature that normally is used to import point of interest. But I had implemented a feature that if you import a route, it will start that hidden feature of tracking that route. And I learned that there were a couple of people in France that were utilizing that feature. In France, there were nice routes available in GPS format, and they were happily importing them and then using blind square to track those routes. And then I knew that, yeah, actually it was pretty good, and maybe that I wasn't happy. If someone is happy, maybe I need to continue. And now I have continued to work on that project. So let's take a look what it means. So here I have a recorded route, and I will show you how the playback feature works. So basically, I will show the camera so you can see where I am, and then you will hear how blind square is guiding through that route. If you hear footsteps and just distance, it means that to the next point, the distance is this, and you are going to the right direction. If it starts clock face direction, it means you need to take a turn, and then it gives distance. So it finds a point along the road. And for example, when you are recording this road, you get hundreds of locations here. But I do have algorithms to discard anything that is too much. So it finds straight lines, it finds a couple of points to the curves, etc. It puts one point in the middle of the street, so it's not too far away, where it's guiding here, and then it starts to guide here, and then it guides to here, etc. I also have tagging, so for example, these two places can be tagged as pedestrian crossings, so then it can provide useful information of there's pedestrian crossing here. But let's take a walk and listen to how blind square works.
"14 meters. At 12 o'clock, next point is number 5 of 15, Jakorlanti and Jakorlankuja, 50 meters. 35 meters. "20 meters. At 12 o'clock, next point is number 6 of 15, 9 meters. At 3 o'clock, next point is number 7 of 15, 45
Soon
meters.
I will fool the system, I will go to the wrong
35
direction, and you will
meters.
hear how it fixes my direction.
At 3 o'clock, point 7 of 15, 25 meters. At 11 o'clock, point 7 of 15, 14 meters.
So first 3
At
o'clock.
12 o'clock, next point is number 8 of 15, Jakoralanti, Rapalanti, Kanchulankari and Utamanti, 30 meters.
And then 11 o'clock.
14 meters.
And my final part is OSM. And OpenStreetMap, I have always appreciated open data. But for point of interest, I have been using Foursquare. And there are many reasons. One of them is Foursquare does have API. They have really nice categorization, shy of 900 different categories in 3-level hierarchy. And I was able to localize them to all languages. So if you are visiting China, Japan, Russia, a country that you really don't understand anything, but now if you hear that there is a Chinese restaurant to the right, and then the name is gibberish to you, it is really, really useful information. Another reason has been that Foursquare provides also gaming data, so I know which of the restaurants is the most popular one. But there are some limits how I can use it. I can't cache it. So, for example, for offline use, I really can't benefit from that data. And now I'm building new services to utilize OpenStreetMap. There are APIs available to get OpenStreetMap data, but there are problems on them. Most of them are visual things, so blocks of graphics. And I really can't use those because I need to be able to turn that into spoken instructions. Of course, there are vector tiles, and I can get street information in data, but it doesn't help when I need to really know point of interest, their categories, etc. And I'm now working on making it work. So this is an example of point of interest that is utilizing some magic to really bring information that Blind Square needs from the OpenStreetMap. So this is an example of transport bus stop. So there you can see that I do now have categorization that is something that I can translate into different languages. So I have rule sets to gather all kind of attributes and then find out if that is bus stop or something else. I also provide all kind of tags that provides possibility to give a user interface, for example, to see timetables, etc. Also accessibility information, if there is shelter or not, or waste bin, whatever. And I have a couple of other examples. Here we have a sport center, and from the tags I can see what kind of sports are available there. Yet again, something that I can give search features or something useful on that end. And you can see there's opening hours, so now I can mention only places that are open. So why to mention about nearby cafeteria if it's already closed? And there we have also a list of entrances. So we have logic in place to find out what is the actual building, and then what entrances there are, and then all the details of entrances. For example, opening hours also there, if it's public entrance or private, etc. So really, really nice information. Here is another example. This is tourist category and plaza. And here you can see that we get center coordinates, but also radius. And this is one example of this place is not a POI, point of interest, in OpenStreetMap, but some algorithms are producing it as a POI. So it finds the edge of the area, and that radius there, it describes the edge, the farthest edge around that center point. So from there I know that now I could mention about this plaza because I'm now on the edge of it. And it even has GeoJSON to provide exact coordinates, so I can really mention the place when you are on the edge of that. And yet again, there is also a list of all entrances and their place. So if you want to travel to this plaza, Blind Square can also ask into which entrance you want to go, or it would pick the closest entrance to the metro station, and then you can change the entrance if you want. If you want to exit, it is also nice to know where is the location to exit the plaza. And this ends my presentation. I want to thank you, and I'm ready to take questions. Thank you.
From our audience, once again, thank you so much for that presentation, Ilkka. That was very informative. We're going to take some questions that came in through your presentation. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. We'll have our nice moderators bringing it up on the screen so we can read it right here. Our first question is actually coming through right now. I think it comes from Arlen that asks, has Blind Sense ever looked at using AR?
Yes, I love gaming and actually uh, uh, actually I have always thought this as an AR thing. So augmenting reality with sound. That was when I started to build application. I was actually looking specifications from the Wikipedia what it said about AR, and it was only visual. So I was starting to think, if I want to do it somehow differently, how would I do it? And I thought that maybe with the sound, because AR apps uh, 10 years ago, they were you raise your phone and you see bus stop. I don't want to use my mobile phone like that, but I would rather listen it. Even I'm sighted, I think AR is really nice way of thinking. Also audio.
Huh. Great. As we move on, Orok asks, is the XO clock in reference to your direction? If not, how do you know you're 12 o'clock?
Yes, so that is really good question, and I first need to mention that using clock faces as a direction, it works when you are moving. So when you are traveling, 12 o'clock is where you are heading, and 3 o'clock is to the right, 9 o'clock, and that is very often appreciated by the blind person. But then there are people that has never seen a clock, so they don't actually know what 12 o'clock means.
Yeah.
They don't have any reason for that, and that's why I provide option that you can get decrease, or then you can have something like slightly to the left, to the left, to the right, but most often the setting is to use clock face.
I guess I haven't thought about that, how the idea of a clock can change over time. Uh, uh, Kankor asks, what is the biggest struggle you face while developing this application?
Yes, I think 10 years ago when I created this, uh, um, when I released the app, it was a paid app, and I started to get the feedback that you should give this a free as free. We don't have money, etc. So it was kind of at that day most of the apps were free, and I was asking $20 or something like that, and the users didn't understand that I don't have any investor money. I just had done it uh, first for the fun, and then to really trying to figure out how to make it. But then actually I started to get really much help from the blind community. They started to tell, hey, it's one-time fee. You go 2 times to Starbucks, but this is for your everyday. This is the only app they use every day. So email is done twice a week, a calendar almost every day, but Blind Square was there for every day. So maybe to get people to understand that this kind of application can cost something, and then get around that.
Yeah, that's always a challenge. Speaking of, another question coming in: are you blind or partially blind? If not, what made you decide that you wanted to create Blind Square?
I am not. And when I started this 10 years ago, my friends were asking how how you can do it, because you don't know anything about blindness, and I didn't know any blind person, um, but I got an idea from the friend from the Facebook. She said that she has blind friend, and she had some struggles when getting to the wrong bus, that maybe you could help. and and I started to think that yes, we have a smartphone that knows where you are. There's a lot of open data. Maybe if I integrate speech synthesizer to the application, maybe I can start describing. So I was kind of crazy enough to start doing that. and if my company was bigger, maybe lower would say that you can't do that. You can't start helping blind people traveling in dangerous places. But yeah.
What are some modern IDEs that have real accessibility options?
So you mean application development environments, I believe.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I would say that, for example, if you want to develop to the iOS platform or even Android platform, it used to be really, really graphical, and it was really, really hard for blind people to build application. But it has changed nicely. I have always built my application purely with code. So I'm not building user interface by drawing things. I'm just writing code. So then it means that it can be Emacs editor, what you are using. And then you are writing kind of instructions how to build the user interface. And now, for example, Apple has gone that way. So Swift UI is the latest way to build application, and it's just code. You write code that here is a window, and inside I have a top bar and bottom bar, and on top bar you have a label, etc. So you write that, and that is really accessible because now you can build really application without going to the IDE at all.
Have you experimented with AR Core Kit? We've developed we developed a solution to help keep workers safe using them on mobile, and it is extremely precise. The challenge for us is initial calibration, but once achieved, it's amazing that you can position the user in 3D, do collision with tracked objects, etc.
Yes, I have done some tests. So AR Core Kit utilize, for example, camera, compass, 9-axis sensor, etc. So, for example, indoors, it can really track where you are. But for my purpose, I have not seen it as scalable as I want. So it is really nice for someone at home to really track their home and find things, for example. But to really work in a large scale, it would need a team to use that kind of technology to record places, save it in some format. So I'm building this pretty much alone, so I don't have a large team. So I try to concentrate on features that I think that I can build, I can test, and my really nice community, shy of 100 beta testers who are blind, they can really tell if it's working, and then it can scale. And scaling means that I need to have a data globally. OpenStreetMap is nice on that one, and then not try to do too hardware specific things.
Well, that's just a cool way of looking at things. And well, I want to say thank you so much for coming out here this morning to share the idea about Blind Square. Is anyone want to connect with you or just follow you up after this talk today? How do they go about doing that?
Yes, so you can find me from Twitter at Ilkka Pirttimaa, ILKKA PIRTTIMAA, or you can send email dev@blindsquare.com, and you can find us also from the blindsquare.com website.
Well, thank you so much for coming out here. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, I guess you are now.
Yes, it is evening here.
Yeah, it's still morning here for us in Los Angeles. Once again, thank you so much. Blind Square is going to be a fantastic project. Learn more. The website's down below at blindsquare.com. Thank you so much, Ilkka. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
We are going to be rolling on here at GeekBeacon Fest Day 2 with a lot more panels and more things on the horizon. My name is Novanta. Thanks you so much for coming in, interacting with us here, also on the Discord. discord.geekbeacon.org. We have something coming down the pipe. I want to thank and give a shout out to all the hosts who are being a part of this event, especially the hosts you're going to meet after the jump. Shiny Tech Things is actually in backstage, getting ready, getting suited and booted to be your guide this afternoon. Shiny Tech Things is a mega nerd IT pro and husband who loves all things IT. He founded 1337admin.org, that lead stuff, and Shiny Tech Things YouTube channel, which I am a subscriber, to help teach technology to others while documenting some projects. He's currently a systems analysis and volunteers on the weekends. He'll be here this afternoon taking you through the back half of GeekBeacon Fest Day 2. But before we get to that, we got to talk about what's coming up next down the pike. Our panel is called Even Skies Studios Developing Audio Games for the Blind Community. That's coming up right now. Paul, Thaddeus, and the Even Sky team will give an overview of their company and a demonstration of their Sable development platform that allows non-coders to develop audio-based games for the blind community. Just give you a little bit more of an insight. Paul Lemm, Even Sky Studios' goal is to produce high-quality audio games for the blind community. They are telling immersive stories through their game titles, as well as providing interesting game mechanics, both for exploration and combat. With the hard work of the professional and sound designer, they're creating rich environments, unique soundscapes, and original world-building music composition. So it's going to be a grand time for that. I can't wait. If you guys are enjoying yourself in the chat, let us know in the chat right here from Facebook, on Twitter, and on Twitch as well. But if you're in that Discord, geekbeacon.org, let us know how you feel about that. Coming up next, it is official. It is the Even Sky Studios developing audio games for the blind, and it's up right now.
Studios, a company that's dedicated to bringing the world of gaming to everyone, to those with limited vision and to those who are blind. But they haven't stopped there. Not only is Sky building audio games for the blind, but they're also building the freedom, adventure, and flexibility to build game development for everyone to everyone without having to know how to code, to everyone in the blind community, and to everyone everywhere with their Sable development platform. Let's hear what they have to say. Hey, Paul. Hey, Thaddeus. Welcome to GBF. We love what you're doing. Firstly, I just wanted to ask you, Paul, what would you mind telling us a bit about yourself and what kind of inspired you to start Sky?
Yeah, certainly not a problem at all. So I guess my journey kind of started when I lost my sight, which was about 16 years ago now or so. I used to be an avid gamer before that time, and I just woke up one day and couldn't see out of one of my eyes. And sadly, I lost the sight in the next eye over the next couple of weeks. So I kind of went from being fully sighted to being blind very quickly. And one of the things I really missed was gaming, as I love my Xbox and my PlayStation, and all of a sudden that became something I couldn't use anymore. And then all of a sudden I discovered a genre of games called audio games, which are games specifically made for the blind. So just like video games, you can have everything from a first-person shooter to an RPG. There are even driving games as well. But instead of using graphics to let the user know what's going on screen, everything's done via sound, and I absolutely loved the concept. It was amazing to realize that I could once again play games. So I sort of started to play some of these games, and they were good, but they weren't up to the standard of kind of what I'd been used to on the Xbox. And I kind of decided at that point, even though I couldn't code, that I wanted to teach myself to code so I could bring some of my gaming knowledge from the mainstream market over to the audio games market and hopefully produce my own RPG was my sort of goal. So I taught myself to code over the next few years and decided I would try and write my own audio game. So that's kind of how I got into it. I actually tried to write my first audio game and realized I was terrible at writing stories. And that's when I actually teamed up with Justin, another member of Ebon Sky Studios, and Thaddeus. And these guys are really creative and had loads of game ideas. So I said I would sort of take my programming skills and combine it with their story making skills, and we would come up with making a game ourselves. And that's kind of how Ebon Skies got formed, I guess. But then during
Did
that
you think
process,
that? Oh, sorry.
sorry,
Go
carry
ahead.
on. No, go on.
I was just curious. Did you have prior experience in games, or was it just your desire for wanting to play games because it was such a core? It was so core to you as a hobby.
Yeah, it was just the desire. I'd never coded anything before. I never had any sort of professional work dealing with anything with
Ah,
games. It was just purely through my love of games and the enjoyment a good game can bring. As I remember, ever since I got my
absolutely.
Spectrum back in the '80s, I just loved gaming.
The Tale. Oh God, Tale of Monkey Island. I'm trying to like
Yes,
go to way throwbacks. What about
yes,
you,
no, I love
Thaddeus? Do you
Monkey
have
Island.
Yeah, Monkey Island. Do you have a favorite game
Uh,
memories?
was Paul going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say probably my favorite game of a more modern genre would be the Final Fantasy RPG series.
Oh yeah,
Big fan of those.
yeah, absolutely. Well, that's wonderful to think of. You know, how do you start over? Was it really kind of like starting over because it was just such a you woke up one day and everything changed. So you had to decide decide that you were going to make what you were going to make out of that situation.
Yeah, exactly. And writing games themselves can be difficult anyway because a lot goes into a game. But then you have to also
Yeah, absolutely.
think on top of that, I've got to allow for how a blind person would play this. So, how can I convert what would usually be visual into audio? And there have been some great audio game developers in the past that really pushed the boundaries of what can be done. Like I say, creating first person shooters and various other games. And I think sort of the boundary keeps getting pushed as to new techniques you can use to simulate this or that. But it started off quite basically, so I kind of had to train myself to be able to use my ears to play games. And I started off by playing a kind of Space Invaders game. And how an audio game works in its most basic form is you wear earphones, and then if something's to the left of you, you'll hear it more in the left earphone. If it's more in the right, you hear it in the right earphone. And as you kind of center into it, you'll hear it sort of equally in both earphones. And on a very
Hmm.
basic level, that's kind of the principle of how you gain positioning where you are. Obviously, that gets more complex when you encounter 3D environments. But yeah, I started off just by playing Space Invaders and learning when the enemy was coming from the left and the right and knowing when it was in the middle to shoot. And yeah, so you kind of have to rethink the whole principle of everything when you've got to do it with
Absolutely.
sound rather than visuals.
I did want to ask, so how did you all find each other? Was there a community that you joined? Uh, Basically, I just love to know how you guys connected.
Paul can discuss how he and Justin met, and then I can discuss the rest of it if he's okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine. So, as I mentioned, I tried to sort of write my first game, this little RPG, and I only really made sort of 3 maps on it and realized that the story in it was already terrible and kind of thought I was going to give up on my path to building a game. And I happened to just chat to the other game designer, Justin, on the audio games mailing list. We happened to be talking, funnily enough, about Final Fantasy, and we ended up taking a chat off the mailing list and just chatting privately. And he happened to mention that he'd always wanted to build games, and I sort of said the same. And I said, "Well, actually, I've tried, and although I can program them, I'm not actually that good at actually writing the story element." And he said, "Well, that's interesting, because I can't program, but I can. I've got a ton of story ideas." And we sort of at that point just decided, well, combine our efforts and see what we can produce. And that's when kind of Ebon Sky Studios first kind of formed.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and then I would say probably about half a year later, Justin and I knew each other on another game, and he came to me because he found out I was kind of doing some amateur sound design, I started with a different audio games project. I was doing, I helped them with a little bit of sound stuff. I was doing some scripting work, and then unfortunately it was discontinued a few years ago. But before that, Justin met me and was like, okay, you do a bit of sound design. How would you like to help us out with this little project we're doing? So I came in, I talked to them, thought about it for a bit, and was like, I've got time and I'd like to try and get better. So why not? I agreed to join. And about a year or so later, maybe a year and a bit, we brought in Brian, who became our official sound designer, and I was moved more towards the design aspect to help Justin out. So I kind of had a little bit of both roles there for a little while.
So was it
Well, I
a
got my
labor
first-
of love initially, and it was just kind of a hobby that you guys came together as a community, or
Yeah.
were you like, we're gonna make a game studio? Did it just evolve into a game studio?
It evolved. Our project even evolved. The original thing was just meant to be a basic map developer, and then it just kept growing. And we're like, okay, let's put out a demo to show what it can do. And then we're like, okay, now the demo's out. Let's try and make a small game out of it. Next thing you
Yeah.
know, we came up with Crimson, and it kept snowballing from there.
Yeah,
We
and
decided, hey, let's form an actual company related to this, because if we're going to have game products, we might as well have a name.
absolutely. And I've coded a little bit, and I can't imagine without being able to see the syntax, to see the comments and the structures. I guess, the and variables, and forever searching for the missing comma or the missing semicolon.
Yeah.
So how do you do it? How do you keep it all straight in your head?
So you're right. It's definitely more challenging, I think, as a blind person, because again, I think it's easier, like you say, to miss something like a double quotation's the one I've missed, where I've realised I've not bracketed off one of my strings and none of my code works anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is more difficult. But we use a screen reader. I use something called JAWS, and Thaddeus uses something called MVDA, and it's quite good at reading stuff out. But sometimes when you have got an error, you do end up needing to kind of read things almost sort of letter by letter, or character by character, to kind of work out where that mistake is sometimes. But again, after listening to code for a long time, you do sort of pick up on it, and I guess you just get used to it, I guess, after a short while. But luckily there are great tools like VS Code, which I find really accessible, and that sort of helps coding.
Yeah,
good
I
old
use Visual
Notepad.
Studio Community, and that gives me the error list directly. So usually that'll pick up on things like missing semicolons if there is one, or you put one too many brace. Oh, I thought I deleted that. Whoopsie.
Do you think that it's really interesting? It almost kind of sounds like a language on top of a language, because it's like a spoken language of a programming language. What language do you prefer to program in? Do you feel like there was one's better than the other one for this purpose, or?
I would say like different languages have their own merits. I'm not about to get into an argument about which language is better. I've seen a lot of those, and honestly, I don't
appreciate
really
that.
see the point. Personally, I've been learning C#. I'm actually getting an education in game programming and design. I'm actually in my last semester right now. So
wonderful.
my preference is C#, but I've also coded in JavaScript. I've tried some Python. Yeah, that was kind of my thing.
Yeah, for me, from a perspective of being sighted, and I can't conceptualize even just closing my eyes, for instance, and going down the stairs would be a scary concept for me. So would you mind, just if it isn't too personal, just like walking me through your day on how the day in the life of a game dev in your experience for us?
I think as a game dev, it's really easy. I wake up, I code, I get a headache, and I go to sleep. No, I'm joking.
Relatively
So not that
accurate.
unlike
No.
not that unlike sighted game devs.
No, it's not. It's not too different, honestly.
Do you
I
want to
wouldn't
talk
say
about
there's much difference.
So I did want to kind of dive into some accessibility tools because
Yeah,
they're
sure.
incredible. And one of the things that I do is I coach a lot. I've consulted for some AAA game designing houses, and essentially on how they can make their game more accessible for those with dyslexia, and how just very simple changes can be very helpful for those who have dyslexia because they just can't read certain fonts and whatnot. Are there things that um, is there advice that you could give for AAA games on small steps that they could do to make their own game more accessible to those who have vision impairment?
Yeah,
The biggest thing for me is you have to start from the beginning. 9 times out of 10, if you're going to try and add accessibility as a last minute thing, it's
Hmm.
not going to turn out 100% as well as it could have if you started from the ground up. Because from the ground up, you keep in mind everything: controls, movement, combat, if any, dialogue. Whereas from the end, you might miss something, right? So
Yeah,
always start from
absolutely.
the beginning. If you want an accessible game, keep that in mind. Consult constantly from the beginning till the end. Have testing to make sure that everything works as it's supposed to. That would be my suggestion.
That's good. What about you, Paul?
So yeah, similar to Thaddeus, I think if you're going to build in accessibility, it makes sense to build it from the ground up and to make sure you get the best experience. And I think there are simple things that developers can think about to add accessibility. For blind people specifically, obviously the option of having um, uh, in-game text readable via TTS is obviously an important thing, especially for people with low vision that maybe can see some of the screen but can't see all of it. Just adding TTS support, which is text to speech, can be really helpful for people with low vision. Or the option to
Right.
change, contrasting colors. So my little brother is more considered low vision, so he can still see his screen enough to play, but he needs to kind of enlarge certain areas or change the contrast to get the best kind of image. For a totally blind person, I think sound orientation is really important. Rather than actually having sounds, if something's to your left, it actually coming from the left. If you've got
Absolutely. Yeah.
earphones in, I think one of the biggest mainstream games to add accessibility, and they've got a lot of press. I think it was last year or the year before, but it was The Last of Us Part 2.
Oh, The Last of Us. Yeah.
So they added full blind accessibility. In fact, they added probably more accessibility than I've seen in any mainstream game. And
Wow.
you could play it in completely blind mode. So they designed it so you could literally have your TV off and still play the game. I can't
Unbelievable.
remember how many accessibility options they had, but it was an incredible amount. And yeah, like I say, it was geared towards not just completely blind people, but if you were low vision, or I think if you
Wow.
had
Yeah.
dexterity issues, and yeah, they really went all out. And I think they got, I think they were nominated last year. I can't remember which gaming awards, but for accessibility, for all the work they did in making that Last of Us Part 2 so accessible. So again, it shows that it can be done. I think if you can make a game like that playable, it shows that if mainstream developers want to put the time in, there is an untapped market, an interest for blind
Absolutely.
gamers.
Yeah, and working with we worked with Sony to help them improve on their accessible controllers, where the buttons are like modular and you can configure it in a way that you can control it. The individualism and all the different settings, I think, is just amazing to have that be available. I didn't know that about Last of Us. Did either of you play it or play it to the end or?
I have
So,
not. You need to have a PlayStation for it. I don't have
Right.
one, and it's good that they're coming up with accessible games, but if you want to buy a console, I feel like you're gonna want more than one game to play. Maybe that's the wrong way
Right.
to look at it, but the amount of money you're spending on the console for
Right,
one game is like,
absolutely.
yeah, not all of us can
That
afford that.
Absolutely, but it's also kind of one of those things where I don't know, the titles are what causes people to buy console systems to begin with. So they always, whether it's Sony or Nintendo, they always try to have some sort of like console buying title where people will just
Yeah.
buy it. Like, I bought the Wii for Animal Crossing, and I can't regret it. But yeah. So let's talk about accessible games. Your initial game, Crimson Eclipse. What was the game development process like for you? What did you feel like you learned that kind of surprised you? And then we'll dig into your Sable platform after we talk about that, and other games that you want to talk about, of course. So
Sure.
if you
Thaddeus,
wouldn't
You
mind,
want to start, or
yeah, I can
you
call
want to
on
start,
you,
Thaddeus?
or
You want to start, Thaddeus, about
sure.
the game, and I'll go into Sable.
Sure.
yeah.
So I would say the biggest thing for me personally, you learn a lot when you're studying game design in a university setting, but
Right.
you don't learn everything. And there's a lot of stuff that you can only really learn from experience. And my biggest thing was how much of a pain it is for balance. We came up with a list of enemies. We created our equipment, your weapons, your armor, your usable items, your um, healing potions. And then when we were running through tests, we were noticing that, hey, these look balanced on paper, but when they're applied with our formulas and everything else that's put into Sable, there's a little bit of a disadvantage towards one side or the other that needs to be readdressed. And we ran through that a couple times. I would
So, you
say,
know what? Maybe we should talk about back up and kind of explain what Crimson Eclipse is, because RPG is, going to pique the interest of people. But maybe you can touch on that, like the little elevator pitch for Crimson Eclipse first, if you don't mind.
elevator pitch. Okay, Crimson Eclipse is a role playing game. It was based off of the older style Japanese games where you play as characters, but your characters do not have a voice. You're being talked to, but you do not talk in response, if that makes sense.
Yep, absolutely.
So you go around, you start the game, uh, you go into a town, you get some tasks, and then you find out, oh hey, there's a cult causing some problems, and then you have to go through the story and figure out what are they doing, what's their goal, can you stop them, and at the end you actually have to deal with some other things that you may or not be expecting, depending on how much attention you're paying to not just the story, but some of the potential side information you might be finding. But a story I heard when I was doing my capstone, one project was on the news, and the day they were doing their live presentation on the news a couple years ago, someone decided the night before to go in and change the model because it looked funny to them. Guess what happened
Jeez.
when they started playing the game on the camera? Basically, half of the ship was missing.
Hmm.
Why
So
were
I
they
definitely.
coding on prod anyway? Isn't
Oh
that
yeah,
like the main thing? Is they didn't even use a test environment?
yeah.
Crimson Eclipse. So basically, some of the challenges that you didn't expect. What did you learn through the process?
Uh,
Was it your all first game or?
my first actual game that was meant to be paid. Again, I've worked on another project before under a pseudonym, and that was released. It wasn't a paid thing. It was just a tactical battle project, but it was really good for the limitations that we had to work with. I
Right.
find that the amount of things we're able to do in that was surprisingly vast and made for a great
That's
experience
cool.
for game. But for Crimson, I would say the biggest thing for me, balance. Teamwork is another, because you have your disagreements and you need to find a way where you can compromise, where everyone wins a little bit.
Right. And
I
it's
Um,
disagree
also
with that.
very difficult in
We
the
never disagree.
creative.
No, I'm joking.
cut that.
We never disagree. Let it be known. Well, it's an interesting space. I've been interviewing game developers for a really long time, and it's one of the most interesting things about it is that it's a technical manifestation of a creative work. So it's both a balance of technical understanding and creative vision, and how to create that vision through technology is just, it's really kind of unprecedented. It's not usually someone who's a writer is a writer and it's a creative space, or they make videos and it's a creative space, but game development is marrying technical needs with creative needs, and that's always fun.
I
I would
think one
say
of
as
the
well, one of my favorite things. Sorry, Paul, you can go after I finish my point. One of my favorite things about Crimson, I was working primarily near the end on map development, so levels. Um, I'm able to basically keep an area layout in my head and map it out based on how I imagine it. So I found that incredibly fun. Just as a personal thing, I love designing areas for people to go through, and they can find, hidden sections, or hey, I didn't realize that there were 6 different ways to get to this point if you went and explored off the beaten path.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh,
for
like
me,
you had
that
little
was
Easter eggs too from an
yes,
audio
had
standpoint too?
we definitely had Easter eggs and what? Sorry.
Oh, like I'm trying to imagine how that works from an audio standpoint as well.
Well, an Easter egg could be anything. It could be a name taken from somewhere as a nod to a fantasy series, or
Ooh.
a show, or a person that you know. It could just be a blurb of text in a book that your character finds, right? So you can have Easter eggs in a lot of different ways.
Let's talk about Sable, because I think the implications of Sable. How did you arrive at creating that development platform, and anything that you want to say about it that would be useful is
It was a
so.
long, winding process. We did
Yeah.
It
not
like
intend
it,
it to be what it is now.
it spiraled out as like, wait, we can make this game. We need to have it so other people can make games like this as well. Like, this is our mission.
Yeah, exactly that really. So, like Thaddeus said earlier, I think it started off as just a basic. We said, you know what? It can be quite difficult without tools like Unity or the many tools that sighted people have to kind of build maps and stuff
Yes.
like that. And and one of the things is sometimes there can be quite basic maps because of that. So we decided to just build a tool to create maps, and that was originally how Sable kind of started. Um, and then we were like, wow, do you know what? If we could add other bits to the map, and before you knew it, it extended, and we kind of realized that something we were missing from the audio games community was really a lot of tools. There's not a lot of tools. There are a few,
Paul's clipping.
but nothing.
Yep.
Am
Would
I
you mind just
clipping?
repeating that one of the things that you felt was missing from? Could you just start that over?
Yeah. So one of the things we felt was missing was there was a lack of design tools within the blind community for audio games, and that's where we kind of suddenly thought, well, if we're building this for us, why don't we actually build something for the whole community? And we stopped and we thought about it, and we thought, well, what isn't there at the moment? And there are a couple of basic scripting languages, but we thought what we're kind of missing is a tool for people that can't code.
Right.
And we thought created something that involved no whatsoever, kind of almost like a menu. And it's not a drag and drop system, but because obviously being blind, we can't necessarily use a mouse like that. But I would kind of describe it as a similar sort of thing to that. It's heavily menu driven, but you can create your own world, add buildings, NPCs, storylines, interactable objects. And it just kept growing and growing and growing. And then we had to add the RPG mechanics like battles, magic systems,
Right.
and all the other stuff that goes with an RPG. And yeah, like I say, it originally started out as just this basic tool to create a very basic map to save you having to code that in, hard code it. But it ended up being an entire sort of set of tools to allow somebody with absolutely no coding abilities whatsoever to be able to just pick up our software and go and build a game that they can play.
Why was that important to you? Was that something that came about because of the feedback you were getting on your previous game? Why was it important for you to make sure that it was folks that didn't have coding experience?
So I think there's a lot of really talented, creative individuals within the blind community, but coding isn't for everyone. It's quite
Absolutely.
it's a skill that takes a lot of work, and just not it takes a lot of time. And we just felt there was potentially a lot of people that had a lot of great stories in their mind. A bit like Justin when we first met, and he said, I can't code, but I've got some great story ideas. And the idea was that I would originally just create this for us, so I could
Right.
build something that he could go and turn his games and storylines into with with the code that I was kind of creating to make the game. And we thought, well, why not extend this out to the community? If people like Justin have great ideas, and sure enough, there are a ton of people out there that've got all these great stories, but no outlet to turn them into games. And I think in the sighted community, there are various tools that you could use to create a game. I think RPG Maker's one that comes to mind. That sort of
Right.
people, I've never played it myself, but people say there's similarities to the concept of what Sable's trying to do, but from an audio standpoint, and yeah, we just wanted to sort of really give something back to the community, give people an opportunity that have always wanted to build a game, but maybe just not had the coding skills to do it, to give them a tool so they could turn their own story into a game, basically.
Absolutely. Thaddeus, were you going to say something about how you feel about Sable?
Um, I like Sable. Honestly, it's been a pleasure working with the engine and seeing Paul, because this was his first big project, and it's been a pleasure seeing how he's been able to develop and come up with these features for us. Like there was one, we kind of kept it a secret from Justin until the end because he kept saying we need a z-axis, we need a z-axis, and Paul's like, it's not doable. But I came to him and I'm like, hey Paul, what if we snuck this in? And so Paul
Surprise.
found a way to put in a z-axis into Sable, and for Justin's birthday, bam, here's a map for you. By the way, check your coordinates.
Explain for the lay people what a z-axis is.
Apologies, a z-axis. So normally you have your x and your y on a map. So you're think of a graph. You're going up and down, and you're going left and right. A z-axis would be if you had a second graph overlaid on top of the first. So you're going up onto the second graph, or level 2 of the z-axis, or the second floor of a building.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense.
No, that totally does. Was he happy?
Oh
Was it
yeah,
a good surprise?
he was ecstatic.
So I think that it can't be understated how valuable having a platform for other gamers and storytellers to create is. I really do believe on a personal level that it's the future. You see any modern games, they always have now user created content. For maybe it's a little bit more self-serving for those non-independent games people, because it's like, hey, we'll get those, that we'll get the users or the gamers to make games for us and then we'll monetize it. But being able to do so on a scale for which you can create accessible games, I just like hats off to you with Sable. I can't wait to see a demo on it if we can make that happen. Those who are part of the GeekBeacon Fest and are watching this on the day of GeekBeacon Fest, I hope that you love the demo for it. And I think that I would like to kind of dive into what about visually impaired game devs out there. What advice would you give to a member of the blind community who's interested in looking to code? Are you hiring now? Are you hiring? Or how do they make it a career? Where should they go?
So I think it's very much an individual journey, and it kind of depends on what you want to do. Gaming's a very difficult thing to code because there's so much going on that you've got to deal with,
Right.
and sort of think about when you're considering a game. And again, I guess it starts with what language you want to write in, what you feel comfortable with. And I guess the key takeaway for me is pre-planning and making sure, and I don't think maybe we did enough of that in Evan Sky Studios. We kind of had an idea, and like I say, it evolved. The current build is really just a proof of concept, just to put out to the community to see if the community wants a set of tools like this, and to gain feedback on what they like, what they didn't like. And we hope to write a second generation of the tools, basically based around the user feedback that we've gathered from this proof of concept. So, what did people like? And we did a public alpha release back in 2020 when we weren't planning on doing it, but when the pandemic hit us so suddenly, obviously everyone was, stuck inside. And we thought, well, do you know what? We were going to do a private test with maybe 5 or 10 people. And we said, well, why don't we put it out to everyone? And, just sure, it's only an alpha, so it's going to be buggy, but let's let everyone have, I think we gave them a month or 2 months, I can't remember now, just to, give them something to do while everyone was in lockdown, and it was a difficult time. And, people really enjoyed it. And, I had people emailing me saying, do you know what, I always wanted to write a game, and since I lost my sight, I never thought it would be possible. And, you've given me a tool to do that. And we took everyone's feedback, and Sable has grown incredibly since that demo, based purely on the feedback given during that public alpha. And we've just put out the proof of concept now, and this will kind of be this is it for the proof of concept. We put it out for 8 weeks for people to test. We're going to take on board the feedback, and then we hope to write a second generation of our tools, but hopefully a more complex, more features. But basically, the key thing to us is the community. Sorry?
More intricate.
Yeah,
in
more intricate.
all ways possible.
Sorry?
I said intricate in more ways possible. Sorry, I'm not coming through very well.
Oh, no, I just didn't hear you. Sorry, my apologies. But yes, so we hope to kind of, basically, we want to build it for the community. So it's all about the feedback we get. Like I say, this was always originally designed just as a bit of a prototype, which we're now calling just our proof of concept. And yeah, it's really just about seeing what people like, what ideas they have. And again, we did a lot of that with the public alpha last year. Lots of people had these great ideas, and I'd like to think it's a lot better now because of the community feedback. So feedback's really key, I think, in development. Getting the feedback from your users. It's not just about what I like or what Thaddeus or Justin likes, but it's about what the community wants and what they want to see at the end of the day.
I just wanted to say that I'm so I was just touching on how I'm so thankful for the way that game development has gone from a technical standpoint, where early access is a thing. And because back in the day, when we had the Quakes and the Dooms, they made a thing, they put it out there, and it essentially they could get all the feedback they wanted, but the game was done,
Yeah.
So you're would it be fair to say that this is kind of a call for, hey, try out our alpha? We'd like to have as much feedback as possible to how, are you looking for contributions? Do you have a GitHub out there? What do you envision the future of Sable being, and what would you like us to help you with?
For right now,
help us help you.
Sorry. For right now, I think it would just be the feedback. So if anyone has feedback on whether it's interface, whether it's the way that classes are set up, or anything, we'd like to hear it so we know what should we improve on in V2.
Absolutely.
Because we want to make this easy to use, we want to make it simple to use, while at the same time granting people the capability to make their games with a certain level of complexity to them.
And is this and is Sable intended for anyone to use it, or is it more for people who have low vision or vision impaired? Basically, it takes a village of everyone to give feedback, so I assume.
The current version does not have any visuals to it. However, I believe that version 2 is possibly going to. It's actually hard to say how that's going to work, because we're just in the, we're going to be doing the planning stage first, so we'll be discussing what we want. I personally would be for adding the visual aspect in terms of people can see the text that's being read out, because like you say, inclusivity is important.
Absolutely.
If we're making games for us and we're talking about inclusivity, then we'd be hypocrites to not be inclusive towards you know, other communities who want help developing games as well, like maybe deafblind or deaf
Right.
community members. Apologies.
Well, I'm actually thinking of, I have some roots in a lot of open hardware spaces. So I'm thinking of like haptic feedback and using like the sense of touch. Do you have any code that factors that in? Would you like code that factors that in? Do you have is there a GitHub for people? Is it open source? Let's get a little more technical with it here.
It's not open source right now.
Okay.
Code regarding touch, I personally have never played with it. I'm not sure if Paul has. Paul can discuss what Paul knows how to code. But for me personally, I've never played with it. I'd be open to trying it out. I'd need something I could test it with. So whatever device that would require, I'm honestly not very familiar with that sort of thing to begin with. But
Absolutely.
I would definitely be open personally.
So, and it sort of takes it a little bit away from Sable at the moment, but for the moment, there isn't anything in there in the way of sort of haptic that we use. But it does open up an interesting question. So particularly for the new PS5 controllers, so they have their new super advanced haptic feedback that I think they've got a technical name for it, but I'm not sure what it is. But I went round to my little brother's house the other day, and he was playing a game, and actually the haptic feedback was great because as you walked over grass, it actually tried to imitate the feeling of grass. When it rained, you could feel little taps on the controller to emulate the fact that it was raining in the area you were in. And and this was just in a normal sighted mainstream game, nothing specific for audio games. And I think potentially that. And I don't know how that'll work. So, from a technical level, I'm not sure. But it's an interesting concept that you could build stuff like that into this kind of more advanced controller technology that we're now seeing that could potentially be used for the purpose of accessibility. Like when you get closer to a building, for instance, maybe vibrations that get stronger so you know you're coming up to a wall or a collision. And potentially I could see how, mainstream developers could maybe incorporate the haptic feedback, especially now it's so detailed and specific, into potentially their games to add further accessibility to them. It'd be interesting to see what a game like The Last of Us Part 3, if there is ever going to be such thing, whether they would incorporate something like that into that using the new PS5 controllers.
I actually play with a lot of accessible modifications, be it the haptic feedback response as well as it's actually the inverse. So rather, I have issues with differentiating hearing. So I like play Fortnite, for instance, and I can't really hear if something is coming at me from the right or left. So I actually do the inverse. I need the visual cues to show me. So I actually show the footprints basically on the screen. So, but from I've just all of the developments that they've come. That's why I want you guys to try Johann Sebastian, because it's an audio and it's also a haptic feedback, and it's an indie game that they use in the Move controllers. But it would be really cool to see what we can do with that from a technical standpoint. But I think what you're doing with Sable is great, and the alpha is where can we start working on, start trying out this right now? Tell me.
Thaddeus?
You can get it for our website. It's www.ebonskystudios.com. And if you need
Put it on the screen.
for that, that's EBONSKYSTUDIOS.com. Just because I've had some people actually ask, how do you spell Ebonsky?
Yeah, fair enough. Where does that name come from?
The name came, I believe it was from a D&D game that Justin had played when he was a lot younger. I think that was the name of the campaign itself. Also regarding the the alpha test, or the proof of concept rather, because that's technically what it is. It would be easier, instead of clicking through the website to find it, you can get it off of our Facebook, and also there's a Twitter post. You could just search Ebon Sky Studios on Facebook or Twitter, and it will be on there.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to borrow too much of your time. That was an hour's worth, so we can go a little bit over. I know that there'll be a lot of questions that come from this re-airing of this panel. So if we had some questions on the panel, where would we direct them to? Do you have a forum or email? Where can we find you?
So email is probably the best place to reach us, or Facebook, or would you say Twitter, Thaddeus?
Twitter as well. I'm fine with Facebook or Twitter, and Paul usually handles our email.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to email any questions, or if they want to know more, they can reach us at info@ebonskystudios.com.
Absolutely.
And they'll most of the time get me there, or Thaddeus looks after our social media, so Facebook and Twitter.
Oh, you say look after. I don't do much to it. I'm still trying to learn how to manage social media. It's thrown into
social media. Social media is hard, but you did look after this panel, and I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of it. I'm trying to remember who said, like, a winner is a dreamer that never gives up, and it's just so wonderful. I think it was Nelson Mandela. So it's so wonderful to see that you had, from the dream of, making games and then learning them and building a team together, and now you have a game and a platform for people to, muse on their own. I so appreciate it, and I know that everyone out there will too. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having us, Nixie.
Hail open sourcers! Welcome to GBF, our first ever conference brought to you by GeekBeacon. If you're not familiar with GeekBeacon, it's a space that initially came from my YouTube channels, but then grew exponentially. We're now an open community with the goal of making the world a better place through shared knowledge and technology. Whether you love coding, sci-fi, Gundam, we're here to help you express your nerddoms in whatever form. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
This is a formal invitation to Soldier Knows Best. Hail open sourcers! Welcome to GBF, our first ever conference brought to you by GeekBeacon. If you're not familiar with GeekBeacon, it's a space that initially came from my YouTube channels, but then grew exponentially. We're now an open community with the goal of making the world a better place through shared knowledge and technology. Whether you love coding, sci-fi, Gundam, we're here to help you express your nerddoms in whatever form they take. We also have a segment of our community called Squirrel Army. We lovingly refer to it. If you're anywhere on the neurodiversity scale, we're here for you, and we welcome you to come by and visit. We've worked on several OSS conferences over the past 3 years. And we've enjoyed participating in every one of them. We were already doing so much of the work and being so stressed out that we thought that we should have our own conference.
Exactly. Both of those conferences had such a different take on OSS. One conference was using just about everything OSS. It was crazy how many tools we were using. I think we had everything from IRC, Telegram, Jitsi, Matrix. We were using every OSS tool we could think of. It was hectic, but we had a lot of fun. Another con was running on Zoom and Slack. It kind of worked too, but it wasn't really as open. I mean, sure, we're using Zoom, which has its issues, but the message and content where sharing with the world is free and open.
So let's focus on that, right? Free and open and the messaging there. I want to get this out of the way. We are not interested in gatekeeping. Okay, everyone is welcome to learn the power of open source. Whether you be a power user or an end user, GeekBeacon fights for the users, and we want to focus on that. I also want to especially concentrate on these tough times and how isolated we've been. We're now more alone than ever, and I think that OSS conferences could really do better in highlighting the mental health issues that come about from that, and just generally being in tech. So we actually have an entire day dedicated to that, to accessibility, and we couldn't really do this without the help of our sponsors. So taking a chance on us for our first ever conference, I want to thank Sessionize. They are the schedule that you see right now is powered by Sessionize. O'Reilly is going to hook us up with some books. Dust Keyboards is going to help us out, giving away 3 keyboards, and the iode open phone technology, they're going to help our European users with a phone. So and of course I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the Linux Foundation. Thank you guys so much for offering a code to help us learn more about the open source world that we all endeavor to live in.
Without further ado, Dalia Saper will be speaking next. She served as an adjunct professor of entertainment and internet law at Loyola University, as well as founding her own law firm. Today, she'll be teaching us how to protect our code, the legal consideration.
Community at large, I have an invitation for you to be part of an epic adventure and tell you a story live. You see, you'll be the first ones to see it, actually. I've kept it a secret for 6 years. So let's go back to a few years back? A few years back, I wanted to try something different in my content creation journey, so I kicked off an absolutely massive project, and I poured my heart and my soul into it. I called it Geeks Abroad, where I traveled the world with my co-host and my best friend. For months, we worked hard filming us on location at geeky places like a Comic-Con in Italy. We presented on stage at a gaming expo in Switzerland. We danced with robots in China and watched an epic robot battle in Japan. Everything was amazing. There was only one problem. Nobody saw it. Until now. Thankfully, I admitted I needed help and asked for it. Hey, Riffle Brothers, would you accept this challenge?
Hey brother, let's have some fun.
Equipment loadout! Good evening, everybody, and today I'm going to be teaching you how to operate Discord. In this video, I will show you how to know the difference between voice channels and text channels, as well as setting up your microphone audio inputs, how to adjust your gain on your microphone through Discord, how to mute yourself, deafen, share your screen, show a video, like, personal webcam, anything like that. So let's start off with a text channel. Say you're looking for a text channel inside of GeekBeacon's Discord. Anything with a hashtag beside it is what a text channel is. So if you see a hashtag here, all these are text channels. You click on it, and there you have it. You're inside of a text channel. But let's say you want to go into a voice channel. Anything with this audio logo, the one that looks like the audio logo on your Windows taskbar, is a voice channel. All you have to do to join it is click on it, and now you're inside of a voice channel. But let's say you want to share something on your screen. There's two buttons at the bottom, the one that says screen and one that says video. To share your screen, all you have to do is click on screen. From here, you can choose whichever one you want via either applications or screen itself. So let's say I want to share the same Discord window that I'm on right now. All you have to do is click on it. From here, you can choose your quality, resolution, frame rate, then click on Go Live. Now, as you can see, I am currently sharing my window, which is Discord. If you want to stop that, all you have to do is click on either the X here that says Stop Streaming, or click on Screen, click on Stop Streaming. Now, let's say you want to turn on your video. To do that, all you have to do is click on Video, and that's it. Your camera will turn on. Mine's currently not turning on because it's being used by something else. Alright, let's go ahead and go into how to adjust microphone gain, choose your output, input, whatever it might be. So to do that, all you have to do is click on voice and video. And from here, you can choose your input device and your output device. Most of the time it's set to default because it defaults to the system's preference. So mine is actually like, this Studio 24C. The same thing for the default as well. It's still the Studio 24C. But if you ever want to choose something, all you have to do is click on this drop down and choose from the selection on both sides. Now, let's go ahead and talk about input volume. From here, you can adjust how loud your microphone is, which you can set that to whatever until you get the best results. As for output volume, it's the same thing. You can go up and down until it's the best results. Now, if you need to choose a web camera, all you have to do is scroll down until you see video settings. Choose the web camera you would like to use. And then after that, if you need to test it, click on Test Video. Again, mine's going to be blank because there's nothing there. Alright, and as something else as well is muting and deafening. Muting, when you click on it, what it does is it mutes you so you cannot speak in Discord. And with deafening, what it does is it mutes you, and it also mutes the audio coming from the voice channel you are in, so that way you can't hear anything and you can't speak. And for the final thing, we'll talk about noise suppression. What noise suppression does is it actually helps with picking up, or not picking up, it helps mitigate any noise coming from the background. So all you have to do is you click on this weird looking waveform icon right here, make sure this is checked, and then you click on Test. As you can see from that little test there, it actually suppressed all the noises. Thank you, and have a good day. Good evening, everybody.
All right. Good to see everybody back here. Hi, I'm Brad from Shiny Tech Things, where we tech things seriously. And just a quick bio about myself. I'm a mega nerd and IT pro, also parent, husband, and I live and love IT. I founded leadadmin.org, so that's 1337admin.org, and also Shiny Tech Things YouTube channel to help teach technology to others while documenting some of my crazy projects along the way. And currently, I am a systems analyst, and I volunteer on the weekends. Now, before we get into the next panel here, just had some questions in regards to what you guys are looking for in particular with the challenges you personally have with accessibility. in your daily life. And one thing that I use myself is Brain FM, and that is an app that basically uses like alpha and beta and theta waves or whatever to help you deal with stress or to aid in concentration. And that's just what I've personally used, and it seems to be works well for me at least. Let's see if anybody can put any questions here. How many 3D printers do I have? Right now, I just have one 3D printer. It's the FlashForge Creator Pro. It's good to be back. Thanks for having me. Well, the FlashForge, it is a dual extruder printer. You can kind of see it behind me here. But unfortunately, I haven't had enough time to really dig into printing out of both extruders at the same time yet. But for the most part, I use it just to print out a lot of stuff for wall mounting pretty much everything. It's very handy. So if you do need an excuse to get a 3D printer from a spouse or significant other, then you could say, well, all this stuff that's kind of laying around, we pretty much make our own wall mounts and put stuff up. Helps you clean your office. So for the next question on what kind of IT pro am I, basically just a generalist, I guess, because I do handle quite a bit of things. Anything from IT security down to creating and managing virtual infrastructure to installing an access point, troubleshooting Wi-Fi, pretty much everything. So very general. So Nixie says here that I do have a problem with tech constantly multiplying. Yes, it breeds in my office. So for burnout, for me, it's kind of different, I guess. Like, I don't get burnt out as easy as some, I guess, but definitely do need some downtime here and there, and will occasionally just stay kind of out of town or whatever and take a weekend of downtime, although we'll still have access to Wi-Fi. At least throughout the day, I do have a standing desk, and so when I am doing some very intense sprints for long periods of time, then I will raise and lower the desk so that I'm not just hunched over my keyboard the whole time with bad posture, throwing out stuff in my neck and back, and needing chiropractic care to recover. So there's that too. So did you face a situation where you can't have this timeout while having a burn down episode? I'm not sure on that. So are you asking like when I'm just dropped in the middle of a fire, like how do I handle that? I've experimented with some of the different mental health apps. My biggest complaint, though, is that there's always some kind of, at least the ones that I've tried, have always had a paywall in front of it. And it's like, okay, you can have this free trial, but we're going to hold your credit card or whatever on ransom here and just charge it in 3 days or 7 days or whatever. The Brain FM app I got a long time ago. I don't remember which website I got it off of, but it was like a lifetime membership to it for pretty cheap. and it does have some like focus and calm down and power naps and stuff, and I do like that. It does seem to help me, especially when I'm either sleep deprived and I need to power nap and recover quickly, or just to kind of stay focused. It seems to help me a bit with that. And for any like hints, I guess, for mental health app for anxiety, the only one that I've really used is the Brain FM, although I'm not quite sure it falls completely in that category. And anything that I do regularly is definitely stretching, and that seems to help quite a bit, at least physically. And I see a question here for, oh, sorry. So the Marvel or DC, that's a tough one. That's like asking the question of, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Like, I don't know if there's really an answer to that. So with burnout during the pandemic, if you wouldn't have guessed, I'm more of a indoor person with access to Wi-Fi and Ethernet kind of guy. So being stuck indoors isn't really stressful for me, I guess, as many people might go stir crazy. So for me, it's just different because I, prefer indoors. Well, also living in the Phoenix area, you can't really go outside half the year anyways, or your shoes will melt and adhere to the pavement as you're walking around, kind of thing. So there's that as well. Kind of with the Brain FM app, it has some features like that it's again, you have like the alpha, beta, theta waves or whatever with some kind of music to help you get into like a meditation trance type state. And again, I mean, that's what I've used. Do you guys have any apps that you have tried yourselves that don't have paywalls? Yeah, for mental health apps, yes. So if you were to get started with your own home lab, the cheapest ways to start out would be like Craigslist, OfferUp, and I want to say it's Lab Gopher. It's been a while. So labgopher.com is like a sub search engine for eBay, where you just start to kind of define the parameters of either like your price range or your CPUs or CPU pass mark scores, your RAM and storage, and so on. And then it will go ahead and filter for you on eBay, and you can check out those deals as well too. But because it can be very expensive to ship stuff, a lot of times you're going to get much better deals locally. So again, Craigslist and OfferUp. Mercari is another one that seems to be decent, but I haven't really found much stuff for like home labs on there. Mostly Craigslist and OfferUp. All right, so next question. So how do you spend your days off or a day off? If we can put that up here from Flobo. There we go. Usually doing tech things or cleaning. also shooting videos and stuff for my YouTube channel for Shiny Tech Things. And I've even shot some videos of me cleaning, like behind my TV, and doing some cable management and just cleaning stuff out.
Hey, what's up, Shiny? How you doing?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Pretty good, man. So I want to kind of jump back to that whole home lab conversation, that question, right? So let's say someone wants to get a NAS, wants to get, let's say, I don't know, maybe a couple servers, right? So going down a cheap route, let's say they have a budget of $500-$600. Okay. Budget of $500-$600. You said a couple of sites, but what do you recommend hardware wise?
So that is a great question, but I have more questions for you. Do you have proper cooling, or where's it going to be stored? What's the ambient temperature and humidity? What's the general environment around it, first off?
So probably in a basement usually, because it's cooler in the basement, right? We'll use general fans because most of the servers come with nice high-end fans, even though it's company grade, but they're still good fans, right? So let's say general fans in a basement in a server rack with a vent, like a vent shaft that'll lead outside.
Okay. Okay, and then do you care about sound, and what about power usage, and what are you going to be using it for?
So sound won't really be too much of a problem because it'll be in the basement. And let's say me, for example, I'll be upstairs, right? Okay. And as for power consumption, I mean, there's nothing you can really do. I mean, you can kind of help out a little bit with power consumption to some extent, but in the end, you're still going to have to pay the bill.
Yes, but if power is a concern, then I would recommend looking at like Haswell and newer architecture if you're going with Intel chips, just because there's significant power savings between that and, say, especially like the Nehalem, the first gen, i-series. If you look at like the desktop, the consumer chips, right? Because then you have the consumer chips, and then you got the Xeon chips, and they're the families are they share a lot of stuff. But anyways, with when you start to go from like Nehalem to Sandy Bridge, and then Ivy Bridge, and then Haswell, you're going to see improvements in power and also speed as well, with each newer generation. So the newest generation that you can get at whatever price point that you're looking at is typically going to be better for power usage. The exception to that is that, I mean, there are some chips that just are power hungry. So it just depends on what all you're looking to run. So on your servers, what are you going to be running on your server, your home lab?
So let's say I'm going to use Proxmox as my hypervisor, right? And then from there, I would go through, let's say, run Ubuntu for most of my things. So Rancher, Jellyfin, which is an open media server, and then Radar, Sonar, Deluge, all that stuff. That's the basis of it. That, and maybe we could run a Unify gateway on there as well, like the back end, the website, and everything like that. That's probably about as much as I'd go for.
So I would probably recommend going with a like an E3 Xeon. So it's going to be much closer spec-wise to like the consumer, i5, i7 type chips, and mainly because it doesn't seem like that you really need the horsepower of like an E5 Xeon.
Yeah. What do you recommend memory-wise then too? Because I mean, even though like with video encoding, right? So Xenons, they're okay at video encoding, but you kind of chew up a lot of memory.
So you're talking just to re-encode through, because I use Plex. So for that, there are a couple of Xeons. You gotta look up the model numbers that do have the built-in Iris GPUs. Depending on what you're using to stream it with, whether or not it has hardware acceleration available. So with Plex, you have to have the Plex Pass,
right?
But you can use, even like a cheap Celeron, and that's how a lot of people use, like consumer NASs as a Plex server, and it can run very well because when you have that family of a chip, so even down to like the Celeron up to the i7, you can, a lot of times within that family of chips that are released, you'll have the same integrated GPU. So the only time that you would benefit on having a more powerful processor is that if you're doing more stuff on that hardware, mainly with virtualization. So there's that to consider as well.
Awesome, man. I really appreciate all the information you just gave me, and to everybody else that's watching right now.
Oh, Flobo said Facebook Marketplace. I completely forgot about that.
Thanks again, man. I appreciate it.
All right, so do we have some other questions that we want to put up, or are we ready to proceed with the next panel? All right, so up in the next panel here will be accessibility by design. Current methods of making games accessible are typically afterthoughts and external to the game. They are through the use of often over-designed user interface systems, and the next phase of accessibility in gaming will be done through design in an internal and deliberate manner. Brian is creating games built around the concept of full accessibility, including complete blindness through targeted and intentional design. Now, Brian Fairbanks started work in gaming as a sound engineer and a composer, eventually transitioning over to game development. Teaching himself programming and other skills, during this transition, Brian discovered an audience in gaming that shared his love for audio, blind gamers. He soon began toying with a game that, while visually remained fully blind, accessible through audio mechanics. Brian's Lost and Hound game has received financial support in the form of grants from his local government, statewide advocacy and funding initiative organizations, and the gaming company Epic. He has spoken on accessibility locally, nationally, and internationally at large gaming and technology conferences as well. So we'd like to go ahead and bring in Brian Fairbanks.
Hi, my name is Brian, and this presentation is Reframing Accessibility in Gaming. It's about how, despite the fact that games are more accessible than ever, we still have a long way to go. And I'm going to go over where we are, where we're going, and outline some strategies of how we can kind of do a better job for everybody. My Twitter is right there. I'll also share it at the very end. I am an audio freelancer, a game dev, and accessibility evangelist. I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. So things to keep in mind during this presentation are good accessibility serves everyone. I'm gonna show you how, and that's kind of why I called this reframing, because that's not really what we think about it right now. We think about accessibility kind of like charity. It's like, oh, that's so good that you're helping people, and we need to look at it differently. That attitude is great, but it's not sustainable, and I'm gonna show you that in a bit. Number two, accessibility is really just customization. It's customizing how people get to play the game. Everybody does that. Everybody wants to kind of play the game the way they've decided is best for them, and we do that through accessibility. I'll be illustrating that too. Number three, good accessibility is it's about forethought. Good accessibility isn't requiring more time and energy from developers who are already strapped for both. It's just asking for it a little bit earlier in the process, a lot earlier in the process. As soon as the design phase begins, accessibility needs to be, at the very least, on the minds of the developers. So I am an audio freelancer, I said that. I am a self-taught programmer and accessibility evangelist. I started out doing audio stuff, loved it. Audio things for games, I absolutely loved it. And I went on to teach myself programming because I had a lot of ideas that the only way I was going to see them come to fruition was to do it myself. And a lot of those ideas were about accessibility, and particularly the audio connection with the blind gaming community, which you're also going to learn a bit about today. Why should we talk about this? Consumers are the ones that get companies to change, right? This, accessibility revolution, it's going to come from us. It's going to come from the loud, able-bodied gamers of the world. Accessibility, it serves everybody. And I'll get into that soon. Accessibility is a buzzword. It's too easily satisfied by things like toggleable font size. I see this a lot in the industry. I see people will be like, oh, users can make our font size bigger. We did it. We solved accessibility. It's over. There's other work to do. You've really. It has to be about the actual gameplay. It has to be about mechanics. Accessibility can't be only things that are kind of clumsily retrofitted onto a finished product. And that's really the only way we've looked at it. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this, is we need to do it earlier. We need to fuse accessibility with core mechanics. So I will show you exactly what I'm doing in terms of that. Why focus on low vision and blindness? That's my big focus. And again, it's because of my audio freelancer history, and how that ties into how blind people play games, because they need to receive absolutely everything in the game through audio. Number one, nobody else is doing this. Nobody else that I know of is deciding to focus on making games that able-bodied people can play and don't know that they're being created with blind people in mind, and that's what I'm doing. I love playing with audio mechanics. Number two, their audio mechanics go burr. So I'm making two games, and the kind of mechanics of the games are all based around audio in a very natural setting. Number three, it's the only disability that has almost no access to mainstream sighted games. Blind gamers had to create their own genre audio games due to how poorly we as an industry have met their needs. That is unparalleled. If you think about it, we able-bodied sighted people have done such a poor job to provide a gaming culture, atmosphere, whatever, like gaming spaces for blind people. They had to go do it themselves. That's a real indictment on how poorly we've met their needs, and it needs to change. So I mean, this kind of leads us to the thought of entertainment privilege. The accessible entertainment that blind people have access to is audio-described movies and television. There are not many, but Netflix is doing a great job. Audiobooks, tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons, stand-up comedy, music, and Twitter. Things that are not accessible, the internet is not that accessible. There are a lot of web pages that don't come through a screen reader very easily, despite the fact that it's law in the US and in some other places that they have to. Sports are not that accessible. Theater, most movies and television lack audio descriptions. Instagram is visually based. It's not accessible. Video games, largely not accessible. So just the fact that most of us can play games is a form of privilege, and we have to kind of keep that in mind. This one has a lot of numbers and stats and stuff. I'm not going to go over it, really. I'm just going to say, if you just trust me, and all the sources are there so you can come back and check if you don't trust me. So there's a number that represents the amount of low vision and blind people in the world. There's a number that represents the percentage of the population that buys games, right? So if we took that percentage and applied it to the number of legally blind people in the world, and if we only talk about English speaking for now, because I'm trying to, sell this idea to devs that this is something that will help them, and a lot of devs don't have the budget for translation services in the beginning. That's a different conversation. I'm not saying it's not important, it's just not what we're talking about then we've got a block of 6.5 million English-speaking gamers just waiting for accessible games. English-speaking blind or low-vision gamers in the world. That is a massive audience that is literally just waiting for developers to build them a bridge. And it's crazy that we've ignored that as an industry, as a community. It's nuts. Example of this is there's a mobile game, and I think it was on PC as well, Solara, and it was just a cute little castle builder, resource management game, and it came out with an update that made the money, the energy, the food, all the things that you have to manage in a resource management game. They all could be told visually, and you navigate where your attention is through audio. So it essentially just has a screen reader on mobile and on PC, and it made a lot of money. It was free to play. It had microtransactions. It made a lot of money because suddenly there was a game blind people could play, and word spread, and they all started playing it. So this is good business. We're gonna get to that in a minute, but accessibility will make developers money, and that's something we don't talk about. So the design of it, the reason it's important is it made time and reflexes irrelevant. That's really important in accessibility. If you can find a way to make time and resources irrelevant, suddenly so many more people can play. Very receptive developer. The developer listened. The developer was constantly talking to people, constantly implementing good ideas. And it was the only casual, accessible game of its time. The only one, no competition at all among blind people for this game. I mean, it's just good business. Accessibility is also tailoring the experience to the player. This goes back to the thing that I said, keep in mind. Accessibility is just customization. It's saying, I want to play this game my way. Well, able-bodied people do too. Uncharted 4 has a one-handed option used by 1/3 of their players. Into the Dead has an alternative control scheme used by 75% of their players. Ghost has a no-deaf mode used by 50% of their players. Infernium has more sales in 2 days after an accessibility patch than in the 2 weeks after launch. So it was patched to be much more accessible, and suddenly a lot more people played. It's not a coincidence. Spider-Man had the highest Metacritic score of all time at the time. This is the Spider-Man. I think it was just called Spider-Man, or The Adventures of Spider-Man. It's the one. It's the one that came out before Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and it was considered the highest Metacritic score of all time, 98, I think, and it was also considered the best accessibility options of all time until The Last of Us Part 2 came out. Again, not a coincidence. The more people can change about how they play the game, the more people will play the game. What's the takeaway from this? Accessibility is good business. So this is really kind of getting into it here. One of my favorite games is Rebuild 3. And it's like a city manager, but it's also like defends from zombie attacks and stuff. And something that's noteworthy is that you can change the game mode. You can put it on timed, so it's sort of like a real-time strategy game, or you can make it turn-based. And that tiny little tweak suddenly makes it a lot more accessible, because people with disabilities that get in the way of fast reflexes, like cognitive impairment or muscular impairment, suddenly they don't have to worry about time anymore. That's really huge. We'll skip down to, we've got skill wall games, Souls-like games where difficulty is defined by failure. That's a big problem for a lot of people with disabilities. Information delivered only visually or orally, that's not a great thing. I mean, Pokemon has always been great in terms of giving you audio information of what you're seeing. Every monster has a unique sound. Footsteps are all different, all the materials you step on, and this is even going back to like when it was on DS. And they were one of the first games to do this, where it had unique material sound everywhere. That was a big deal. Pokemon Crystal, if you want to look it up further, is a mod on one of the earlier Pokemon games, and it's blind accessible because the audio is so thorough. That is awesome. And we mentioned this before, lack of foresight. Accessibility is most often considered after a game is done, clumsily and poorly retrofitting accessibility measures after everything else has been done. So this is where we are right now, and this is blind accessibility.
Be enough. I might not be able to do anything, but I'm going to hit C for cards. If I hit B,
you have no summoned minions.
No summoned minions on my table, so I can't do that. So I can hit C.
Hand.
Let's look at our hand.
Berserker 1 of 4. 5 mana.
Can't play that.
Arcane Intellect 2 of 4. 3
mana. Can't play that.
Mirror Entity 3 of 3 mana.
Can't play that.
Arcane Anomaly 4 of 4.
Arcane Anomaly.
1 mana.
Oh, I can play this.
2/1.
2/1. What does it do?
After you cast a spell, give this minion +1 health.
Ooh.
Elemental. Minion.
So I can only do it to minions. I'm not going to waste that because I don't have any minions in play. I'm going to end my turn.
You still have valid plays. Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure. I'm going to hit enter.
Turn ended.
There's been a developer who is not paid or associated with Blizzard who has been modding Hearthstone so the blind people can play it. And that is the biggest game in blind gaming right now, biggest AAA game in blind gaming right now, because this guy is just doing this on his own time. It's awesome. Check him out, his Twitter handle's there. 2D fighting games are blind accessible because the audio, again, is thorough, and you can hear where you are on screen. Mortal Kombat 2 has a narrated menu.
Let's try Conquer. Can we access this?
Story. Towers of Time.
Yo, so it's reading the main menus, like all the main stuff.
Classic Towers. Crypt. Story. Towers of Time.
Obviously, we can access those.
Crypt. Conquer. Fight. Custom. Learn. Practice.
Madden, this is something that EA is doing that's awesome, is they have somebody, I think Karen Stevens is her name, EA Accessible on Twitter, and her job is to just talk to the disabled community and say, you know, how can we better serve you? How are we not doing our job? How can we do it better? That is awesome, and it's exactly what we need to do. Minecraft, if these are bold, it means that the company is doing it internally. If they're not bold, it means somebody external is helping to make this game accessible. Minecraft is accessible through a few mods. Sea of Thieves just recently got screen reader support, which is really cool.
West, southwest, north, southeast, my crew, other crews, settings, leave game, up my crew.
The Last of Us Part 2 was a really big deal, and especially in blind accessible games. It added a lot of things that really helped. That video down there will explain it too. It added narrated text. All text was narrated. Traversal assistance. So if you're approaching a window, the AI is going to assume you want to go through that window, and it will. If this is toggled on, it'll just automatically put you through it. If there's something of interest, it'll give you an audio ping in that like, direction. There are audio games here. These are games that do not have any visuals. They're made by blind people for blind people, and they are very popular in the blind gaming community, but those of us who are able-bodied, probably aren't even aware that this community exists. We'll listen to a hero's call very quickly. This is one of the bigger ones in the blind gaming community. And this is, I think it'll
Hi Brian, so this is the second demo of the day. So this one is showing off how the navigation works in a hero's call. Now, navigation's a little bit different here, so it's a little bit more minimalistic. So there are just 4 radar sounds, which I'm going to quickly show you.
Pause menu.
Let me just bring up the sounds.
Sounds reference.
So firstly,
radar,
if you're walking along and all of a sudden there's an open space, say, to your left, in the left ear it will play the open space sound, which is this. That's the open space sound. Now that'll just play once to let you know there's an open space, and it doesn't then play again. let's say you walk along with that open space to your left, and all of a sudden a building appears on your left. It will then play the closed space radar sound to let you know there's no longer an open space there, so it might be a wall or a building or something like
Radar,
that.
closed space.
And this will sound like this. That just plays once, and again, once that's played, it notifies you there's a building there. If you were to then walk along that building and there was an open space at the other end of the building, once you reach that, it will play the open space sound.
Radar.
There are two other radar
door.
sounds. There's a door sound, which will sound like that.
Radar.
And
unit.
there's a unit sound, which sounds like that, which just...
That was a friend of mine. His name is Paul, and he's blind, and he's very into gaming. And he's explaining how the navigation system works. So you're in this, open world in a 3D world, I guess I should say, in a map, and it will play sounds if there's an open hallway to your right or whatever. I mean, what you just heard, and it's a way of navigating through audio. And again, this is not complicated, but a lot of games for the mainstream audience just don't do it. There's some really incredible technology available to help blind people live with more agency and independence. These two programs are both free. Seeing AI it's a mobile app, and you just hold your phone up to something and it reads what it is. This is how blind people will get their mail without accidentally taking, if they live in an apartment building, without taking a neighbor's mail. It'll tell you what you're looking at in close range, and it is very, very, very precise. Microsoft Soundscape is walking audio Google Maps, essentially. It'll tell you what you're walking by. If you're going to a cafe, you can put it in, and it will kind of lead you there. It'll say 50 steps or whatever, or 50 meters probably more, until you reach this area. We don't have access to that stuff in games. We're behind the cutting edge. Disabled people have access to incredible technology, and we're struggling to give them access to our games. And this is a really big point. The generation that grew up playing original Nintendo will be in nursing homes within 3 decades. Humans tend to develop further disabilities with age, and to meet those needs, the game dev industry has a lot of work to do. So the reason that I'm kind of pointing out all these things that the disabled community has access to is because it's not translating over into the games world. We're behind, and it's only going to get worse because people of my generation who grew up playing Mario on Nintendo, we're going to be getting more disabilities that come with age. We're not going to be able to play games anymore. So you just have to hope that it'll change by then. Accessibility accommodations in gaming. This one's really cool. The Microsoft Adaptive Controller is this very large controller that allows for someone without full muscle control to push buttons, and this just plugs into Xbox. It's also modular. You can see the things along the top row there. So you can get other pieces that go into it, that plug into it, so in case you can't have both hands down in front, or if you need a wider space, it's available. And there's something also for Nintendo Switch. This one doesn't get as much credit because I don't think Hori, which is Hori, which is the name of the company, I don't think they work for Nintendo. I think they're a separate company. That's important because we need these larger companies with the money to start really putting a lot more money into accessibility. Microsoft is great, actually, leading to the next one. It has something called Copilot mode, which allows 2 controllers to stream into one input. So suddenly, games like God of War, I can play with somebody else. I'll handle attacks, they'll handle movement. And this is just a simple software thing. This is something that is very, very, very simple. And it makes 1-player against 2-player, or, yeah, it's great. So now we're getting into the realm of, this is what I'm doing. And this is where I think we need to go. This is my game, Lost and Hound. So this is an example of the core mechanics of the game are fused with accessibility. This is that forethought in action, right? So in my game, in Lost and Hound, you play as a scent tracking dog. and you're rescuing people. You're tracking people down who are lost or in trouble. And to do that, it's non-visual because that's how it is for dogs. They use scent, they use hearing. So it's a very natural application, or a natural setting, I guess, for blind accessibility. So the game is internally kind of wrapped around the notion of full blind accessibility. And not only that, but sighted people and blind people play this game at the same ability level. And you will see that the dog in this game is trying to follow this non-visual scent trail. It's represented by a low humming sound that is directional. So you can hear if you kind of veer off of the path that the person you're tracking is left. You'll hear it kind of go off in your right ear and fade away. So let's listen to that now. Listen to that humming sound. You also see the colors pale a little bit when you step off of the trail, when you lose the scent trail, and that is an accommodation for deafness. Something else in this game is you can press sniff, and it will play an audio kind of ping where you need to be. So if you lose the scent trail, you can sniff to get back to it. And you can see it gives you a little visual hint there too, but only for about half a second. That's again deafness or hearing loss.
Hey Biscuit, over here. This could be one of his toys he dropped. We must be on the right trail.
And it's full of visual cues like that car right there. So this game is really wrapped around the notion of accessibility. Everybody can play. So this one is, so there's a system in the game where you choose a companion dog on each mission to join you, and the companion dogs all represent strategies to mitigate severe disabilities. So if I'm going to choose Luna, which you'll see in this one, and she is, and these are my dogs, by the way, 2 of these are my dogs. So Luna is a sight hound, which I think Weimaraner is. She's part of Weimaraner. And they're sight hounds, which means they track through very careful attention to what they see. And that means that in game, if you have hearing loss or deafness, you choose her, and it will kind of strengthen the strategies that you can use vision to track what you're trying to track down. And we can just watch her do that now. And we'll let it load. You can see those pale colors because we're not on the track. And now they gain vibrance a bit because we're on it. You can hear that low humming. The humming also raises in pitch the closer you get to your target. And that's how blind people will know they're not going backwards. And there's Luna. Now I'm going to pause it here. That is important because you see right around here there are footsteps. They fade away when you get far away, but you can only see those footsteps when you have Luna chosen, which means choosing Luna turns the game from following the scent trail into finding visual clues and kind of exploring and creating this, recreating where this person has walked that you're trying to save. Kind of recreating and following their path through a series of invisible clues that become visible when you get close, but again, only when you choose Luna. And so you see them appear again, those footsteps. And again, here we have visual clues to help everybody just kind of follow the right track. And this is the third example for you. Tiga, who is my other dog, he presents motor control, sensory processing disorder, and cognitive disabilities. So what I spoke to you earlier about removing time as a mechanic, if you're a developer and you can do that in your game, that is a huge step forward in accessibility. Tiga does that in this game. If you're in trouble in another level, then I'm not about to spoil this one, but in another level in Australia, there are very dangerous snakes that you have to avoid. But if you have a muscular disability, you choose Tiga, he'll protect you. So he will chase the snakes away from you. You don't need to do anything. So again, it's at the beginning of each level, there's like one of 4 game modes, essentially, that you're choosing. And they're just very slight alterations, but they do help to accommodate disabilities, very specific disabilities. And you can kind of upgrade them too, so that they will help out even further the more money you spend on their training. You'll see that in the next slide.
Fade quickly, so act fast. Here's a strong gust right now. When it dies down, get going.
So this one here, you're going to hear the sound, the very loud wind, fade for a few seconds. And that's sensory processing disorder. Tiga helps focus, and it lowers all that noise for a few minutes so you can think, or a few seconds so you can think. It should start now. You hear that wind go away, and now it comes back. And you can do that every 10 seconds with him. You'll hear it happen just one more time. That wind is faded to almost nothing as he's focusing. And now it's back up to normal. So that's on button press.
Reckon it'll fade quickly, so act fast.
So here are my 4 dogs. These are the 4 game modes. They're completely locked, and you need to spend money on them like a skill tree to upgrade them. I won't read them out to you other than to just say that this is what I meant in the beginning of the presentation when I said we need to find a way as a community to fuse the mechanics of how we play a game to disabilities, to make your game accessible. This is customization. Even if you're not disabled, you get to choose your favorite way of playing the game. The only difference between my game and other games is that you're not doing it in a menu. You're not toggling, crosshair color. You're choosing how you play the game in the game. So this is another group that I am involved with. Their name's Ebon Sky Studios, and we're making something called Sable, which is game development software for blind people without code. And we're just going to jump right into it. Because
Hi, my name's Paul from. We need to then give the
please enter a rep for the map. This is
map
map
reference. So let's just call it map 1.
Map 1. Enter. Please enter the map length you would like your map to add.
Now we need to set the map size. So let's give it a length of
30. Enter. Please enter the map width you would like
3. 30.
Enter. Please enter the map height you would like.
Because Sable supports a Z-axis, we can also give it a height as well. So let's give it a height of 2.
Enter.
Please select map type.
Okay, the next thing we need to do is select the type of map we want to create. So I'm wanting to create an outdoors map. So
Outdoors map.
Let's select that.
Please select terrain type to fill map width.
Okay,
Press escape to set as
now
default
what we need
terrain.
to do is set the type of terrain that we want the map to be filled with. So there's
Asphalt.
various options in here. Let's use first letter navigation to find grass.
Grass.
So what you're hearing here is my colleague Paul, and he's demonstrating how to make a map in Sable. So it was very overwhelming at the beginning because he was talking and there was the screen reader talking, and for able-bodied people, for people with sight, we're not used to hearing that. We're not used to having to discern voices talking at the same time, so sorry about that. But he's making a map in the game creation software, and he chose the dimensions, he chose the material, he chose the floor, I think he said it was dirt or something at the very end. He chose it was outdoors. So this is really exciting. Sable's awesome. We're so excited about it. It's going to allow for blind people to begin to make their own RPG games without needing to learn code, because code isn't accessible. If any programmer will tell you they've lost hours of their life because a slash was in the wrong place, and suddenly their code was all broken. How would you find that slash if you were blind, other than having to listen to every single piece of code? And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of lines of code in anything. So Sable's awesome. We're also making Crimson Eclipse, which is a dark RPG, fantasy RPG. I'm doing the music and sound for it, and the other guys are handling programming, narrative writing, game design. It is myself in Evan Sky Studios. Is myself and 3 other guys who are blind, and they call me the diversity hire, which always makes me laugh. I'm the only sighted one. I am also making a submarine game with another group of people. And again, it's a natural atmosphere for blind accessibility, because submarines use coordinates and they use sonar and they use depth readouts and things like that. They don't really use vision. And there is vision in it, as you can see, but it's a very natural setting for a blind accessible game that's kind of wrapped around blind accessibility. And I'm just going to read these out in case there are any vision impaired people who are watching. So the lower in the water the player is, the more often one hears metallic clangs that represents pressure on the hub, on the hull. So this is a natural way of giving the player information that they need, which is the depth in the water, but in a natural way. This informs the blind player of their depth in a natural way that is subtle enough not to bother sighted gamers. You hear that little clang? Another one, because we're pretty low in the water. Unique sounds for every function. This is often overlooked. So does ascending. So does descending. Hear how the engine tone is responding to the vertical angle of the sub. This informs a blind player if the sound is low, they'll eventually hit the ocean floor. If it's high, they'll breach the surface. Voice acting and accents add flavor, especially for American players.
Clicks that way. I've marked it on your sonar scouter. The currents are carrying the warm water far from the east, and the rising temperatures seem to be affecting the coral in a big way.
Is your soundscape customizable? Not a vital feature, but it's worth thinking about. Audio spatialized waypoints. So this one's really important. It's something I call the Watson mechanic. So Watson, in the Sherlock Holmes books, he exists for one reason, and it's to not make the reader feel stupid. That's all. That's the only reason he's in the stories. It's very smart. He's there because the reader has questions. How did you come up with that theory? How did you find out who did it? But we can't ask them, obviously, but he can. And they made him a doctor so that we don't feel stupid about it. Like, if this really smart guy doesn't understand how Sherlock Holmes came to the conclusion that he came to, it lets the reader off the hook. And we kind of need to do that, especially for blind gamers or people who may, disability or not, who don't really understand everything that's going on. But the purpose of that applied to blind accessibility is someone who is kind of with you, kind of explaining what's happening, or letting you know what's an external force narrating visuals.
Roger?
Yeah, they look a little bit more bitey to be dolphins. The sharks must have moved in after the temperature rose. And this could cause trouble for the ecosystem.
And for me.
Yeah.
Soundscape attention to detail. There is an underwater sound, which you'll hear in a sec, and then approaching the surface and hearing waves overhead, and then hearing waves pass by as you're on the surface.
Did you boys lose the Colin again? I tell you, the Mighty Blues cannot be beat.
Sharks?
You got a screw loose. There's no Sharks footy team.
No, I mean there's a ton of sharks.
Sonar, mechanic, and toggle. So we created in-game sonar, which I'm really proud of. And it's an in-game solution to informing blind players of the landscape formation. But there are also ways that this will serve sighted players, because there are levels where your vision is kind of removed, like a dark cave. You can see the visuals of the sonar, but in-game you won't be able to. This was just to illustrate it. Do the emotions of your visuals translate into sound? We need to remember that accessibility isn't just about function, it's about aesthetics too. If I'm seeing something really beautiful and breathtaking, we need to give that emotion to the blind people too. So accessibility is really just allowing players to customize nearly every aspect of gameplay to their tastes and abilities. Call to action. You have now been given the quest to take this information out into the world. Steps forward in accessibility will not come from game developers paying close attention to the communities. They'll come from us, the able-bodied masses who make noise and buy the games. Spread the word. Spreading the word can mean retweeting a disabled influencer, disability advocate, even direct communications with developers, or it can mean just talking about this stuff in conversations with friends, colleagues, whatever. Social media sharing is great, but it isn't everything. And this is where you'll encounter the most pushback is we don't need more time and energy. We need time and energy to happen at the beginning. Forethought, that was one of those points in the very beginning. So just to kind of wrap it all up, accessibility is important for you, an able-bodied fan of gaming, because it serves you, even though you may not be disabled. Good accessibility, it makes a game more immersive, it gives you information in multiple ways, but also it's about the community and you know, I'm an able-bodied gamer. I love to play games. I'm way into gaming. I want a whole and healthy community. And if we have games that are shut off to a large portion of the population, that is not a whole and healthy community. In the same vein that, you know, I don't have children, I'm pretty happy paying taxes that are going to pay teachers' salaries because I want to live in a community where people have access to schooling. Either you're interested in making this community that you're a part of the best it can be, or you're not. So, I mean, in that way, accessibility, it's almost self-serving. The better accessibility is, the better these games are going to be. The more customizable they're going to be. The more money the developers are going to make from them, hence giving you more games from the developers you love. And the more whole and healthy and inclusive the community will be. We need to think of accessibility like not as a charity where it's like not self-sustaining, always requiring more money, and I'm not, you know, down on charities here. But we need to think of it more as good business, as self-serving, because if you're empowering your own community here, really, and you're making it better, accessibility serves everybody. And it doesn't feel like that, but it really does. So what is on screen right now are some really great accessibility advocates. In the middle there, Karen Stevens, Ian Hamilton, Andy Robertson, Courtney Craven, AbleGamers charity in the lower left, Can I play that? And Taming Gaming is essentially like the IMDb of, in the lower right there, is the IMDb of accessibility in gaming. And it's really awesome. It's run by Andy Robertson there. Really awesome site that kind of breaks down how accessible every game is. The three streamers on the left, Brandon Cole, the Sightless One, and Sightless Combat, are three blind gaming streamers. Check them out for some real insight into how accessible and how inaccessible a lot of games are, because they're pretty happy to talk about lack of accessibility too. Guide Dev in the upper right, he's the guy that is making Hearthstone accessible because he feels like it, which is awesome. Unpacking is in the lower right there, and that has won an award for most accessible Australian game of 2021. 2021. Yeah. And I'm there on the right there. Daisy L Sounds. That's me on Twitter. Lost and Hound 1. Get into it. Get amongst it, as Australians say. Get stuck into what accessibility is going on in the games that you love and in this community that you're a part of, and bring it forward. And you actually do have the power to do that. Just make it a part of your conversations. Thank you very much. I hope that was good or entertaining and helpful. Thanks.
All right, well, thanks, Brian. We got some questions here. You ready for them?
Yes, absolutely.
So is there, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this name correctly or not, but I'm guessing Game Rat was asking, is there some accessibility tool for blind Linux users that you'd recommend?
I'm not that familiar with Linux myself. I regret that I don't have much information on that. I can reach out to some of my techier friends, Guillemrat or GameRat. If you want to message me on Twitter, I'll research that and I can get back to you. And this kind of leads into a question I see that was asked in the Discord during Ebb and Sky, which I can also answer if that's okay. What are the modern IDs that have real accessibility options? Kind of very close to the same question here. And I would say Unreal has an experimental text to speech, color changing modes built in, and Unity does not, but it has a lot of plugins. So really, either of the big two, I guess, is what I would say.
That's cool. All right. Well, I had a question, which is, are you working with Wooger, the wearable speaker, on anything?
I am not. I've seen that one, and I think that's like the next step for me is the haptics, the kind of like the vibration feedback that you get from the wearable stuff. The controller, I would love to. I'm very interested in it, but that's not right now. I'm at crawling speed trying to get across the finish line for releasing Lost and Hound. So that's the next step. And I'll definitely holler at you when I get stuck into it.
Cool. And then is it Game Rat or? Yep, there we go. As an app developer, what do I need to do to make sure blind people can use my app?
First off, I would say text to speech. So you need something that can plug in the information that's being fed out by your app visually into their screen reader. And if you need to test that, the two biggest screen readers, one of them is called JAWS and another one is called oh my gosh, I'm completely blanking. Another one is completely free and it's almost as good as JAWS, and you can get that one. I'll get that one for you before the stream ends here. And you can test it there. So I would say that's number one. But number two would be, is there anything in your app that requires visual information, like just to use an example on the web, do they need to identify one of the Are You Human photo challenge, whatever things that we get? Do they need to click on a menu that is text but represented by an image. That's problematic if you don't have code plugging again that information into the screen reader. So just make sure all the information is available both visually and through audio.
Okay. Now, are you aware of any testing platforms by chance that would feed a app through any type of testing to be able to determine if anything is missing like that?
I don't know of anything. I'm probably not the most knowledgeable person on the planet, but about that area. But I don't know any tests of that sophistication. I know that they've just developed testing for different types of color blindness. I think Unreal has something automated that you can do. I think other companies have something automated you can do, but I don't know of anything for that level of it. But again, I may not have the information, I guess.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, the next question here from Johan is, guess I can jump to that one here. So is Elon Sky Studios looking for other blind gamers to join up? I have an interest in server infrastructure and community management from Blind Reacher. Love the name, by the way.
That is a really good question. We aren't looking for people to join what we're doing right now. Community management, that is huge. That's massive. Server infrastructure, while valuable, we're only working on single player things right now, so that's not as something that we're focused on. But where you'll find the most news about us is on the Audio Games forum. Paul, who you heard both in this video and the previous, he posts on there very regularly about Sable. And so you can find him on audiogames.net. That's probably where you'll find the most up-to-date information about us. We're on Twitter. We've got a website as well, but the essentially almost daily posts, just letting everybody know what's going on, are on audiogames.net. Which is the premier kind of hub for blind gaming. If you just check out the forum, you'll see Paul's posting about Sable. I would say you can reach out to us there. You can reach out to us on Twitter. We are definitely interested in people who are really as into this stuff as we are. And thank you for putting that forward.
And then the last question that I see right now is from Johan asking, when will Lost and Hound be available on Steam? It shows that it's expected soon in the Netherlands. And he says that it looks very fun and might even stream it, I guess, himself.
So I'm looking to release within the next few months. I'm about to enter testing. I'm going to, send the game off to a testing Q&A firm or QA firm, and they'll test, send it back. So within the next few months, and thank you for your interest. I really appreciate that. And it's really good to hear at the end of the process.
All right. So that looks like that is it for the questions here so far. So again, Brian, thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's been great. Thank you.
Can't wait to see some of those links, and then also when Lost and Hound is out for general public access.
Thank you.
All right. So next up here, O'Reilly Media, a diversity jobs top employer in 2021, provides training for teams and individuals to excel in business and technology. We are super grateful and excited that they've given us 5 free O'Reilly Media ebooks to give away during the GeekBeacon Fest. To enter, go to the GeekBeacon Discord at discord.geekbeacon.org and go to the giveaways channel. Then simply click on the emoji for your O'Reilly giveaway. Also, registered attendees will have a chance to win one of their choice. If you're ready to explore more of what O'Reilly Media offers, visit O'Reilly.com/get-learning and use GBFest22 for a 30-day trial membership. Now, next up for the next panel here is Colleen Coyne, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Anyways, it is about what is Emotions Anonymous. Emotions Anonymous membership is composed of people who come together for the purpose of working toward recovery for emotional difficulties. So EA members are from many walks of life and of diverse ages, economic statuses, social and educational backgrounds. And really, the only requirement for membership is a desire to become well emotionally. They will be taking time to discuss what EA is and reviewing the website with a QA session to follow as well. Now, Colleen Coyne is a 38-year member of Emotions Anonymous with 3 years tenure on the Emotions Anonymous International Board of Trustees. The EAI Board of Trustees is made up of EA members from across the world, and trustees help EAI develop and approve new literature with input from EA members. So we'll go ahead and welcome Colleen. Looks like we might be waiting just for a moment, but since you're here, you might also want to check out the GeekBeacon store. So we have all sorts of merch at the store offering t-shirts and geek-friendly gear like backpacks and laptop stickers. So come and check out geekbeacon.org/store. Just hang tight one sec here. Got somebody else joining in here. Matrix looks like they'll be coming back in to possibly come over or go over a couple of things. Just sit tight here.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah. I was closing some windows down. Got too much going on over here.
I try to limit myself to 35 tabs or less.
Yeah, right. So actually, I got a couple of pictures here that were sent to me. Right, they were pulled from your Instagram, and
from mine.
Yeah, from yours.
Okay.
And there was one that I was looking at. Give me a second here. Restream's pretty fun. Anyways, so there was one I was looking at, right? And I must say, I'm curious. So we'll start off with this one right here. So, you know, you uploaded this to Instagram, but if you look at your download and upload bandwidth, how was that even possible for you to do?
Hold up, I gotta pull that one up. I don't remember that. So long ago. That was probably on some roaming or something way back when.
I mean, it's kind of funny that I was reading over the little comment that you put too. Digital slow lines. Oh man.
Oh, yeah, DSL. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. I think that was at a friend's place. Wow, I got a lot more pictures than I remember. Can you zoom in on that for me?
Yeah, of course. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, that had to have been I remember that now. So as a friend that they're just complaining that the internet is like stupid slow, and of course I'm asking, you know, who's your ISP and this and that, and it ended up being a local DSL provider, and that it, you know, when I explained to them that these are the speeds that you're getting, and that's why you can't play a video on pretty much any website, they ended up going over to a LTE provider, which is now, I want to say the last time I did a speed test at their place, it was probably like 78 down and 90 up. So
Right.
huge difference in the performance. And then
You
also
know,
look at the ping time. That was horrible. So
101 milliseconds. That's
yeah.
whew, man. Do you happen to know what year this was taken?
I'd have to look at the post, but I'd have to dig through my posts.
Actually, I think I see it right here. So 2016. It's right here. It's kind of hard to see because of the screen, but if you really think about it, that was. Oh my God! I mean, we had dial-up at one point, right? And then DSL comes out, and it's not any better. Sure, it's okay at times, and where you live at too, but it's not any better than dial-up. But instead of that, you can actually use your phone.
Yeah. In some areas that might be a better solution, but it really just depends. But one other thing that you kind of forget about, I don't know if you had any experience with kind of the bridge between, dial-up and DSL, but there was also ISDN lines. So think of that as kind of like a fractional T1. It's so long ago, I barely recall it, but I do remember I think it was like 192K or something like that out at an office that I worked at long time ago. And it's like, man, this is fast. But at home, you had maybe 33.6, it was before 56K at that time. So.
All right, man, we're going to move on to the next one because I looked at this one too. Were you shopping for Burger King cologne?
No, that was just something kind of cool that I came across in some magazine. Like that's cool. It's interesting. I don't know. You ever have the Doritos that were Burger King or Taco Bell flavored?
Yeah, I used to work at Burger King when I was 16, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
But,
it's just kind of a novelty thing. Like, wow, that's interesting.
I mean, I don't think I'd want to go around smelling like flame grilled fragrance. Like, it's already bad enough when I worked there. I smelled like burnt burgers all the time,
Yeah, no, if I actually got my hands on one of those, it'd probably sit on a shelf after I smelled it a couple of times, and that's probably it.
I wonder what made them come up with this idea, as they had to have been promoting something at some point,
I don't know. That was back in. So it was. It looks like it was April Fool's. Let's see here. So it wasn't a gag. It was in Japan. But in Japan, Burger King, they've done some interesting things like squid ink colored hamburger buns. So the buns are like black.
Yeah.
I'd love to try it, but can't get
Hey,
anything like
trust
that
me,
here.
You don't want to try it. Because we did the same thing. It was for a Halloween promotion, and just the pictures that were floating around, everything that people were saying, what it did to their digestive system. Yeah, I'll cut the story there. It wasn't good. And we got one more picture for you, man. This one right here.
Yeah, that's my Halloween costume, and I wear that not on Halloween too. Although I don't carry around the scythe made out of cardboard and tinfoil and a tripod. So,
I mean, it looks pretty good. So what gave you this idea for this costume?
if you Google search it, there was a blue screen of death that I saw. I don't remember how many years ago, but it's just stuck with me. And somebody gutted out a CRT monitor and put that as like their head.
Yeah.
And then they had the blue screen of death, like painted or it was probably just like printed and taped or whatever on the glass of the CRT screen.
Yeah.
And then they just had the scythe and then, like a black cloak or whatever is like the Grim Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
So, took that as inspiration and found that shirt on eBay and made my own costume that I can wear at any time.
I mean, hey, have you actually, so come to think of it about the scythe, have you ever thought about 3D printing one?
I guess I could. It would just take a long time. Well, I guess I could paint the scythe itself and probably use like a standard thread to stick it on like a a broomstick or something.
Right.
I might do that for next year.
I mean, it's a good idea, isn't it? Because I mean, you have the technology to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, tinfoil on a tripod, it looks pretty good, but you can get in so much more detail with 3D printing now. You know,
Yeah.
it would look so much better.
And I've got glow-in-the-dark filament, so that
you
would
know-
be even awesome.
You know how cool
Yeah.
that would be? You're floating around at night with a glow in the dark scythe. Oh man, that'd be amazing.
And then, of course, you could hollow it out a little bit to be able to put in some kind of like LED light strip or something and power that with a battery pack. So then it would
Yeah.
never go dark.
Even you could even probably put in a little Pi module somewhere, like a Pi Zero, right? With a little speaker, so every
Sound
time you
effects.
just swing it for sound
Yeah.
effects. Yeah. That would be really cool. Now that I think about it, that'd be amazing. You should totally do that, and then send it to me. Like send a picture of it or a video. That'd be something pretty cool to see. It would. Oh, come to think of it, so you said you printed wall mount. You print wall mounts with your 3D printer, right? And you're still working on the secondary extruder. Once you get it working, what do you think you'll do with both extruders? Because I mean, there's a lot more possibilities after that.
Yeah, well, now that you gave me the idea for the scythe, then I would use, 2 different colored filaments. So like at the bottom, razor's edge, maybe have it kind of have like that waviness or whatever, kind of like on a blade, and then have that be glow in the dark, and then the top of it be silver.
Right. See, that'd be really cool. I mean, just think about the possibilities are endless. What you can do now, like with 3D printers, like the one I have back here, yours, because yours is a dual extruder. I'm kind of jealous actually, because I know those things are really, really good. You know.
Yeah.
So we were on the topic about home servers earlier, right?
Mhm.
And so could you use an ordinary desktop as a NAS running TrueNAS, right? Is it more beneficial to use something like that, or to actually get a case that supports more than just like 4 drives?
So for TrueNAS, you're going to want to look into the there's a guide out there by Cyberjock.
Mhm.
Read it and don't deviate from it. You do that and you'll be okay. When you don't do that, then you're going to have questions on why stuff doesn't work or why you lost your data.
It seems like a general rule of thumb. I know for me, I'm pretty bad at like, oh look, instructions. I don't need those. And then I start going through like, when I first set up, I used to use Plex like you did, right? And it's cool and all, but I didn't want to have to pay for the Plex pass just to use hardware acceleration. So I went through, got Jellyfin, and I was watching. Do you know who Craft Computing is?
Yes. Yeah.
I was watching one of his for hardware acceleration and GPU pass through Proxmox, and I wasn't paying attention to the card he was using. He's like, "Yeah, you can go here and buy this one." I'm like, "Okay, it's a little small NVIDIA Quadro 400." It was the first one I bought. It wasn't the P400, and I got it. I plugged it into the server, and I got the drivers working, and I'm like, "Okay, what's going on? Why isn't anything working?" And come to find out, that driver set didn't support the CUDA cores, like the hardware acceleration that it had. And that's deviated from the instructions. And from there, I kind of learned, I'm like, yeah, that's not a good idea to do that. It's not.
Yeah.
Do you use anything for hardware acceleration?
Yeah, so I have 2 different Plex servers, and it's kind of a failover, or secondary. So I have a Synology NAS, a DS918 Plus, and with that one, I just use what's built in by Synology, and then of course update the package manually.
Yeah.
And it just has a little Celeron in it, and because I do have the Plex Pass, although I got it on like a Black Friday deal a long time ago, and it was a lifetime pass. So just pay once and then you own it, right?
Yeah.
And so it runs well on there, but it only handles a couple of streams, and then it also depends on the devices that it's going to be going over to, on what they require, which then becomes like the requirement for the overhead that's needed to transcode the stream. So in other words, if you can't direct play something, then it's going to have to transcode it. So, I mean, technically you could use a Raspberry Pi if you know exactly what you're going to be streaming for whatever particular devices, then you can go ahead and re-encode all the video so that it can essentially just direct play everything to the other devices. But a Pi, it's an unrealistic expectation for it to be able to re-encode on the fly. So there's just a ton of variables. Now, my primary Plex server is a 8th gen i3. It was HP that I picked up off of eBay that had a bad hard drive in it, but it was still under warranty.
Right.
So I got the drive replaced under
hey,
warranty.
Shiny, you ready to lead into Colleen? Awesome. Thanks, man. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi there.
Hi, Colleen.
How's it going?
Good. And did I pronounce your name correct? Your last name correctly as Coyne?
Coyne, correct?
Okay.
Yes. Good work.
Right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So earlier I already did the intro here for your panel.
So this is Conqueror here. Let me just ask you real quick. Do you want me to still play the intro that you provided us, or would you just want to go straight to the website?
No, let's go ahead and play the intro. Good idea.
Okay.
Welcome to this short introduction to Emotions Anonymous meetings. Emotions Anonymous, or EA for short, is a secular, non-religious yet spiritual program that helps you to become well emotionally. The program encourages you to recognize that you are always supported by a higher power. So what can you expect at your first EA meeting? At EA meetings, you will find a space that is safe and supportive and based on anonymity. At these meetings, you have an opportunity to learn steps towards greater serenity and peace of mind that work toward greater emotional well-being. EA provides a supportive fellowship that helps you feel that you are not alone,
Thanks, honey.
and that others have had
Appreciate your help.
similar challenges with emotions. In
No,
this
it worked
atmosphere
perfect.
that is warm, friendly, and accepting, the meetings will usually include some helpful readings and opportunities to share how you may be feeling.
Is Dad
At these
picking you up?
meetings, you can share or simply listen. It is an opportunity to be heard and understood, while you also learn and recover your emotional well-being from hearing the sharing of personal stories of others in the meeting. Coming to EA meetings helps us learn from the experience, strength and hope of others, and that emotional recovery is possible. It is a reminder that you are not alone. Through this sense of shared humanity, we have an opportunity to reach out to others for help or to help others, both at meetings and in between meetings. In your first meeting, just let the chair know that this is your first meeting and reach out to them at the end of the meeting if you have any questions or would like more information. We hope this short introduction will help you feel welcome and enjoy your first EA meeting.
Hi, everyone. Just verifying that you folks can hear me.
Yep, you should be good. And I'm screen sharing. If you need me to go to something specific, just let me know.
Okay. If you could go to emotionsanonymous.org, that would be perfect. That's where you are. Yes, good. Okay, I can barely see on my phone. So, hello everyone. My name is Colleen Coyne. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of Emotions Anonymous International, which is a worldwide organization with more than 600 groups around the world. And what we are is a peer support organization that helps people improve their mental and emotional health and wellness by supporting each other. And we do that with weekly meetings. We have a sponsorship program whereby members who've been in the program for many years sponsor newcomers. We have annual meetings and special events and retreats that folks participate in. Emotions Anonymous was started in 1971, so last year we celebrated our 50th anniversary. As you'll notice by the name, it's one of the 12-step anonymous programs. It's a spin-off from, many years ago from Alcoholics Anonymous. And what people decided back then in the 70s was that they were looking around and seeing that not everybody was mentally healthy and not everybody could afford to or wanted to go to a counselor or take medication or do a lot outside their own sphere. So they started meeting casually using the 12 steps, adapting the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous to emotional issues. And eventually that program grew to be adopted worldwide. We have members in almost every country in the world, and we have board members also from all around the world, including a new board member who just joined from Iran. So we really have that global perspective on things. I would say, the EA membership is made up of people who come together in weekly meetings for the purpose of working toward recovery from their emotional difficulties. And it's people of all walks of life, of many ages, economic status, social and educational backgrounds, genders, abilities, races, ethnicities. And the only requirement for EA membership is a desire to become well emotionally. Literally, that is the only thing we require. We kind of pass the hat at the end of meetings to purchase literature and things from our Emotions Anonymous International Service Center, which is in St. Paul, Minnesota, which is where I'm coming to you from. But there are no dues or fees to participate in Emotions Anonymous. So the key thing about Emotions Anonymous for me, I've been a member for going on 40 years, is that with the support of others in the program, it makes me feel like I'm not alone. I'm part of a neuroatypical family. We have members of my family who are on the autism spectrum. I myself suffer with anxiety and depression. And it's difficult to get through life. It's difficult to get through life, period. It's more difficult to get through when you have these other things you have to conquer. So I found when I was a young adult, I was actually 23 years old, went through a very serious depression, wasn't feeling like I was ready to get professional help. So I started going to Emotions Anonymous meetings in South Carolina, where I was living at the time. And I just kept going, in part because going to meetings supports my emotional wellness, but also in part because I want to give back. There were people there when I walked through the door of Emotions Anonymous, and I want to provide that same service for others. I have a communications background, so I help EA with writing and communications and outreach and that kind of thing. And I apologize for being on my phone today. My main computer kind of died an untimely death this morning, and I just got in from out of town, so I was trying to make do. I very much appreciate the invitation, and I also so respect the mission that you folks have to support each other and to grow in emotional and mental health. My adult children are gamers and are on Discord and enjoy similar things. And I just think it's wonderful in the past decade how we've been able to make the world a much smaller place for people who have these interests. So I guess I wanted to let you know too a little bit, and perhaps you've already been somewhat familiar with this, but you know, the pandemic has affected our mental and emotional health. There have been a lot of studies done of that. One recent study found that mental health dramatically declined. They used 2020 as a marker, with an estimated 53 million additional cases of major depression disorder and 76 million cases of anxiety disorder seen globally. This particular study, which was run in the Lancet Medical Journal, found that women and young people were particularly affected, more so than men and older adults. And so we found ourselves in a position in Emotions Anonymous to want to do more outreach and help more people. So we created a series of communications pieces and purchased a listserv for those who work in mental health professionally around the country, and sent out 23,000 emails with links to a recent study that we had done showing that EA actually does promote emotional health and wellness by providing peer support, and not only in the form of meetings, but phone calls and visits with each other. And the fact that people who've been in the program for a while can share their story with newcomers really makes people feel like they're not alone and that there is hope and help for them. I previously mentioned medication and professional health help, and those are also part of our program. We feel like everyone needs a really robust toolbox to get through life. So you might have a peer support group, 12-step group like Emotions Anonymous. You might have a counselor. You may choose to be on a medication if your counselor recommends that. You may want to get more exercise and fresh air and all those things that we know are good for our mental health. So we by no means are restrictive or recommend one path or another. We just would like to see people grow in emotional health and wellness by supporting each other and using everything at their disposals to do so. So that's pretty much what I had to share with you about EA, but I would be glad to take any questions. One last thing before I do that. Of course, the pandemic affected how we do business at Emotions Anonymous. We were primarily one-on-one in-person meetings, or I should say small group meetings. We have gone virtual. So if you go to the emotionsanonymous.org website and click on meetings, you'll see a whole host of web meetings, telephone meetings, all sorts of good options. So you don't need to be in a particular place, a particular large city. That was something that was restrictive for us in the past. If we had somebody in Alaska who wanted a meeting and there was no meeting nearby, they had to rely on phone calls. Now they can participate in virtual meetings. And so I would encourage you to check that out and just take a look at the literature offerings we have on our site and the range of meetings that we have. And I would be glad to take any questions that any of you have offline as well about the program. I really believe in it. It's saved my life. It's helped me be a better mom, raise a better family, and I'm going to be retiring this September. So it's helped me have a full and productive life, which was by no means guaranteed when I was going through my serious depression in my 20s. So I'm grateful for the program, and I'm grateful for opportunities like the one GeekBeacon Fest has offered me to say a few words to you.
All right, well, thank you for that. We do have a quick question here, and just so that you know up front, we do have a hard cutoff here shortly. So the question here is, or questions, if we have time, as someone who has been affected by the pandemic more than I thought I could be, what do you recommend we do to get over these troubled times?
That is a really difficult question, and my heart goes out to you and everyone who's lost people and had their mental health affected so seriously by COVID-19. It's been a terrible couple of years. I am not an expert in the field of mental health. I believe that that there are a lot of resources out there for people. If you would like to reach out to Motions Anonymous or send me a note later, I can try to provide you with some of those resources. But we in EA are just a network of peers that try to help each and we just share what it is helped us. For me, it was going to weekly meetings, having a sponsor, somebody to help me through the program, getting a counselor. I go to weekly counseling sessions. And also I use medication to keep my mood supported. And that's been particularly important to me through the pandemic. But that's just my story. Everybody's resources are a little bit different. And what works for one might not work for the other.
Very true. Now, the next question is, have any gaming developers or groups looked into developing games with subject matter suitable for HSPs or highly sensitive persons?
I love that term, highly sensitive persons. I'm so glad that the research has caught up with us, all of us who might not be neurotypical and are highly sensitive. I think that is a fabulous idea. I think that Emotions Anonymous has been struggling to get into the 21st century a little bit, but we're getting there. The president of our board of trustees is a guy in his 30s who really loves ideas like that. So I'd be very interested in following up. If you're interested in something like that, please send me a note at my email address, which is coin2003@hotmail.com. Please send me a note and I can hook you up with our trustee president and we can explore that. I think that's a fabulous idea.
Okay. All right. Well, not sure. Is there? Waiting to see if there's any other questions here, but see, is there any other? I guess last thoughts about anything that you'd like to shout out to? I guess.
Well, I do intentions every morning. I read a spiritual reflection, and I should say that the 12-step programs are spiritual, not religious. And every morning I think about an individual or a group that I'd like to send positive thoughts to. So my intention for tomorrow morning will be for all of you that you find the peace you're seeking and the resources you need to be your best self. And thank you again for inviting me today.
Yeah, and thank you for making it here. And sorry to hear about the PC issues there, but it was great to have you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello.
All right. So, hey. All right. So here is Thunder McFadden. If you guys aren't familiar with him, started casting back in 2020 for Minnesota Varsity League, the premier high school esports league in Minnesota, and was started with Rocket League, quickly expanded to FPS and other games, and he's now the host and caster for 7 different esports in the league. Thunder is also an actor, voiceover artist, and freelance host caster for all things esports. If he could be anywhere in the world right now, he'd be surfing. Is that right?
That is totally right. Yep. If I could do anything, I'm going to be honest with you. I would love to be surfing. Love to be out in the water, in the salt water, and even if I'm not very successful, I'm okay with that. It's really about the activity of it.
Gotcha.
All right. And we are looking at. I am introducing. Who is that again? We're introducing right now.
With the Creator Mental Health Roundtable.
So there was a slight change of plans with the extended version of the creator panel you just watched. Instead of tomorrow, it will actually be right after the GBF closes and in in just 3 hours through Nixie's second channel on YouTube. Is that the right thing, or I think I'm missing it here?
I'm dropping a link here.
Perfect, thank you. Intro the creator panel. Absolutely. Let me find the creator panel here. Here we go. This is the Creator Mental Health Roundtable. Burnout is clinically defined as the state of physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion caused by prolonged excessive stress, most commonly associated with the workplace. It's experienced by an increasing number of people, but we don't seem to talk about it much. In this panel, we discuss burnout with the different content creators, talking about how it can present from person to person and what it might look like. We'll also be sharing ideas and tactics to manage and mitigate burnout to persevere regardless. Nixie Pixel. Passionate about open source, Nixie Pixel has been on the leading wave of advocacy for accessibility in tech through her work spanning over a decade. Demystifying coding, decoding gaming, and gamifying tech with her unique brand of approachable expertise, taking her knack for making the inscrutable into the logical. She has continued to grow her own path of bringing the often cryptic and complex world of coding to an audience of over 300,000 and growing. In a world climate of instability, rapid change, and resource insecurity, Nixie is working harder than ever to grow open source culture and opportunity with her work. Dom as well. Dom loves all things tech and creates internet content around it. He tries to convert the bells and whistles of tech gadgets into something that your parents would appreciate. Soldier Knows Best. Mark Watson, also known as Soldier Knows Best, creates video content covering consumer electronics from cell phones to drones to robotic vacuum cleaners. After graduating college and getting commissioned in the Army, he created his first video in his spare time in 2007, reviewing the first iPhone. Fast forward a few years later, and he's turned a hobby into a community of over 1 million users across his social media accounts. His goal is to be able to take a piece of technology and find the good, bad about it, relaying info alongside his personal feelings and about the product in a way that everyone, geek or no geek, can understand. Anthony Bean. Anthony Bean is a licensed clinical depth psychologist, video game researcher, and executive director at the Talos Project, and he created Geek Therapeutics, teaching clinicians and parents how to relate to their clients and families. And finally, Malik Forte. Malik Forte is an internet and YouTube personality and is the founder of Crewhim, a community of streetwise gamers. He was a gaming editor for Nerdist and helped create beats and wrote songs for Grammy-nominated artists.
I'm Nixie Pixel, founder of GeekBeacon.
And I'm Mark Watson, also known as Soldier Knows Best.
Malik from New Meta Group.
I'm Dom Esposito from YouTube.
And I'm Dr. Anthony Bean from Geek Therapeutics.
And thanks, guys, for tuning in for this year's GeekBeacon Festival in support of the AbleGamers charity. GeekBeacon's mission is to create opportunities for techies and gamers and people with disabilities and neurodiversities. We combat social isolation with our inclusive communities through the power of tech and open source, and we invite amazing guests to have empowering chats like the one you're about to watch. And welcome to our creator panel for mental health. Thanks, guys, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, thank you.
All right. But I kind of wanted to talk about like the history of content creation. And if you wanted to, Tony, if you wanted to explain your role, because I think one of the things is you have 3 15-year plus content creators. Is that worth saying? OGs. And then you basically deal with a lot of creators and the pressure that's put on creators. So I thought it would be really cool to invite you in to kind of have that lens on it. Now I'm going to ask you, since you're in the spotlight, Mark, can you tell us a little bit about your journey through content creation? Because, you've been doing this for a little bit.
Yeah, I started doing goofy YouTube videos in college, and then I got commissioned in the Army once I got graduated, and I did my first tech video focused on like the first iPhone. And but yeah, I was doing it at that time just to kind of give advice, and it turned into a hobby, and then kind of turned into a job a few years later, a full-time job. And yes, I came from the place of just starting it for fun, and just with no ambitions, no like expectations. And then yeah, about 15 years later, I'm still hanging around, still the old.
Alrighty, folks. Sorry about that. We are having some technical difficulties right now. Just brief technical difficulties. So we are going to go to a break. And when we come back and get all of that worked out, then we will be set. Thank you for sticking with us. We apologize. We're going to go to break. And as soon as we come back, we'll have all the tech stuff figured out.
Nixie Pixel, founder of GeekBeacon.
And I'm Mark Watson, also known as Soldier Knows Best.
Malik from New Meta Group.
I'm Esposito from YouTube.
And I'm Dr. Anthony Bean from Geek Therapeutics.
And thanks, guys, for tuning in for this year's GeekBeacon Festival in support of the AbleGamers charity. GeekBeacon's mission is to create opportunities for techies and gamers and people with disabilities and neurodiversities. We combat social isolation with our inclusive communities through the power of tech and open source, and we invite amazing guests to have empowering chats like the one you're about to watch. And welcome to our creator panel for mental health. Thanks, guys, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, no
Thank
problem.
you.
All right. But I kind of wanted to talk about like the history of content creation. And if you wanted to, Tony, if you wanted to explain your role, because I think one of the things is you have 3 15-year plus content creators. Is that worth saying? OGs. And then you basically deal with a lot of creators and the pressure that's put on creators. So I thought it would be really cool to invite you in to kind of have that lens on it. Now I'm going to ask you, since you're in the spotlight, Mark, can you tell us a little bit about your journey through content creation? Because, you've been doing this for a little bit.
Yeah, I started doing goofy YouTube videos in college, and then I got commissioned in the Army once I got graduated, and I did my first tech video focused on like the first iPhone. And but yeah, I was doing it at that time just to kind of give advice, and it turned into a hobby, and then kind of turned into a job a few years later, a full-time job. And so I came from the place of just starting it for fun, and just with no ambitions, no like expectations. And then about 15 years later, I'm still hanging around, still the old dog.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I did this. I wonder if that's a trend with people that have been doing this for a while, because like, to talk about my experience, I'll kick it over to me. I started making YouTube videos for fun, but I do want to say that back in the day, there was not even a monetization model. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, it wasn't like I'm gonna, make a career in YouTube videos. It's like, no, this piece of Japanese candy is cool, and I'm gonna make a 15-second. So, like, potentially, I was one of the original Viners before Vine was a thing. / TikTok now. Could you say that Vine is like TikTok now? Anyway, so there was no model for money, but I got picked up by the Discovery Channel, and before that, I had done some internship on Tech TV and G4, and ironically enough, I kind of got drowned out by a lot of the people that came from Vine to YouTube, and I noticed that it evolved into this just like short form video content, but we can talk about that later. Yeah. That's what it's all about.
I feel like you guys' journeys are a lot similar to mine, because I started off on YouTube as well. For me, though, I think that my ultimate goal was never to be monetized. It was never really to be famous or anything like that. I just wanted to find another way into the video game industry. And I realized that doing reviews on YouTube, it offered me an opportunity to have a platform and to, start to build a following and even build a readership, because I had a blog that kind of accompanied my YouTube, and I would direct people from the YouTube page over to my blog to read like the game reviews. So I didn't expect the YouTube to be so successful, but then it started like really to pick up. So then I really had to like focus on both. I was like trying to like write articles and do these YouTube videos, and just kept doing that. And throughout the years, ended up getting brought in onto projects and, wearing so many different hats throughout the video game industry. So it all started on YouTube though. And I think there's something about that. I think maybe many of us started there.
Yeah, Malik, my situation is very, very similar to yours, where I had a blog, and back in 2010 or so, the only way, like, YouTube was the easiest way to embed your video, like a video that you made, onto a blog. I didn't care about YouTube at all. I didn't even know a community existed on YouTube at the time. I was making videos, uploading them to YouTube so I could embed them on my blog, because that was the only way I could, unless
you were
I hosted.
Technically doing it for like the embed experience. It was just like a tool.
It was just a tool that I
Nice.
was using to have my blog, because it was way more expensive to host my own videos, and it took way too much bandwidth from like the VPS that I was using, and it was just not it wasn't logical. So I was like, well, whatever. And Vimeo, you had to pay to embed at the time. I don't know if
remember
they do
this.
now, but on YouTube, it was free. You just put a thing on there, you can embed it, no problem. Well, I didn't realize that I was building an audience on YouTube while I wasn't even looking at YouTube ever. I would just upload the video, go to the embed code, and close YouTube and do the blog thing.
Yeah.
And then I started realizing that an audience was building on YouTube. And then I started realizing that it was way more important of an audience than I was building on my blog. And so eventually I just gave up on the blog thing and went straight to the. I never intended on being on camera or in front of people's faces every day. Like I never wanted that. If I could go back and I knew that where it was going to be now, I wouldn't have chose that path. I just didn't expect, you know what I mean? It just kind of
Yeah.
happened. And I never was really one that wanted to be like face to face. Like all my videos at the time when I first started, they were all screen capture stuff or like just my hands.
Right.
Because I never intended to have my face anywhere really. And not that I wanted privacy. I was never on camera in front of people
Right.
kind of
Yeah.
entertainer, you know?
Yeah.
And it just kind of happened.
The thing that I'm noticing, hey everybody. The thing that I'm noticing is there's a trend of everything. Back then it was just an evolutionary process where your audience ended up becoming like people came to you and then you ended up fostering a sense of community that way. And they had video responses back then. Do you guys
Yeah.
remember that?
Oh yeah.
We make a video response. But yeah,
I think those
Dr.
things were just on their way out when I was like, I
Yeah.
remember I finally got partner and I got channel branding, and literally like 6 months later, 8 months later, they took it all the channel branding stuff went away. Like I was so happy because I had just started fostering YouTube and I was like, oh, we got partner and like I can do like custom HTML in my channel and blah, blah, blah. And then like they changed it to the new format, like not too long after that. I can't remember how long, but I was so disappointed because I was like looking forward to that so much, and it
Do
just
you
went
guys
away.
remember that part where they offered Twitch partnership with the click of a button?
Oh yeah, at
There
the
was
very beginning. I do remember that.
Yeah.
Especially if you had like a YouTube following. They would partner
Yeah,
you
it was
super
just
quick.
like yeah, I remember baking cupcakes for like my first 1,000 subscribers and I was like, well, I've topped out. There's literally no way that it gets better than this. And then there was like just one click to get Twitch partnership and I was like, I'll get around to it at some point. And now it's like you need to have so many accolades. But
Yeah.
I would be remiss if I didn't throw it over to Dr. Tony, Dr. Anthony. I wanted to ask you, what is it like? What type of people do you see? Oops, where do you go? Here you are.
I'm everywhere and nowhere at the same time. That's the problem.
So what is it like for the gamers that you interface with? Are they a lot of creators? Are they like hustling? Do they feel pressure? What about you?
Yes.
What's going on?
So we launched our YouTube and our Twitch probably about a year and a half ago. Twitch slowly takes off for us because we don't do anything really fun on there, but our YouTube stuff has been taking off a lot easier. I counsel and do therapy with a lot of video gamers, producers, honestly, and voice actors is really what my practice is highly made up of right now. And the number one thing that always comes up is, how do I handle this? How do I send this thing out, this tweet, this idea to brand myself? And what is my backlash? Because we know there's a lot of backlash for a lot of stuff that we want to do. And it's the idea always is, how is this going to affect me if this is not received very well? And so we always have to go over
by the audience or
by the audience. So a lot
I
of
see.
the creators that we work with are really beholden. And when we talk about like parasocial relationships and how they impact us, like all of us here as some sort of creators, we are creating a parasocial relationship with the people who are watching us. They feel connection to us. They feel like we matter to them. We give them
What's a
some sort of
parasocial
ideas.
relationship, Doc?
It's a one-way relationship where if someone watches us on
interesting.
YouTube, they see us and they're like, I feel this connection to you on this person, and we have no clue who they are. But we reach tons and thousands of people every
It's the first step
year.
of stalking.
It is one of the first steps.
Yeah.
And of
The
that,
gateway.
but the gateway.
Yeah,
But-
well, because you feel like you know the person, and then you
Mhm.
you feel like you're in a relationship with that person, and
Yes.
and like quite literally, especially for a lot of people that genuinely show their actual feelings and like let you into more. Like some of us are just like surface level, like I like this kind of technology, blah blah blah. But like some people, like family vlogs and like things like that, that are way more in depth, and you feel like you're involved in their life. That can be problematic, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. Like from you're making direct eye contact to the camera as well. I've noticed that that parasocial, is that, am I saying that right? Parasocial.
Yeah, parasocial.
That was really interesting when you said that, because I never really thought about that. I think that a lot of people, you kind of feel more connected to you just on the basis that you're staring into their soul and talking to
Yeah.
them in a reliable way. Have you all had experience with that, or
Yeah, I would say like if I do meet people out that recognize me, I kind of flip it. Like I spend more time asking them questions about, hey, where you from? What do you do? And I'm like trying to get to know them, because they know generally, they're going to know way more about me, of course, than I know about them. So some of them are kind of like, they're like surprised by that, but I'm very inquisitive to learn, the viewers and stuff. And when I meet them, and I'll sit there if I have time to talk with them for a few minutes. And I think it just, I don't know, it makes me, it just switches the roles, and it makes me feel more connected to the audience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the way to go about it too, because you also got to take into consideration that this person probably knows a lot about you and may have done some research. So it'd be nice for you to know a little bit about them too,
Oh,
Maybe find
yeah.
out, if you were hanging out in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, 2021. I'd like to know that, I'd like to know everything about you. So I'll ask you all the questions. And I think that also just kind of creates more of a connection, with folks who are dedicated to your community, and helps build a stronger community at the end of the day.
I think on to play devil's advocate on that side of things, it also in a lot of ways empowers people to feel like they can tell you whatever they want, and that's okay, because they feel like that connection with you, like they can speak to you however they'd like to, they can disrespect you, they can treat you like you're somebody that's actually in their world. Not to say that that's how they treat all the people, but you know what I
Right.
mean? Like it also, I feel like it makes people a lot more comfortable behind a keyboard. To be able to like not think that they're actually communicating with or somebody that they're not communicating with somebody that has no feelings or no emotions towards things or whatever. I think people get really comfortable in that way, I guess.
But the key, a key prime example of this actually is the Supernatural cast. The cast of Supernatural is their cons and everything like that are notorious for having a lot of this parasocial relationship stuff happen, because they go their seasons. If you haven't watched the series, it is laden with psychological material. Like, it is intense, and they speak very openly about their own mental health issues in being creators, being actors, but also playing as these things, and how they can interweave it into the storylines as well. And they've always talked about how when they go to cons, people will just unload on them. Like, you touched me on this season 7, episode 2 at the 16-minute and 26 seconds mark. This is what I felt like. And they're like, we have no clue what that is.
I always
You
think
need
that's
an
got to be
autograph?
weird.
Yeah.
Like that's got to be weird, because like the equivalent of that is being like, hey, Mark, do you remember what you said in your last review at the 2-minute and 30-second mark? And you're like, wait, what? You know what I mean? Like,
I told them to like and subscribe.
yeah, probably. But it's just like, it's just weird like that, because like I mean, you feel like very personal relationships with people, actors you watch playing a character on a show, but like to them, they went to work and then they went home.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when, to your point, it reminds me more of one step beyond humanizing. It's almost like you're deifying that person. That person could do no wrong. I remember actually there was a time where I took a long break for medical reasons, and there was actually a subreddit that was created on my behalf with all of these things. Like, they went in and they were like, the community or the group was like, okay, she's playing violent video games and there's no way that she would ever do that. Therefore, she must be, dead, or someone's hacked her account. And it's just like, Whoa, 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 whoa. So I just wanted to share that one instance because that was just kind of intense for me. But I also wanted to kind of dive into your point more, Dom, about keyboard warriors, I guess you could say. And how do you, obviously not our audience, right? Not our audience,
No, our
but
audience.
other people's audiences.
Most beautiful people on the planet.
Those uniques, man.
You don't
Yeah.
see this, but somebody's holding a gun to my head off the side of the camera. No,
How do you protect yourself against somebody thinking that they could control the way that your creative process works?
Here's
Because
the
I think
thing.
for me, that kind of is hardest for me.
With this whole topic of creator burnout, I would say personally, for me, that 70 to 80% of the burnout is the audience that I'm burned out from. I like making things, and if I could make whatever the heck I wanted to and just like, like, I mean, obviously I can, but like, obviously there also does have to be an agenda because you're in a niche and like that kind of thing. If I could do just whatever, I would just make stuff all the time. And I do in other mediums. Like I don't just do this one thing and that's it. I have other things that keep my creative juices flowing elsewhere. But I would say as far as being burned out goes, I get burned out more on the people than the craft. That's just, because of people thinking they can do and say whatever they want. And there's a lot of like negative stigmas that are created around just, how the platform operates or algorithms or this and
Right.
that. I get burned out from the people far more than anything else in this
I
job.
want to toss this over to Malik for a little bit because I think he might have only a few minutes.
Yeah.
Unless you can carve out some more time, but you've done so many different things, from music to being a part of a network to Nerdist. Like, what do you have to say about the creative process and how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dom has a point there that the audience can really burn you out quite a bit. They can really drain you. But one thing for me that I have done over all these years to continue to recreate myself and whatnot is just to really get in my mind that content creation is one thing and being a content creator is one thing. But I consider myself an artist. I consider myself somebody who's creating something and is charting my own course, beating to my own drum. And the more I remind myself that I'm not just making content just to put it out there, that I'm creating something that, I am nursing, this thing and bringing it to fruition, it helps me to just keep moving forward and to keep really sticking to my guns and shooting for the stars because so you can get in a monotonous pattern because staying consistent at the end of the day is so important in the game of content creation. And there are some days where you might be mentally taxed and just be like, I just need to get something out. And when I have those moments, I just have to always remind myself that like, yo, the reason why you're doing this is because this is something that you're skilled at. You can create, you can make something that's different that all you have to do is just be yourself. And the more I do that, the more consistent I'm able to be, and the easier it is for me to navigate and just kind of mentally keep myself together and to want to keep creating and to want and having fun with it. So when I get that in my mind, all those troubles and worries that I have with the audience kind of burning me out and just kind of frustrating me and kind of trying to dictate what my content is, it goes away because I'm just doing my own thing, and that's been super important as I've continued over and over again to kind of recreate myself, starting off on YouTube and then kind of going into the Twitch scene for some years and doing esports broadcasting. And, now I'm doing a lot of TikTok videos and, this has been a whole new, medium to do this on. So, and it's the same thing. I'm just always constantly thinking what can I add to the artistry of making TikTok videos about the topics that I'm talking about? And as long as I keep that mindset, I feel like you can last forever if you consider your work and take your work that way,
Yeah, no, I agree with you for sure. And it's funny too, because I always think like it's you never expected any of this to like go as far as it has, like all of us probably. Like, I mean, there's some that could say, oh yeah, well, the future was always headed this way for like, but I mean, like us personally, individually, like, how did we, you know what I mean? Like, this is still happening. You know what I mean? Like, I
Right.
just, and that's what keeps me grateful and
This
keeps
is
me like,
still happening.
that's what keeps me grateful and keeps me like
Yeah.
persistent and like just trying to keep going, because honestly, like, I'm just like, what the hell? Like
Right.
I'm still here doing this thing that, and I somehow managed to keep paying my bills and like doing all. I'm just like, okay, just like throw my hands
Yeah.
up and keep having fun with
Yeah.
it,
We're
even
so
after.
fortunate to be in
Yeah,
this position,
Yeah.
and you got to have fun with it. You can't let other people really bring you down and the communities drag you down with negativity or whatever the case may be, because there's always those unique viewers who kind of come in from outside of the community and they try to,
yeah,
dictate and say things about your content, and it'll be like a little drop of doubt that enters your mind if you pay attention to that stuff. So you got to stick to your
yeah.
guns.
Well, I now want to know what I want to ask Mark a question, because I noticed that you started going into e-bikes per se. Did you get any like backlash because you had a very narrow tech scope? Also, I want to see if I can zoom. Oh, there we go. I was like, we need to be a little bit closer in.
The audience is
Tell
listening.
me. Yeah. And also, Malik, if you need us to like say goodbye to you, we can.
Yeah, if you
Sad
don't
face.
mind. I'm sorry, guys. I'm happy I was able to jump in for a little bit with you guys. This is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah. So where can we find you? What you been up to? I know you're a founder of
Founder of New
do your
Meta,
thing.
New Meta Gaming Group, or the New Meta Group for short. Right now we're building a lot of the brand on TikTok, but pretty soon we'll be on pretty much all platforms from YouTube, Twitch. You'll see us at conventions, all that stuff. It's pretty much a rebirth of an old gaming venture that I had a long time ago called the Iron Star Movement. Some of the same people who were there for that here for this, so super exciting. And yeah, that link right there, crewham.com, Malik Forte, has all my social media links if you want to find where I'm at.
All the things. Well, okay, so thank you so much. And just for me personally, advice on how to get into short form content when you started out as a YouTuber, because it is so awkward for me to make a TikTok. I feel so old. I'm like, I really like doing this thing,
Oh,
but
yeah.
like, I don't know. I know that we have to. Like, the YouTube algorithm is like telling us a little bit how many people they're serving to us, which they're not serving very many of our subscribers, but as soon as we start making shorts, they're all about us. So like, any
I'll tell you this.
suggestions? Like, how did you transition?
Well, once I learned with TikTok that they reward you for watch time, and less is more, I started to really, really rock and roll on there. So
Okay.
with gaming news, I typically start with the headline, might sensationalize it a little bit just to bring folks in, but then I give them the facts. I'll bring receipts in. Like, for instance, one of my biggest videos, almost 5 million views. I was talking about Dying Light and the fact that the game is 500 hours long. And that alone drew people in because they're like 500 hours. And then I kind of explained like, hey, this is on their Twitter, and these
Yeah.
guys are talking about the trophies and achievements. They're not talking about the story. Elaborated on it, but it's a short video and it did very well because it was just all the information everybody needed. And it was very quick. So less is more always on TikTok, and make sure those first like 2 to 3 seconds are very compelling.
Oh, now clickbaiting the beginning of the videos. Oh boy.
I wouldn't say clickbait.
I mean, the
not
first 2 seconds is the equivalent of a clickbait title.
It's now watch bait. It's watch bait.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty much clickbait. Yeah. But I wouldn't say be disingenuous to your audience.
Yeah, fair enough.
You don't want to be
fair
one of
enough.
those people.
Well, see, and you could actually just get up and leave then if people have tuned out by now in the TikTok audience. If their normal viewership is like 10 seconds and then they're out.
Yeah.
You have to
yeah.
make a TikTok out of this.
But
Out of
think
this
of it.
panel.
If you make a 15-second video and they watch 10 seconds of it, TikTok will reward you and push that video to more people's pages. So
Oh, very interesting. I was like,
Yeah.
teach me, Obi-Wan. Always good to see you. It's see you in another 10 years.
hopefully not. Hopefully not that long. It was good
Maybe
meeting
a conference
everybody
in
also.
real time. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Later.
And then there were 4. Okay, I know how to count. Oh, that is the panel orientation I'm more used to. I did want to ask you, Mark, you're like bracing yourself, but you did try to do something different with your content. Like, what happens when you do something different with their content? Like, and how do you react with it? And then I wanted to turn it to Dr. Bean about like the advice he gives, if that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've been doing it a long time, and I've always kind of talked about different things in tech. But there was a portion where I was very Apple focused and iPhone focused.
I know.
Yeah,
You
know,
guys
but
are both so Apple focused, and I'm like, hi, I talk about like Linux and anti-Apple people
yeah,
all over the place. You guys are
yeah,
gonna get over it.
yeah. But I've always talked about other things, projectors and stuff. But yeah, the last few years, I've kind of leaned more towards that side of just focusing because I just can't keep talking about, mostly about one subject anymore. So for the last 4 years, I've just been kind of, just embracing talking about what I want to talk about. And I got into e-bikes recently and stuff. And yeah, of course, my audience
So
is
cool.
not all the way into it. So I'm not getting a lot of views and stuff, but I've already kind of braced myself for that. And um, for me, the one type of thing that I look at in my YouTube analytics, the numbers really don't affect me, honestly, but I look at the likes, like what percentage of people are liking the videos. And that percentage has gotten better over the past few years for me. And so that means more to me over the views and stuff, because yeah, a lot of people aren't watching them, but the people who are watching them,
Are
they're
there
liking
for
it.
you.
Yeah,
They're there for you, Mark. That's what it means.
yeah, it's that, but it's also too like I love making content now and just searching for people searching for the topics and stuff are finding my channel. So it's been different. I'm an old dog in this, as I said before. Like the numbers, they matter, but not as much to me because I've seen people have great numbers and they get burned off of YouTube. They get burned out, right? Getting millions of views, millions of subscribers, and they're like, yeah, I'm tired. And so the numbers I've learned doesn't override your happiness. So I focus on happiness and then everything else. And yeah, so just dealing with the audience is just when you're going through change. It's kind of like, I've embraced this whole, like, I don't care what people say about me. I care why they said it. And I started noticing, I came back and a few years ago, my audio sucked. My lighting was horrible. And people would say that. And if you just, and sometimes people, they mean well, but they might just come off as, hey man, your lighting sucks. And it's not like they're trying to be mean, but they're actually telling the truth. So I looked at, okay, why are they saying that? You know what? They're right. And so I just kind of built up this armor over time. And I try to be careful at telling younger creators, oh, just, get tougher skin and stuff, because it's not that easy, right? Like you have to kind of build it up over time.
Yeah.
But eventually you have to learn how to just like let stuff bounce off of you, take that positivity, let it sink into your skin, soak it all in. But the negative stuff, just look at it, but let it bounce right off of you.
Oh, I love that. That's great advice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely feel like Mark was saying, it's like there's only so much excitement I can get about the new Galaxy S57, or you know what I mean? Like we're in my opinion, we've been plateaued as in that area of technology for years now. And so I'm not racing to do like 12 videos in a row on this phone anymore, because to be quite frank, it's just not that exciting. It's exciting and like it's cool and like, like there's a level of excitement around those things, but doing that that like kind of grind set to like just do make an entire 20-minute video on just one button on the phone and do that on every single button the phone it's just not fun anymore. You know what I mean? It's not fun. And
I got it.
I've noticed over the years that it is also damaging to just my happiness. Like I don't want to do these, but being like previously so focused on like, what the literal and figurative payoff is of doing 12 videos on 12 different buttons on a phone is more damaging to my happiness in the space in the long run. Yeah, the short gains are great, you know what I mean? Like super freaking awesome, and you get the notoriety, you get circled in the news stuff, and like like there's all these like all this exposure and blah blah blah, but all that grinding and all that stuff coming at you over and over again for years, you will smack your face into a wall.
panel is really good. Like, it's really good. But I'm kind of hitting a wall, and I think I'm going to finish editing this tomorrow. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that panel. There was a slight change in the plans tonight with the extended version of the creator panel you just watched. Instead of tomorrow, it will actually be available right after GBF closes in just 3 hours via Nixie's second channel on YouTube, the second channel on YouTube. Folks, my name is Thunder McFadden, and I am joined by Dr. Anthony Bean. Dr. Anthony Bean is a licensed clinical depth psychologist, video game researcher, and the executive director at the Talos Project. He has been consulted as an expert at the national and international level, being sought after as a speaker in the United States, Canada, and also in Russia. Dr. Bean holds a doctorate in psychology in clinical depth psychology from Pacifica Graduate Institute and specializes in the therapeutic implications of video games and gaming, working with children and adolescents. He created Geek Therapeutics, teaching clinicians and parents how to relate to their clients and families. Dr. Bean has also authored multiple academic articles, book chapters, and 4 books. Dr. Bean, welcome. Dr. Anthony Bean, welcome. How are you? It's good to see you. It was nice to see you in that panel. How are you?
I'm doing okay. You know, it's just like I came off of it. I feel super refreshed. It's really kind of crazy.
I know, right? Yeah. Well, you look fantastic. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Had a quick wardrobe change too. It was amazing.
The fast change. We know about
like
it.
Lightning.
Yes, absolutely. So I gave just a brief explanation of what you do, right? That's the technical blurb. So give me, if you would, maybe a little kind of expanded version of that. What does your day-to-day entail and that type of thing?
Yeah, sure. So I am the CEO of Geek Therapeutics, and we basically take anything that's geek and we turn it into a therapeutic endeavor. So whether it's video games, RPGs, anime, comics, superheroes, you name it, we can use it. And so my main days, I work as a clinical psychologist. By nights, I am a geek therapist and doing all sorts of fun stuff and creating a lot of awesome different trainings for people. And we're the only one in the world that is basically APA, NBCC, ACE, and Association of Play Therapy approved for our trainings, which basically means they've seen our stuff. They are like, holy cow, this is the best thing ever. We're going to approve it so people can get continuing education with us.
Awesome. That is so cool. How long exactly have you been at it, and what has the process been like to get into this as well?
So we have been training people on this for over a decade, but we created the Geek Therapeutics right around 2019 because we were getting so many submissions for trainings across the world. And it has been a slow start, and it has just ramped up. We had massive growth last year. We're already in the process of growing again. And there are over 120 hours, I want to say, of continuing education credit that people can get. Never mind, we train people how to do therapeutic game mastering and how to use, let's say, D&D or another RPG as a therapeutic endeavor for clients or for just playing with your friends in some capacity.
Interesting. Very interesting. So an RPG as therapy is what you're telling me.
That's right.
And so explain that to me. I've played a number of hours of World of Warcraft in my day, right? Obviously, very popular role-playing MMORPG, clearly. But so tell me, okay, you're going to take an RPG, you're going to use it as therapy. How does that work?
So we basically will go and look at the person's characters, who they play as, what type of spells they choose as. Because, you know, as a spellcaster, you can be a wizard, you can be a mage, you can be a warlock, you can be a lot of different things.
Of course.
That tells us a little bit about who you are as a personality, individual, and how you interact with the world around us. Sure. And it actually matches up really, really well. And it then helps us to understand, well, maybe I'm distant in this capacity, and this is how I play to reinforce that. And maybe we need to try a different character to see what it feels like to maybe be a tank.
I love it. I love it. That is amazing. And I would never have thought of it that way, or maybe I would have, you know, I mean, in my time, just specifically talking about WoW, right? I remember talking with my friends and being like, I play a druid. And I think to play a druid, you kind of got to be at least a little weird. You got to
have
a
to.
couple of-
That's my main character too. So if we're
Is it?
druids, I mean, yeah, that's what I do, because I can tank, I can heal, I can boomkin, or I can be a cat. I mean, like, I've got all four. Why would I play any other
Yes.
character?
Right. See, and
Yeah.
that and people get it twisted. Well, they're like, well, you're just a jack of all trades, but a master of none, right? And I'm like, well, I like to be able to fill the roles, and I like to be able to, you know.
I would say that's only true there, Thunder, when they took away the bear tank's ability to be able to swipe behind you as well to grab everybody.
There you go. There you go. Awesome. Well, we are welcoming everyone in. Welcome, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Good. Hey.
Amazing. So I guess who has the first question? Should we do you want to go with Dr. Goku maybe with the first question, or how do we feel, folks?
I was gonna say if they could potentially introduce themselves so people actually know who they are, but also what their specialties are, because Geek Therapy, what this whole panel's about, is encompasses quite a bit. We're talking like anime, comics, you know, everything. So everyone here really has a really high specialty in something special here.
I love it. So do we want to start with Dr. Goku? We'll do the introductions and everybody can kind of go around.
Sure. So my real name is Dr. Jean-Luc Williams. I'm better known as Dr. Goku online. I am a licensed psychologist, and I am the co-founder, vice president of Guardians MH. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that provides peer support and resources throughout the gaming community. And one of our biggest claims right now is our free mental health kits. We're working on version 4 as of now, where people can request these kits and they can get either a digital version right then and there from our website, or they can get a physical one with actual physical items mailed to their house free of charge.
Amazing. Amazing. And what does one of these mental health packets include? Or that explain that to me.
Oh, well, let me actually get one out.
Yeah, visuals even. I love it.
You're gonna get the whole package on this one.
Awesome. Great.
Right now, we're reworking our main mental health kit. So we've done like 3 iterations of it. And this current one, we partnered with Bungie Studios to have a officially licensed one for Destiny the game. So mainly it comes in this packaging, and it brings a whole bunch of resources. So this one is, again, Destiny focused. We have promos for the game, handouts for like the games and harassment hotline, a journal. We have a coloring book that's been made by artists from the Destiny community that have donated things to us. A exercise program. Oh, RTX is. There we go. So yeah, a exercise program, just a regular or pamphlet. Each kit is hand assembled, so you get a card that tells you who assembled it, and this one was assembled by Sadie. So Joe, our president's 5-year-old daughter, was the one that helped make the kit. Letter of encouragement. That one's in Spanish. So a safety plan. A gratitude inventory. We have some grounding exercises, some breathing exercises. We have 2 of them. We have the stop technique, a guided meditation.
Ooh.
And in terms of physical items, we have a bracelet, a pen, some colored pencils for the coloring book, and then we have a fidget item. So for the people that play Destiny, this one looks like the in-game currency Glimmer.
Yep. Sweet.
And it is very addicting.
Yeah.
It looks addicting from here, and I can't grab it through the internet, you know, but I would love to have it. Seems amazing. And I love that there are a lot of different things touched on in there, not only the mental health, which is what we're focusing on today, but also the physical health, right? Some exercises for gamers to do and that sort of thing. Really awesome. Very cool. Thank you for that. Moving on, how about Lindsay G? We'll go next with you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Grove. I'm a school psychologist in Colorado. And I run Dungeons and Dragons groups with my students, as well as use video games in my groups and Pokemon the card game in my groups.
Wow, very cool. Okay,
Yeah.
so D&D and Pokemon, and
And video games,
age?
yeah.
And what age groups did you say again?
They're all elementary school kids, so kindergarten through 5th grade. I'm doing Dungeons and Dragons with 4th and 5th grade right now. I use the video games with everyone from my 1st grader, actually from my kindergartners up.
Very cool. Very cool. I got kind of my jaw dropped for a second thinking about D&D and my wife is a kindergarten teacher, so kindergarten, 1st grade, and trying to do some sort of D&D seems like reckless with that age. But I love it. Okay, 4th and 5th grade. Awesome.
I'm doing it with a whole class of 4th graders right now, and it is a little bit like herding cats. So yes, I can't imagine doing it with kindergartners.
Oh, amazing. Awesome. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Thank you. Starfire, we'll go with you next.
Yes, hi. My name's Heather, better known as Starfire in the gaming community. I am a licensed mental health counselor, certified alcohol and substance abuse counselor, certified geek therapist, and certified therapeutic game master through Geek Therapeutics. I'm currently working in a private practice in New York. I work with all age groups and incorporate all kinds of different geeky elements into my therapeutic practice. But I guess I'm best known for incorporating anime, video games, and recently incorporating cosplay. But I will be starting D&D groups myself as well in the future.
Very cool. Love that. A lot of D&D in this group. Cool stuff. Excellent.
Yep.
Hey, I think D&D is fantastic. I've only played a couple of times. I've only had groups to play with like once or twice, but I've had fun every time I have done it. Last introduction that we need to do, last definitely but not least, Charlene McPherson. Charlene, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm kind of starstruck at the moment, but I'm good. I'm Charlene. I also do RPG therapy in my own private practice, Nat 20 Therapy. I am currently in the Geek Therapeutics Game Master Certification Program. I'm excited to finish that, but I've also been certified as a therapeutic game master through Game to Grow as well. And I run most of my groups with adults age 25 and up because there's no resources out there for us. And so I want to make sure we have some resources. I am also looking to introduce more than just D&D. Fiasco I'm looking at. We did Call of Cthulhu last night in one of our trainings. That was pretty fun in Geek Therapeutics. So definitely kind of spreading the fun around, not just D&D.
Awesome. Awesome. I love that. Fantastic. Thank you, Charlene. I'll go back to Dr. Anthony Bean. Anthony, may I call you Anthony?
Sure, absolutely.
Anthony, was there any place that you wanted to start specifically in talking about mental health and gaming geek therapy in that today?
That's just kind of basically going over what geek therapy is, and then we'll kind of like roundtable, round robin it almost, like without any of the negative consequences of that. Of course, because we don't want that right now, and just kind of having a little bit of a fun with how we have worked with clients in this capacity, and what we've seen with a lot of them becoming better people of who they want to be through these different types of cultural artifacts, because that's super important.
It seems that way. So so harnessing this stuff through geek therapy, right? What is the, if I'm coming to you and I'm struggling or that type of thing, and we want to dive into geek therapy for me, either as a streamer or as I am also an actor and voice actor in that, right? And I know you touched on some of those things in the panel. Where do you start with me?
We would probably all start with the clinical intake, and we'd kind of get an idea of what symptoms. I see everybody shaking their heads like, yep, this is where we start. We go and find out what are the main issues, and within all of our clinical intakes, we're going to probably utilize or ask questions around geek areas that we may or may not be interested in. So I have a lot of clients myself who are interested in anime, and so I have to watch a lot of anime right now, things that I didn't even know existed, and I already watch a lot of anime or playing video games or something else. And then we tend to curate the sessions in a more nuanced and informed manner to be able to bridge the gap between, let's say, our mental health symptoms and these other ideas that we tend to use, whether it's an anime character inside of a show of creating a trope, or maybe it's our D&D character of who we want to be, or it allows us to play a different part of ourselves that normally life doesn't allow us to get to.
Yeah, and I like that. I think that's something that we don't think about directly. We touched on it a little bit ago, right? But we don't think about it directly as, okay, right, this character that I just built is an extension of me. Why? Well, because this is what I wanted to play. I wanted to play a sorcerer in this particular campaign of D&D, or I wanted to play this in World of Warcraft. I wanted to emulate this particular anime character, that sort of thing. So Starfire, you said you do a lot of work with anime as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that connect with what you're doing, what Anthony was just saying, directly connecting into what you do you find?
Yeah, so I am definitely getting to know a lot more animes, some more obscure ones from the clients that I get. I feel like, you know, when I get a client and they tell me about an anime that they really truly love, whether it's something that I've seen or not seen, I feel like that's kind of a gateway into who they are, because they connect for a reason, right?
Mhm.
And we can find out a lot about them through watching these animes, and especially finding out like what characters they're drawn to and why. I've utilized it in many different ways, most notably combining dialectical behavioral therapy with My Hero Academia. That was actually spawned by a 12-year-old boy that I had who loved My Hero, and I loved that he loved My Hero, and it kind of blossomed from there.
Very cool. Very cool. I love that. Now, okay, so we've talked a little bit about anime and some of that stuff that kind of pertains a little bit more for the older crowd. Lindsay, I do kind of want to kick it over to you in talking about the younger groups, right? What struggles maybe do you run into, and in kind of accessing those things with young minds, obviously, that they
Yeah.
don't communicate like we do, and they won't for at least probably 10 plus years, right?
And you also have to consider that because I work in a school, most of the clients I work with are in the special education process. So a lot of them also have academic and learning and speech delays. I think what works for me is that in schools, my work is a lot more like a lot less traditionally therapy, but a lot more skills based. But then the other drawback to that is in schools, I'm very time limited, and I don't have a 50-minute session with my kids because teachers will not let me take that much time out of their day.
Right.
So I have to kind of cram everything into a 30-minute time period. I think how I kind of get around that, especially with the younger kids, is I do a lot of this is what, like, prepping the session and then debriefing the session. So like, this is what we're going to do today. Okay, we're going to play, you know, the two of you first graders are going to play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which is an idea I stole directly from Dr. Bean. We have to split our controllers on the Switch. What do you think this practice is? And then at the end of our group time together, how do you think you did? What was hard? What did we practice today is one of my big questions. And even the first graders can get like, oh, we practiced like talking to each other, and we practiced communicating so that we could go places where we wanted to. You just when you work with little kids, you just have to kind of get those flexibility and adaptive skills like really well honed, because nothing ever goes the way I plan it.
Of course, yes. I'll mention her one more time, but my wife is a kindergarten teacher, and she has to pivot so many times daily. It is amazing, and it is incredible. So
try being a dungeon master.
You know, and I keep going back to that, thinking about, man, you know, my last dungeon master was a master of like 4 or 5 of us adults who didn't know quite what we were doing and was very patient with us. Yeah, imagine me 20, whatever, 6 years ago, something like that. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What I want to
Yeah,
do
that's what
now.
it's like dungeon mastering for fourth graders.
Right? Of course. Of
I don't know.
course.
The adults can have the same type of attention span sometimes too.
Yeah.
I can imagine. I can imagine, right? There was I want to just, Lindsay, kind of piggybacking off of this and going with a question from the chat that can go actually to everybody. But we'll start with you, Lindsay. Somebody asked, what is your experience with patients who have autism specifically?
Mhm. That's actually a large portion of my my client base. My school has a specialized program for students with significant intellectual disabilities and autism. I'm still kind of working on how to integrate it fully with those students, mainly because those are my students that are the most verbally impacted. Um, but for students with kind of higher functioning skills that maybe have the skills to be in a general education classroom most of the day, but also struggle with kind of reading those nonverbal cues, that theory of mind, being able to tell, like, read what people are thinking. Dungeons and Dragons actually works really, really, really well for that, because not only do you have to kind of pay attention to what the NPCs are doing, but you have to pay attention to like how your group is doing too. I had one of my 5th grade boys ran up into a guard. We were playing Acquisitions Unlimited or Incorporated module, and he ran up into a guard, and the guard kept saying, "Well, is your name this? Are you on the list?" And he kept launching into his whole backstory about how his village was destroyed by and he was raised by tieflings, and no, he's not on the list. So he was getting nowhere. And I'm like, oh my God, like, come on, process, like, let's go. It took him until the next week to be like, yeah, I wasn't really listening to him. But that, I mean, it's really interesting when you tap into a client's interests, and this goes to the D&D or the anime or any of the pop culture that they use. It's easy to use that as a door to teach skills and teach positive mental health behaviors.
Love that. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you, Lindsay. We have not heard from Dr. Goku or Charlene for a minute, so I want to open it up to you two, and also Anthony or Star. Do any of you specifically have that experience with autistic patients or autism in general that you would like to touch on?
I don't typically treat people that are autistic. I do have some autistic individuals that are kind of more functionally inclined, because I work in one part of my private practice is I do a day at a university here. So they are in university, they are adjusting to it, but they seem to be hitting these barriers. And a lot of them are kind of hitting these barriers kind of for the first time, because for a lot of them, they've kind of flew under the radar. So their autism kind of flew under the radar, and they're hitting university and they're hitting these challenges. And I found that using geek therapy helps them kind of connect with things in a different way that isn't like strictly psychoeducation coming from a textbook.
Nice.
Because they
Very,
can
very nice.
they can link it to something they know, and then they can use this as a mirror to help them process through the information.
Very
yeah,
cool.
and that's what for me, I've only had a couple of clients that were neurodiverse on the spectrum. They definitely were practicing a lot of social skills, a lot of how to interact with people, and of course Dungeons and Dragons, I always say, is or any RPG is a great option, because you have those social rules are written down, and there are no doubts about it. And so that gives them an open, safe space to practice, saying things and being a certain person, and doing what they really want to do without having those like real world consequences.
Because I had one student actually tell me this week where this is kind of the first time they're looking for an autism evaluation, so referring out to get them evaluated. And one of the questions I asked is, well, when you approach a social situation, how are you seeing it? And the way they were explaining it is essentially a flow chart in terms of meet person here, say X. If X doesn't work, try Z. And they were kind of going down this list.
Yeah, that's
So
scripting. In
Yeah.
a sense, it's a script that they've learned in a schema that they've been able to function in a lot of different ways, and that's what they've known. I work with adults and children who are neurodiverse, and they are some of the best people, in my opinion, that to ever work with, because they're going to challenge you as in ways as a therapist that you'll never be challenged in other ways. Yeah, everyone has depression. Yes, everyone has anxiety. Those things come up. You get bored of that type of thing. But when you start pairing it with geek therapy, there's a whole nother ballgame with that. But with the neurodiverse crowd, anime itself has all of the different ideas within the anime, overt facial expressions, ability to read them a lot more than what we can do in a one-on-one conversation. RPGs, video games, they create a great schema for tropes for us to be able to understand, oh, my family members very much like this person from this anime. So if I understand how that person's going to react in such situations, I know how to interact with that person now on some level. And that's really the goal of what we're doing, is we're giving them a model to understand what they have to do. And so they can use what we call their superpower, aka their neurodivergence, in a manner that is beneficial for them, but also the people around them.
Wow. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Star, did you want to touch on that as well at all, with that connection to anime and that?
Yeah, I mean, I could. I don't have a lot of experience with autistic individuals. However, I do have several who are high functioning autistic teenagers. And mostly what we're working on is emotional regulation. And I found that a really fun way to do that is through their interests. So like, for example, I have a 13-year-old who's very much into Pokemon. So I had her conceptualize her favorite coping skills into what a Pokemon might look like who encapsulates that coping skill. I gave her a printout of a blank Pokemon card. And she drew the Pokemon, she named it, she said what the abilities were, and what coping skill that was supposed to represent. And then I had her actually catch the Pokemon with an empty Pokeball that I had given her. So she can choose that Pokemon when she's in distress.
I love that. That's amazing. Do any of the rest of you have any strategies or things like that you do?
I did something similar with Harry Potter.
Okay.
Sorry.
Nice. No, I'll tell you what. Well, why don't we start with Lindsay and then we'll jump up to Dr. Goku. So Lindsay, and then we'll jump to Dr. Goku. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, we just kind of made paper mache wands, and then this is with first graders, and then I had them come up with kind of coping spells, which went really rough at first because they're 7. But basically, what I ended up doing is had them give me the words, and then I used Google Translate to translate them into Latin. So they sound like spells now. So now we kind of have our own list of spells. And that's kind of one of our opening things. Like, okay, give me a word. Like, before we get into our game for today, let's come up with a spell.
I love it. I love it. Fantastic. Dr. Goku, you were next on that one.
Sure. Yeah. I don't typically do a lot of these things because I work with an older population. Typically it's around 17, 18 or older. But an exercise that I use often is one coming from Harry Potter, which is the Mirror of Erised.
Yeah.
So I often have them look at the mirror and saying, all right, so Erised spelled backwards is desire. What do you see? What is that desire? So kind of fundamentally going to those core elements that they may not want to share that they truly desire.
I like that. Very interesting. Very interesting. So back to you, Anthony. We have talked about a number of different things. A lot of fun stuff. There was another question in the chat about ADHD. So kind of going along the same topic that we just had, but a tangent, obviously. So feel free to touch on that, or if there was anything else specifically that you wanted to go over right here, let us know.
Actually, I wanted to shift this one down to Charlene because if I know her, which little I do know her, this is one of her areas.
Amazing.
Yeah, I love it. Well, just besides the fact that I have ADHD myself, so it definitely it's one of the only spaces that I feel like a lot of people can use their ADHD creativity and get rewarded for it. That's what they do. They think outside the box. They're problem solvers. They're the fun people to hang around. And I have one person who's in their 30s, right? And he was worried about role playing, and I was like, oh, okay, don't worry, whatever. But like his ADHD totally took over, and he's like, I'm gonna jump off that wall, and I'm gonna jump onto the back of the spider, and I'm gonna he ended up getting some venom from the spider, let's say it that way. And he just had a blast. And so his creativity and energy actually keep the game going and interesting. And it's so much fun to see people get reinforced positively for something that they probably really get a lot of negativity about. No, that's not the way we do things. Oh, here's the rules. This is how we actually do it. Here's the procedures, right? It's just amazing to see their face light up when they're able to do something and it gets rewarded.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I love that. Fantastic. So we have another question here. What are, and I was actually going to ask you all about this at the very end. I want to know what your favorite video games are, but let's save that. Okay, we're going to hit that. We're going to hit that at the very end. So let's go right now to what are some of your favorite lesser known games that you use in your practice versus some of the more popular ones? And actually, if you want, you can go ahead and touch on some of the popular ones that you use too. Specifically, I know we've gone over this a little bit, but maybe dive a little more into how you specifically use either your lesser known or more well-known game.
I'll go start on this one. In session, I actually really like using a lot of different mini games on Roblox because it has such potential. Whether as we're going to do a mining simulator for paying attention, perseverance, making sure we figure out what we have to do, or a team sport game, whether Roblox doesn't really have amazing graphics, so you don't have to really worry about shooting and blood and guts and stuff like that. So it's a great co-op game there. There's also building games in there. There's a whole bunch of different things based upon what the client's needs are in that moment, or how did they have difficulties this week. Was a kid running away because he didn't want to participate with the other people? Okay, well, let's work on that participation. Let's work on that communication skill. Is someone feeling really overwhelmed and having a lot of difficulties being able to regulate their emotional content? Let's do a mining simulator. Let's talk about this as we're doing this, so you can feel monotonous. It can do that. Maybe we need to work on a different idea of being able to manage choosing the right decision at the right time. Let's do a tower defense. It has such great applicability to be able to utilize that in there. Plus, you can use all sorts of different types of AAA games. Anything can be therapeutic if it is used in the right context.
Nice. Nice. I like that. Next, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What do we, how about Starfire? We'll go next. We'll do that.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of that because I use a lot of Roblox as well.
Awesome.
I have a lot of fun with Tower of Hell and emotion regulation and frustration tolerance because it is a jump puzzle. And if anyone's ever done a jump puzzle, they can get really frustrating. So having my kids go in there and do it, and then do it while practicing some of the like deep breathing and mindfulness kind of techniques that we've been talking about. I've had my kids get higher than they ever have in the jump puzzle before, and I go in there and do it too, so it's not like, okay, I'm gonna watch you do it. I'm in there too using the same skills because jump puzzles frustrate me too. A lesser known video game, maybe lesser known, I'm not sure. I use Journey a lot. One specific instance was with someone who's actually going through their master's program for mental health and wasn't sure if this was the right field for her. She kind of felt as though maybe she wasn't good enough in her capabilities to be a therapist in going through this program. And I think that's a lot of what a lot of us struggle with when we're initially going through those programs. And Journey, I feel, is a really great game because it really encapsulates kind of the hero's journey, the trials, the tribulations, the mentorship, that not everything is going to go as planned, but that's okay, because as long as you push through and have this ultimate goal, you can self-actualize.
That's amazing. And I like those aspects that you talk about there within the game, right? Perseverance, looking at a situation, saying, hey, not everything is going to go the way I want it to, but if you push through, if you persevere, right, obviously you can get a lot done. Wow. I love that. I love that, Starfire. Just over. Charlene, how about for you? And then there's another question I'll ask actually later, but let's go with you. Lesser known video games, or if you have a particular, really popular one that you like to use, hit me.
So I'm an old schooler, so I love tabletop games. I'm sorry that those are like my favorite. I do
nothing to apologize for.
Nothing at all.
I just love the in-personness. I use D&D a lot, obviously.
Yes.
I'm looking into using Fiasco. There's another game that was a Kickstarter game that I don't know if anybody else saw it, but it was called Out of Our Shells. And it actually is a group game where you can bring it to like a party if you don't know everybody around, and you just kind of play this game and get to know each other and answer questions and things like that. I actually use that a lot with my anxiety clients, my social anxiety clients, to go through conversations. You know, how do you have a back and forth? How do you act like you're interested when you're not necessarily interested? You know, things like that. And then for D&D, something that I do individual therapy with my group clients as well. So we have that extra time one-on-one to process what's going on in group and how they think they're doing and things like that. We actually have come up with mechanics. Each person individually have come up with mechanics to kind of represent what they may be struggling with, right? So, you know, as an example, anger issues, right? If you have an impulse for anger, okay, well, you are going to have disadvantage on the roll, but you are going to have a +2 on your damage because you're wilding out and you're going to use all your strength and everything like that. But you may not be as accurate, right? So things like that. And then the opposite is, okay, well, if you focus, then you have more, you know, that you're going to hit it. I'll give you advantage on the roll, you know, and you just do normal damage. So it really is really great to sit down with each person and try and figure out how to represent that thing that they may be struggling with.
I think that's really interesting because what it kind of touches on is this way of saying, okay, and we've actually talked about it before tonight, the idea of, okay, I'm going to reach, or if let's say I'm the patient, right? Talking to me about my character that I've already created versus what you seem to touch on, correct me if I'm wrong, versus what you seem to touch on right here, Charlene, which is, why don't we create it together and decide, okay, this is what you're coming in for. This is what you want to work on. Why don't we build a character instead of going based on what you already have, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I have them do is I actually give them it's not called Knives, Forks, and Spoons. It's great. I don't know if anybody else uses it, but it's a background story creator. So it just asks, like, what's your character's favorite soup? Like, what's your, you know, what is your character's motivation for adventuring? And they answer those questions and they answer them for their characters, but they're the ones answering the questions.
Yeah.
So more than likely you're going to get, you know, what they're dealing with in there as well, at least a tiny bit. And I tell my clients, you can put as much of you in there as you want, or as little of you, you know, in there, because we talk about, you know, playing your ideal self versus your current self, you know, all those things. But and then I try and throw those things into each. I definitely do a lot of what do you call it? Like where you're focusing on one player and their characters and things like that. And it just, you see their eyes light up and they get excited about, you know, being able to work on this stuff.
Of course. I love that. I absolutely love that. Thank you, Charlene. Okay, so now I very specifically have a reason for doing this. I would like to go to Lindsay because of not only the D&D connection, right? But also I want to hear a little bit about the similarities and differences as you're talking, you know, you obviously working with the younger crowd. And then after that, I want to go to Dr. Goku because I have another specific question for him. So Lindsay, hit me. Piggybacking off of that and then letting me know about some of the lesser known games that you use.
Well, and I am a less experienced DM than Charlene is. That was basically my pandemic project, was to teach myself how to DM. So I
Nice.
DM'd before I ever played D&D, which is a little crazy in itself. So most of the time I stick to modules in 5e. So with my fourth graders, I'm playing the starter set with them. And mainly that's because, and we can get into the whole project I'm doing with the fourth graders later, but I'm training 5 fourth graders to be DMs for their classmates.
Nice.
That has
So-
got to be chaos.
Yeah, I bet.
I could talk forever about them. They're doing such a good job. But yeah, having 5 fourth graders playing D&D and then watching them run games with their own groups and kind of like make up their own rules, and like the control part of me being like, like, okay, like you can't befriend the bugbear. He's like the bad guy. But okay.
But
Right.
why?
Yeah, of course. I love it.
You go. So we've been using the 5e starter set with the Lost Mine of Phandelver for that kind of whole group, just because it's easy to pick up. Then all my materials are right there. And then the kids have access to it, and it was fairly cheap. It's only $20 for the box. So I was
Yeah.
able to get 5 kits.
Mhm.
In terms of lesser known games that I play with my kids, I found a really great game at an art gallery called Space Team. It's a card game, and basically the idea is you're on a spaceship and you're trying to get home and it's falling apart. So you need to like work with everyone at the table to fix the parts that are breaking, but you're ending up like shouting all over each other to like, hey, I need this part, hey, I need this part, and like passing like crazy. So I mean, that's practicing emotional regulation right there, listening to each other, kind of all that executive functioning.
Yeah.
The other board game I play a lot is Forbidden Island. And that's it's a cooperative game where you have to collect 4 treasures and get off an island as it's slowly sinking underneath you. I always have to think about the name because my kids always call it Sink Island. So then I just call it Sink Island.
Yep.
In terms of video games, I have a Wii and a Switch in my office. So on the Wii, we do a lot of Wii Sports. I've been taking some data this year on giving kids a 5-minute Wii Sports boxing break and their self-reported level of anger and frustration before and after the break. And that's really been amazing. Like a lot of them come in, they're like, I'm at a 9. I really need this. I'm at a 9. And then they leave. By the time they leave, they're like, I'm okay. I'm at like a 1 or a 2. And then the Wii bowling is really, really hard. So we practice perseverance, emotional regulation, some motor skills. And then boom blocks on the Wii is good for that too. And then on Switch, the one I really, really like is 1-2 Switch, because it's a game where you have to look at each other. So like, whereas they're used to playing games and we're watching the screen and we're not watching each other, this is really nice. And like, eventually I'll probably get in trouble because my favorite one on there is Quick Draw, where you're a cowboy and you have to like draw your gun. But it really practices those looking at each other's skills.
Nice. Nice. Not only do I love your response, Lindsay, but it takes me directly into the question I mentioned earlier. So, Dr. Goku, okay? Now, there's a reason that I saved you for last, mister, okay? And that would be, I do want to hear about the lesser-known video games that you use, but I also, she mentioned it right there. She mentioned some weaponry. Right? You mentioned Destiny earlier, and I want this to be a question not only for everybody, but right now for Dr. Goku, and then after that, Anthony. Violent video games. Violent video games, violent video games. We
Always comes down to
everybody either loves them or hates them. They are very polarizing. They are very controversial. Okay? Do you use them? Why do you use them? Is there a benefit? Hit me with your take. There, Dr. Goku, and then Anthony.
Well, I've always seen the violence in video games as secondary to what you're playing. So if I can just use
Yes.
Destiny as an example. So yeah, there is shooting in the game. You're shooting aliens. But the whole point of the game is how you collaborate with people.
Mhm.
So the main thing is raids. And with Destiny, we're coming up to a new content launch next week. There's a new
Mhm.
raid coming out in 2 weeks. So you're facing these encounters and you're grouping up with 5 other people and you're trying to figure out these puzzles. The shooting and the DPS is second.
Right.
Let's figure out how to do these puzzles, how to get this mechanic down. So it
Mhm.
really teaches resilience, it teaches perseverance, problem solving, it collaboration, and to me, that's the key aspect.
Yeah.
The whole violence, yeah, it's cathartic in a way, but
Right.
there's no real correlation with real world violence after you play violent video games.
Right. Right. And for those of us who know violent video games, play them, enjoy them, all of that, that is easier for us to understand than maybe for some others. So
Mhm.
now, going off of that question, and I want to take this to Anthony. Okay, so Anthony, your take on the violent video games, and Dr. Goku was mentioning Destiny, which is more based on your raids, right? So in that sort of circumstance, you know, somebody from the outside could be like, okay, well, it is about the team thing because it's a PvE or it's whatever, right? But Call of Duty, no, no, no. Or Halo, the 5v5 or whatever. No, never, never, never that. What is your take on the differences between those games, Anthony?
I think that they all have a simple idea behind them, and they all play differently, yes, but still the same idea is behind them. Of usually you're a lone rogue, you've been orphaned, you've been abandoned in some capacity. Therefore, you must band together and overcome this heroic destiny. It's just a heroic journey that all video games have. And if you think about many of the video games that we play, you are either orphaned or singled out or left for dead right early in the beginning because it clicks on us as an archetypal image, and it makes us feel connected to the character, and that's what brings us into that presence or that immersion aspect for us to actually play the game. If most games that don't have that fail very quickly, because you really have with a gamer about 2 to 3 minutes of playing just to either get them in or it's done. They're like, yeah, what's next? That's what you got. With the violence thing, we've done tons and tons of research. Video games do not produce violence. It might increase aggression scores, but aggression does not equate to violent tendencies. We can all have some aggression. This comes from frustration. We all become frustrated. How do we deal with it? What can we do to get there? Yes, I missed that shot. Cool, you were sniping for 300 yards away. A lot of people would have missed that shot.
Right. And you're going to get frustrated with the jumping puzzles in Mario.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Or the Yoshi jump where you have to sacrifice Yoshi.
Oh.
Yeah. Absolutely, right?
I mean, that just made me go kill dinosaurs. So.
Yeah, right. There, yeah. I love that. I love that. Awesome. Okay. So, folks, we have an amazing panel today, and we're dwindling down on a few minutes here. I do want to know, what are your favorite video games? Lindsay, I want to start with you, and then we'll kind of go all the way around. Lindsay, tell me your personal favorite video game, and maybe if there is any sort of therapeutic aspect of it for you, if there is anything that you find in that way in your favorite video game or favorite video games.
Honestly, when I'm stressed out, my go-to game is Skyrim. Just
Okay.
because it's a good escape. You can be a hero. But it might be. I just got the Demon Slayer game for Xbox for my birthday, and I love Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
So that might be kind of taking over.
Very cool. I love that.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, Starfire, you are next. Your favorite video game. Hit me.
I'm gonna have to say games. I'm a huge MMORPGer.
Excellent.
So you were talking about World of Warcraft before. I was a vanilla player up until
Nice.
Cataclysm, and then came back for Classic. But right now, I'm super obsessed with Final Fantasy 14. I've been playing it for about 5 years. I raid, Savage, Ultimate Fights, you name it, I have cleared it. So those are my games right now. And I just started playing Lost Ark, and I'm kind of getting absorbed into that.
Very cool. Very cool. And I've heard polarizing things about Lost Ark, so I'm glad to hear somebody who is enjoying the game and is willing to kind of stick with it at least for the time being.
I'm giving it a go. I understand the
Sure.
polarization. I am on some of the fence there. You know, especially with the gender locked classes. I feel like that's very dated.
Yep.
Very dated. And I was very upset because I wanted to be a female paladin, and apparently you can't. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Not
I
very
know.
2022 of them, is it?
No, it's not. Get woke.
No.
But but Final Fantasy 14 takes up most of my time, so that's okay.
Awesome. Okay, and WoW, obviously, what do you play? What's your main in WoW?
My main in WoW was a holy priest.
Okay.
And in Final Fantasy, I am a Viera white mage. I only play healers.
Awesome.
Except for Lost Ark, there really isn't a healer. I'm a sorceress in that. So
Nice. There you go. Okay. Taking care of the heels. Starfire. I love it. Charlene, you are next. Favorite game and what it does for you.
Right. So
Therapeutically, mentally, however you want to take that question, Charlene.
yeah, so I'm like, I do video games, but it's actually my son's way more into video games than I am. So Fortnite he really likes playing Fortnite with me because we always end up the last like 2 in the game.
For sure.
And he gets really excited. Just RPGs in general. I forgot how much I loved Call of Cthulhu. It is a very good game. It is a little, there's some
It's
stuff
dark.
behind that. It's dark. It's
Sure.
a horror game. But it really does give you the ability to explore yourself, explore how you react to really scary things in life, things like that. And it just is a whole heck of a lot of fun based in, the Cthulhu mythos. But D&D also, I really love playing a bard.
Nice.
So I play the loud, boisterous, like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna sing for you while you
Sweet.
while you fight." So that's just fun for me. Again, with ADHD, like just being able to be creative and create the world around you is amazing.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Charlene. Dr. Goku, we'll go to you next.
Sure. So while I love Destiny, some of my favorite games are just sitting over my shoulder there. So Mega Man X and Metroid have been this staple throughout my life. And for me, Metroid is this encapsulation of let's use whatever you have in your arsenal, figure out where you need to go, and figure out the environment around you, which is kind of teaching us resilience in a way that we need to in real life.
I love that. Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Goku. Dr. Anthony Bean, let's head to you, sir.
Legend of Zelda. Absolutely. It's my go-to. It's what I play. I've played them all so much.
Yeah.
And more recently, I've really gotten back into Pokemon with a new one because it really feels like you're a Pokemon master in this one. And it is charming to go back to that in that childhood on that one. But I also know where we are in the time. And so I also wanted to just say thank you very much for having us all. And if anyone wants to kind of get in touch with us, all of our names are here somewhere on social media, but you can also find us over at Geek Therapeutics on any social media. Just type it in, you'll find us.
Yes. Amazing. Thank you to all of you, Anthony, Lindsay, Star, Charlene, and Dr. Goku. Thank you, every single one of you, for your insights and for being a part of this panel. This has been a ton of fun. And I think it's been a good insight for a lot of people into what video games can do. And we're talking across the spectrum, right? From adolescence all the way up to where any of us are right now or where any of us are going. Not like video games are going anywhere and that. So I love it. Fantastic. Thank you to everyone. And take care of yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Amazing, folks. Thank you all so much. And we are going to move things over to Dom. Dom is who I am introducing at this point. Thank you. So Dom loves all things tech and creates internet content around it. He tries to convert the bells and whistles of tech gadgets into something your parents would appreciate. Dom. And do we have Dom here yet, or are we going to run to a break here? Dom, hey!
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you, boss?
I'm doing great.
Amazing. I'm going to pass it off to you. Thank you, and take care, my man.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. Hello, everyone. My name is Dom Esposito, and welcome to Save a Spoon. And this is all about setting healthy boundaries in fintech. Now, Save a Spoon will focus on establishing those healthy habits and boundaries for sustained success in fintech and also crypto. So we're actually going to be joined by a couple of guests here, and we'll be utilizing Christine Dino's spoon theory as a shared ground for discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce, we have Geoff Shearer and Will Gaines, who are going to be joining us for this session here, and we'll get that kicked off here shortly. How's everybody doing today? How you doing?
Oh, don't know if Will's in yet.
Oh, I don't see him yet. How are you doing, Geoff?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for the kind intro. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. And I guess we'll let you kick it off while we wait for Will to join us.
Yeah, no problem. So big shout out. Thank you so much to GeekBeacon. This is a wonderful opportunity and really appreciate all the work that y'all have done. This is a monumental event, and I can't imagine the production that's gone into it, especially with evolving tech and Web3. I think, there's more need than ever with a focus on mental health, and especially from a developer and engineering perspective, sometimes we lose sight of that with the sprints. So yeah, without further ado, I guess we can kick off. Really, today's speakership or this panel presentation is about utilizing spoon theory as a way to make sure that you are taking care of yourself, right? Similar to oxygen mask, right? There are a number of great resources, and we're seeing an emergence within highly competitive industries for those to refocus on the mental health and mental wealth of each incorporation or LLC or company or project's employees for mutual success, right? And we'll get into a lot of that as well. I'm not sure, because I'm in presentation mode right here, if we got Will on with me.
I'm here, Geoff. It's good to be here, everybody. Sorry, my hotel internet is not up to speed, but I'm grateful to be here and grateful to be talking about mental health and its importance as we do business.
Brilliant. We'll do some quick intros really quick. This is myself. I'm a 15 plus year marketing professional with 6 years in fintech and blockchain, with 6 years in nonprofit. And now, thankfully, I've been able to merge those two fields with Proof of Good, working in the first nonprofit crypto space that I have before. And I have to tell you, it's highly rewarding. In addition to that, I've myself afflicted or somebody that sometimes celebrates, sometimes loathes obsessive compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, seasonal affective disorder, generalized depression, and generalized anxiety. A little bit more about me. So having worked with literacy programs for mayor's offices in the city of Rochester, and then at Rockefeller University and biomedical research along Nobel laureate science, it's something I've always had a passion for, and I took a diversion over to fintech and then into crypto. And crypto is a fascinating field insofar as in fintech at large, there's many questions that have never been answered, and so each day you're asked to find creative solutions to novel problems, things that haven't been done before. There aren't the longitudinal data that you would find in other industries. And so we're often asked to go above and beyond, and often at the detriment to ourselves and our self-care and our own mental health. We'll get into some of that later, and I'm happy to answer questions specific to my experience given OCD, PTSD, SAD, depression, and anxiety during a Q&A section at the culmination of this presentation. In the meantime, let me introduce my co-presenter here, amongst the best in the biz. This is Will Gaines.
Thank you for that, man. That was an introduction. How's it going, everyone? I hope that you're all doing well through the screen, and I wish you all the success and happiness that the world has waiting for you. I've been in marketing roles and different industries for many years. I have Benjamin Button syndrome, so I'm actually in my late 70s, but you wouldn't guess it. So I've been in blockchain for a few years. As you can see, I was in the nonprofit sector, really more so in the community organizing sector, working with nonprofits. I spent time working with the state of California as a district representative for a state senator with an issue area specific to mental health and homelessness, working with the Department of Mental Health, and kind of the things that lead people to being homeless. And one of the many ways that happens, unfortunately, is because of a lack of mental care. And so I'm grateful to be talking about it with you all now. I was grateful to do the work that I was able to do and interact with the men and women who are helping mentally heal the world. So really grateful for this. Grateful to GeekBeacon and everybody that's here at the festival right now, and all the amazing sponsors that participate in this as well, and eager to get into this conversation and just really let everybody know that as important as it is to be financially free and financially stable and to pursue our career goals, it is equally, if not more important, to take care of ourselves and to prioritize self-care. So I'm grateful that everybody is here right now talking about ways that we can do that. So Geoff, let's get into it, man. Let's go. I'm ready.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you for introducing yourself, Will. Always a pleasure. So really quickly, this is what we're going to be discussing today, right? So we're going to be using spoon theory. Is something that I have found solace in, and hopefully it might pertain to you. It's not necessarily the most emergent theory. It's not a theory that's perfect and without its own flaws, but for practical adoption and operation in your daily life, especially if you happen to be somebody that is going through some of the pitfalls of mental health and navigating mental health and self-care within financial technology and crypto, but really in development engineering or tech fields where you're expected to do the 996 or various levels of sprint. We'll get into that also. So without further ado, we're just going to jump into what spoon theory is. Use that as a frames of shared reference for today's discussion. We'll hop into the threats to your spoon supply, various threats to mental health, seen and unforeseen, working in fintech, and then of course resources for spoon stockpiles, how you can build up your spoons to the best that you can to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. And then we'll close out with a Q&A before the festival closes out itself at 8 p.m. And don't miss the game night starting at 9 p.m. also. I'll be there. Moving right ahead. So spoon theory. If you're unfamiliar, this is a really easy kind of approach to codifying what your needs are. It's a metaphor that's used to describe the amount of mental or physical energy any given person has for daily activities and tasks. And the unit of measurement is a spoon used to quantify mental energy that any person has for activities during a time period, a day or a week. A lot of it is open to interpretation. And again, find what works for you, where X activity costs Y number of spoons. I'll show you an example momentarily. But when your spoons are depleted, there is this inability to complete the other tasks that are needed to be accomplished until you replenish them. And in the classical definition of spoon theory, this is only replenished by rest. Again, find what works. Shout out to the spoonies, shout out to Squirrel Army. Within the Squirrel Army, there are people that use spoon theory that go by spoonies. Anything on that, or shall we move forward? Well,
I'm loving listening to you talk about this. This is a really inspiring moment right now. Just for people who don't know me personally, I'm at ETH Denver right now, representing Proof of Good DAO, and getting to listen to Geoff talk about these things and empower people about tools for helping them with mental health. I'm a proud colleague of his in this moment. I don't have anything to add, man. Let's keep it going. I'm loving this right now.
All right, cool. Let's rip and ride. So how many spoons do I have to spend each day? This is something that, really for me, what worked, in addition to some other steps of self-care and learning and changing cognitive patterns and reinforcing those that are healthy and those that are not. If you're interested in trying this out, pick something. You don't have to necessarily worry about whether or not what you start off with is wrong. You can self-correct. You're a smart person yourself. So let's use 10 daily spoons for the purposes of this discussion or this example. And, those numbers of spoons may change based on your own health or circumstances, of course. Take a new job, or, maybe there's a family issue. It's important to stay cognizant of how your life is changing to be able to really adapt your own spoon schedule, so to speak. So how many spoons do my daily tasks and activity require each day? First and foremost, it's nice to look at what you have and know what brings you joy. And some activities won't require any spoons at all. For example, I like to bookbind, and I like to try to play new instruments. I could play you a mean hot cross buns on clarinet. So that's something, but that doesn't cost me any spoons. But really what we're trying to identify here is, from your daily spoons, how many spoons does each task take? And is another example, if you have to do in your role monthly budget for your team, that is a burdensome task, and that takes 5 spoons at the end of each month. How do you plan in advance for that? So here's an example of what that might look like. If you have 10 spoons a day, this is an example work week for me. A lot of the work that I do is in management and or operational production on marketing within crypto and fintech. Again, working for Proof of Good and Leyline at the moment. A highly rewarding experience because I get to work with highly motivated people who are trying to provide as much impact as they can to those in need. And I get to work alongside people like Will. So what's not to love? But you can see here just really quickly an example, right? So I know that Wednesdays, I've got meetings, but that's when the work gets really difficult, right? And that is a huge threat to the amount of spoons that I have. I've listed it out here for meetings, work, exercise, socialization, and then hobbies. If you look down on the hobbies line here, I'm a man of, I guess I'm easily distractible. I have a number of hobbies that I want to get into, but they take a spoon. And then I've got other hobbies that they're leisurely. They're regenerative in nature. So they're between 0 and -1 spoon. I might get a spoon back for it just to take some time to regenerate. If I crocheted and I could watch my favorite show and crochet with muscle memory, I might get a spoon back in the day. And then down on the lowest 2 rows that you'll see here, you can see the total spoons that I've spent out of the 10 I've allocated for myself each day, and how many that I have remaining. And going back to really the topic of this room is, always save a spoon for yourself. You don't want to be in a situation where, in the spirit of resiliency, you want to be able to save a spoon and approach each day with gusto and the ability to do what you do well with all, with your entire tool chest at your disposal. And when you undercut yourself by, let's say on Sunday night or Saturday night, spending 15 spoons out the club or a party or a Super Bowl party or at your father-in-law's house. You know, sometimes these unanticipated spoon needs will pop up. So if you save a spoon for yourself, you'll always be in the black. So something to take care of. In the example of the calendar that I show below, Wednesdays are always tough for me, right? It's a lot of work. We do a lot of public meetings. Exercise and social is something that I won't, you know, I need to do for my own mental health. But that means at the end of the day, I had no time for hobbies and I had no time for unanticipated spoon requirements. And so you can see that reflected in the remaining column here, but it's something probably need to adjust, figure out what I can do to plan some restorative activities. Well, let's jump into that. Well,
I'm really grateful for the way that you broke it down, Geoff. This is I took a picture of it so that I could create my own, because I think it's a really good way of breaking it down as well. I like that you separated work and meetings. I usually put those in the same column.
Oh yeah. It's you know, and other people have, you know, meetings for some people, for you, may not be something that you spend spoons on. Maybe this is your flow state and you come out feeling bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. You got to find, you know, what is applicable and what is irrelevant for you. This is just kind of a mock-up of something that I keep for myself, and this is about the weekly one, but I'm also fortunate enough now to be in a more productive state, having used this spoon theory as a jumping off point for my own mental health, alongside a number of other resources that have helped me be in a position where I feel comfortable talking about this. I mean, I could get into specific issues with OCD and related, but with interest to keep this as accessible as possible, I'll save kind of my own personal stuff to the Q&A if there are other people that find that of benefit. So
yeah,
moving on. Sorry, go ahead, Will. I think I interrupted you.
Oh, I was just gonna say, one of the things that I really appreciated about your list is that you were including the importance of socializing, physical care, as well as pursuing your work and your hobbies, like to the fullest extent possible. And it was something that really inspired me about a mental health program that exists in a city in Italy called Trieste. We've spoken about this before, Geoff, but for people who aren't familiar, one of the main things that leads to, you know, mental health related problems in someone's life is a lot of these things are missing in their daily life, right? So there's not prioritizing that goes into taking care of our bodies. We don't have enough time to build our community and to socialize with the people that matter most. A lot of us focus exclusively on work, or some people focus exclusively on socializing or exclusively on exercise. And it's having all of these things together and managing them, as Geoff so massively does here. And I know that for you as well, Geoff, some days it's not as easy to manage all these things. And some days you might use an extra spoon. You really didn't want to use that one. And you push yourself. Like I see that on Wednesdays, you're in the red. So I really appreciate that. And just, you know, just adding some extra emphasis, y'all, like it's not selfish of you to do these things. It's actually for the betterment of not just your colleagues and your work life, but just your general happiness. If you put some time, it could be 5 minutes, 2 minutes here or there, you know, just for yourself, just like, you know, do a plank or something, you know, call a friend, 5 minutes just for you. It makes a massive difference. Can turn a horrible day into a great one. I just want to say that, Geoff. We can keep going though, my man.
No. Actually, you know, it brings up a point. Like, you know, if you're looking at the Saturday column over here, right? I've got like two spoons scheduled out for social activities. Social activities are, I mean, I'm an ambivert myself, you know, but you wouldn't necessarily know that if you went out to, you know, get coffee with me or go to a party or Super Bowl party or whatever that looks like. But it's extraordinarily socially draining. I come home and I'm ready to fall over, right? Utilizing spoon theory, we can make sure that we're prepared for that socialization, so that we can still be human when we get home from those. And then my current work schedule dictates that, you know, I work 6 days a week, and particularly working within fintech and crypto. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but like communicating and establishing some boundaries there, so that I don't work at all on Sunday. Sunday is just some time for me, and I keep a number of spoons in reserve so that I can enter Monday, you know, ready to hit the work week and tackle, you know, new and novel problems. So anyways, without further ado, let's jump on. So what are the spoon regenerative activities I need to do each day? If you know, what provides you some regenerative activities, like working out, if that gives you energy or makes you feel better about yourself, you know, just identifying these, what restores your mental and physical health. In traditional spoon theory, this is only established by rest. However, you know, and I'm sure that there's hardliners within the Spoonie community. I found kind of making this my own has been of extraordinary value to me. So really identifying the activities that restores your balance to begin each day anew. So we can jump right over here. We're going to go through up next kind of what we can do, what we can look out for, and some resources. Let's move on. Great. So at least in fintech, there's a lot of threats to your well-being. Churn and burnout amongst the highest, right? So again, going back to this 996, having worked with a number of developers, particularly within Asia Pacific, the 996 schedule, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, is pretty standard for a sprint. And at some point, you know, you have to evaluate if this position is appropriate for you. If this position is something that you can find your own well-being within, and then also, you know, be sure that you're ready to communicate that. I would say that fintech often moves fast, but it's also quite skittish in addition to its volatility. By setting some boundaries and some best practices for your own well-being and self-care, I've found to be extraordinarily helpful, because I've been burned out. I've done the 100+ hour work weeks, and it's very difficult to maintain that. And, you know, as Ariana Huffington has identified with her company Thrive, it's unsustainable. And if you continue to do that, you don't know how your performance is dropping, but others may. And so again, going back to self-care, there's some very basic preparation that you can do to make sure that you are preparing for what is going to be a tough work week or a tough sprint. And so identifying these threats might help you do that. Burnout, in addition to that, poor diet. One of the things, you know, that's really, I love to cook, but one of the things that's really hard for me to do when I don't have any spoons left is to make myself a meal. There's some shortcuts around that, really, really simply. Find some healthy foods you can prepare in advance. You don't have to go full Sunday meal prep, you know, like a dad preparing a week load of meals for him and his kids and partner. But that's an option, you know, and so maybe you don't feel like, you know, going to the grocery store, getting everything, and then doing the whole production. Having some preparedness in place so that you can grab a lunch out of the fridge, or you can order something in, you know, but making sure that you're getting the nutrients that you need. You'll find a giant bolster to your energy. And like, if you're eating, you know, healthy foods with a healthy diet, sustained energy, not these high dopamine, peaks and valleys. And so it's just something to pay attention to. Again, a lack of support, not having a Spoonie or a Squirrel Army community. If you're in a fortunate position to have a therapist or a psychologist or psychiatrist, or even family, you know, people that you can talk to, that you can vocalize, right? I'm reminded of the phrase, "No man is an island." And as much as I try to be, it's not necessarily the most healthy thing. A lack of community, finding people that are, again, Squirrel Army or not necessarily within the mental health community, but also maybe you like to join a shuffleboard league, things that are not going to add to the stressors in your life. Lack of healthy habits and rituals. So, I don't know that everybody has that friend that tries to drag you out to a pub on Tuesday afternoon or Friday early happy hour. To the extent that you can mitigate those habits and rituals that are depleting towards your mental health, this is a longer conversation, but establishing healthy habits and rituals gets you in the practice of staying away from those dopamine and serotonin peaks and valleys, rewiring the brain for steady flow of that which brings you joy instead of, on one end drugs or something for a quick fix to bring you back up to functional. A lack of exercise, I find, especially while we're working remote, very, very difficult to necessarily, get into a gym when gyms aren't available, or go for a walk when everybody, people aren't outside, as is evidenced earlier during the pandemic. Establishing an exercise routine that you stick to and you don't deter from. Again, it could be one plank a day. It could be, I want to do one push-up, but I did my one push-up today, and I'm not going to slouch on doing that one push-up today. Next week, okay, I got through 1 week of doing one push-up. Let's try 5. Right? Very, very straightforward. A lack of preparedness for those that have generalized anxiety, as I do, amongst others. Taking the steps to wrap up your day or to start your day, right? Helps you with preparedness, gets you in the mindset. And of course, lack of sleep. This is the big star one for me. Your circadian rhythm is incredibly important. It cannot be understated. It is the basis by which spoon theory is uses as a foundation, I should say. And establishing those healthy sleep schedules, even if you don't, if your body doesn't naturally produce the hormones needed for a regulated sleep schedule, store-bought is fine. And again, going back to those that may be introverted or ambiverted, over socialization, and for those that may be extroverts, under socialization can be equally detrimental to your well-being. Cool. I'm gonna jump ahead then. What we're gonna take a look at is actually a video that Kraken, for like a 90-second video from Kraken CEO Jesse Powell, alongside their head of talent, who will be discussing some of the issues that they have experienced with employees working at Kraken. So we'll turn it over here.
This is how to grow roles. Kraken does not really offer a good place for you, if that describes you. Of interviewing, then I highly encourage you to ask your hiring manager what the work hours are expected of you, and to let your hiring manager know what personal or non-work obligations or commitments you have, and what hours or what days you are not going to be able to be responsive and online. And I think that would be the beginning of really good communication between you and the hiring manager, because there isn't a hiring manager who's going to say, you need to be online and available 24/7, 365. That would be unrealistic and unhealthy. But depending on the hiring manager and the role, they might absolutely say, like in this case, if there's an emergency, can I call your cell phone? Are you comfortable with that? Or with this role.
So I'm going to, sorry about this. One second. Not sure that that's the exact clip that I wanted. It doesn't seem to be pulling up at the right spot. So let me paraphrase after I get this back on screen. Sure. So this is a fantastic interview. If you are interested in joining the joining Kraken, I believe they're at 2,500 employees. I believe the largest company, crypto company in the world at this point. Part of their onboarding process is this 2-hour-long video about what it is to work at Kraken. And while this video didn't pull up the specific time stamp that I was looking for, the entire video, which you can find on YouTube, is extraordinarily helpful in continuing the conversation that we're having here. But what I did want to point out is there's a specific spot, obviously not in the video that we've just reviewed, but really looks at, we were on a, to paraphrase, they were on a team and they noticed that somebody on their team was delivering work at 3 a.m., 6 a.m., 9 a.m., all throughout the day. And it was like, well, this person's only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep a night. And that is an equation for burnout, and identifying not just within a team, but really within yourself. This is something that will not last. You know, at least it doesn't last for me. If you're somebody that operates on 4 hours of sleep and that's regenerative for you, that you're able to get your 10 spoons back for the following day, you may find that works for you. And certainly as we progress through our career, typically over the age of 65, our requirements for sleep are less. And I intend to be retired before 65 or before 70, but we will see. And I would encourage everybody to go check out this video. I can share this amongst the team and in the Discord as well. But really just looking out for one another and making sure that you're looking out for yourself. The work can wait. If you're not taking care of yourself, the quality of your work diminishes. The number of meetings that are going to be ill-prepared or missed entirely certainly increases. And I've got great experience with that. And it's a very unfortunate position to be the one who has to explain, I burnt the candle at both ends, and the company is not necessarily going to look out for you the way that you invest in the company. So please be cognizant of that. Again, I'll send a timestamp video of this. Apologies that it wasn't queued up to the exact timestamp. Anyways, jumping ahead. Right, so we've talked about some of the threats to well-being. How about some habits and rituals for success? These are really boilerplate. You may find that your own are much different, but like really straightforward. Make your bed, take a shower in the morning, brush your teeth, eat breakfast, get dressed for work. Especially if you're working remotely, it's ever more important. It sounds like really simple stuff. You'd be surprised. You may be surprised how beneficial it is for you to take these really basic steps. But it's all under the guise or under the umbrella of establishing a healthy morning routine, right? To prepare yourself and your mind and your body some time to wake up, to go about the day, to spend some time just focused on you, to do the things that you need to do your job to the best of your ability. As it pertains to working, own your battle station. A lot of like DAOs and Web3 companies have like dedicated channels in their Discord, like show us your battle station, right? And it's all to reinforce this idea that you don't want to be working from bed. Like you need to be set up in whatever your battle station looks like, but own it, take some pride in it, and then make sure that you work from it. You may hear somebody's upset with the parking outside. Sorry about that. Breaks. When I worked at Coin Network not too long ago, one of our CEO founders every single day had schedule walk around the block for 1 hour every single day, and you couldn't intrude upon that. they made sure that for 1 hour every day, they were getting out, they were just walking in Chicago, nonetheless, including through the winter. But it was important to them that they were able to clear the air, listen to what they wanted to, and get out. I can't really enforce or reiterate how important that is. And some jobs or some roles, you're not going to have the same ability to do that. So managing expectations is going to be part of the conversation for your continued success. Personal time, gaming, working out, socializing, cooking, whatever brings you joy, but find some time to take away, get off the grid. And then a bedtime routine, similar to your morning, right? So whether that's, I've got smart lights in my house now that at 9 p.m., all the lighting changes down to blue and purple and like begin to wrap down the day. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm completely done with everything that I need to do, but I'm setting the tone for my bedtime routine to be able to hopefully have a successful sleep throughout the night. And then, of course, self-care. Depending on how you assign spoons to your self-care rituals, these are basic steps that you'll hear time infinitum about making sure that you are taking care of yourself. So whether that's taking a bath, whether that's getting a massage, whether that's painting your nails or trimming your beard, those might be distinct to some people. For me, it's both. And then identifying what hobbies and zero spoon activities that you might have. So for instance, going back to my point earlier, I like playing clarinet. I like playing piano. I like bookbinding myself, and those don't cost me any spoons to do. Well, maybe clarinet because I'm awful, but otherwise. So Will, do you have anything on that, or shall we move right on?
You've been saying such amazing things. I could go off for a minute, but I know that we got a decent amount of questions and a little bit longer to go. So I think we can keep going. I'll just say everything that Geoff is speaking on right now is incredibly important. And I understand that many of us are working so hard that it seems really difficult to do some things during the day, like to find that time. And the idea of, if you're not getting that, the idea of leaving a job that might not be fulfilling those needs, is all these stressors of life. But I just want to encourage you all again, as we move to further into this conversation, like these things can be very small on a day-to-day basis. Like, it doesn't have to be all in one. It doesn't need to be every day that you're, taking an hour walk, because I know sometimes we don't have the opportunity to do that. But if you can, it's amazing. Like, do whatever means necessary to take care of yourself on a daily basis, even if it's for 20 seconds, where you just like look in the mirror and you're like, you're awesome. That's all I got. Yeah.
I mean, no. It's a very salient point. Like I don't always have time for a walk around the block or, 30 minutes of meditation in between meetings. In fact, I prefer not to do meditation in between meetings. I like that as a morning activity. But, even taking a minute to think cognitively about your breathing is, so really just identifying what are your habits and rituals for success. Maybe you don't wash your hair every day, but you still want to take a shower. Maybe you don't need to shower every day. I would maybe argue against that, but maybe you don't paint your nails, right? So just identifying what habits and rituals get you back in a restorative manner each day. And under spoon theory, making sure that these regenerative processes are in place so that you have given yourself or your future self the tools for success.
I'll share one right now. I'm eating some candy while we're doing this. It comes in many forms, y'all.
I love it. Hard candy, soft candy, jujubes.
I'm going to say sour gummies, but I won't say the brand because they're not sponsoring this. If they sponsor GeekBeacon next year, I'll say their name.
Love it. Right. So then we've talked about threats to well-being. We've talked about successes and behaviors, but more along the lines of establishing boundaries for success. again, your mileage may vary here, and you have to find what is and is without scope or not in scope for your current role. While you are looking or entertaining offers for other roles, these are the things to also consider. But for those who are already employed and those in your current role, set a start time and end time and stick to it, right? So Sunday, I do 0 work. I don't work. I focus on life and self-care. So 2021 was the year of self-care for me, but I've adopted those principles to be able to continue that all the way through 2022. 2022 is my year of resiliency, trying to let things brush off my shoulder as it may. Whatever. Set a start time and end time and stick to it to the extent that your team and your position allows you to do so, specifically within fintech. As long as you save a spoon, you should be able to address any emerging forest fires or fires within the company because you've planned ahead. And if you communicate that with your team, I don't do Sundays. I mean, I've heard instances of people manufacturing the idea of having a child because it was easier to say, oh, I'm with my kid on Sundays than saying, I just need some time to myself 1 day a week, and I'm not sure that that's the mode that you need to, or the approach that anybody wants to go with. However, it is certainly an avenue for establishing some boundaries. I would say go off the grid, right? Sundays, I'm off the grid. I use that time to speak with people, but I don't do work with anybody from my team. It's my time. And, it's communicated well, and people know that that's, it's a weekend day for me. It's the beginning of a new week. And, again, what applies to me may not apply to all. And I want to be respectful of that, but managing those expectations with your team and communicating that with your team is the most that you can ask for. I would say there's a lot, especially within fintech and crypto, there are a lot of companies that certainly are asking 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. If that's within your wheelhouse and something that excites you and motivates you, by all means. It may not cost you the same amount of spoons it costs me, but I found myself in a reciprocal cycle of starting new roles, taking on too much, trying to be, the producer, the manager, everything. And it leads to that churn and burnout, especially for those that are in managerial positions, just watching out for these identifiers, these red flags from those within your team who are looking for upward mobility. Make sure that they're taking the steps also. You have, for those that are in a managerial position, you have an opportunity to instill the change that you want to see in your team while bringing them up, making sure that they're also taking care of themselves and theirs as well. Quick cheat on this is keep your calendar up to date. Don't get surprised by anything. I like to close my day with a daily wrap up. So emails that are not fire drills during the day. I go through each email, I go through every Discord, go through every Slack, go through every production Asana task, and close out the day so that I've got a clean desk for tomorrow. And so speaking about Asana or Notion or whatever project management tools you use, if the management tools from your team don't work with your brain or yourself, find those that do and then implement them. May not be something that you can implement team-wide or company-wide, but there are plenty of options to integrate these so that you can find something that does for you. So we'll move ahead here. That's kind of all, but I did want to get into some community resources with Will. I'll let you talk about what you've got planned weekly.
Well, thank you so much, man. Listen, y'all. First of all, I want to thank you, Geoff, for everything that you just spoke on, because I was saying it in the private chat. I talk about it. We all need to take better care of ourselves, myself included. It's not generally a priority that I think many humans fall short on. And it's something that I think we need to prioritize because, look, we're trying to be happy, right? Pursuit of happiness is it's like safety and food and happiness that we need as an animal. So really, really grateful, Geoff, for everything you just said. And yeah, if anybody wants to continue this conversation, past this point, we do a lot of community conversation around mental health on Twitter Spaces. So I'm at Living with Will. We do Health, Wealth, and Will on Mondays with Rug Radio, which is a Web3 media company. DAO Talks with the amazing Proof of Good that Geoff and I are so grateful to be part of and in coalition for. We talk about DAOs and how our DAO, Proof of Good, is trying to financially incentivize people doing good for the world. And part of doing good for the world is good for your mental health. You know, they often say, and I can agree, that you get more from volunteering, you get more from giving back than the person that you gave to. It feels good to give. So definitely encourage you all to join and learn more about DAOs and Proof of Good DAO as well. We do community mental health rooms with a Web3 specific mental health group called Astromojis on Wednesdays. Mondays and Wednesdays is 1 p.m. Pacific, by the way. And DAO Talks is 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm so sorry, I forgot about times. But basically, we just try to encourage people to have these conversations. And Astromojis is focused on community mental wellness. They are a group of psychiatrists, artists, and just community organizers who wanted to bring Web3, some mental health and mental health awareness, bring it into the metaverse. And so anybody who's participating in those worlds, definitely encourage you to check them out. And then if you just want to, you know, hang out and be around some friends, we have Nerd Friends, Nerd Friends Talking, Nerds with Friends. I like that. That's play on it. But that's with Slim Mo Bob, who's a community member, and myself, which we're going to be doing it more often. But right now it is on Fridays. I think we'll have it on Mondays and Wednesdays soon. And finally, Happy Hour with Leyline. I'll let you talk about this a little bit, but really encourage you all to jump in. It's a great time.
Thank you. Yeah. And apologies for the not nerds friends talking, but it's, again, everything that Will is doing for those in the audience is such a great dedication to those navigating mental health in the space, in Web3, in dev engineering, in tech, in fintech, and crypto. And it's a really accessible space, especially utilizing kind of Web3 or at least Twitter spaces where there's a whole community of people that you're not alone. There are people that are navigating this alongside you. I would highly encourage everybody, go follow Living with Will on Twitter, follow his Twitter spaces. And I find them, you know, I came originally due to working with Will at Proof of Good for these spaces, and quickly found that there is zero spoon activity for me. They give me closure on issues. They give me peace and some respite from the rest of the day with people that, you know, speak my language. So I just want to say you're doing phenomenal work, and please check these out at Living with Will. One other thing I did just want to go through really quick, some other project resources for those that are doing good in industry. Obviously, Proof of Good is a decentralized autonomous organization that Will and I are both participating in. Recently became co-owners. There's still space for other co-owners for those that want to do good. And we're navigating the space to make impact possible, making philanthropy provable and profitable within Web3. So we're working with a number of projects all across the globe, saving rice farmers from having their home rug swept out of them in Asia Pacific, working with at-risk youth through NBJC in Southern California for LGBTQIA+ and trans youth, and Will has spearheaded that project. Astromojis, you know, not everybody, especially those potentially in America, have access to affordable healthcare or healthcare at all. And Astromojis is doing phenomenal work with psychiatrists, psychologists, and therapists to bring accessible healthcare to those in need in Web3. So they'll be having a mental health convention sometime I believe in March, possibly April. We'll be doing an impact event to kick off our partnership as well, alongside Astromojis. And Habit Nest, if you haven't heard of or gotten in touch or know about Habit Nest, please check them out. It's really a dovetail to this entire presentation insofar as their app is, in their Web3 presence, is entirely based around setting healthy habits for yourself, and establishing some level of accountability for yourself, or to your future self. Just phenomenal work, but as Mr. Rogers used to say, look for the helpers. They're out there, and for those that may not have access to the healthcare needed for them, there are some fantastic resources that are emerging in this Web3 environment. So that's all I had planned for you. If there are specific questions and answers from the audience, we'd love to field them. With regards to time, I know that we're kind of getting close. Because we're going to be turning this back over to GeekBeacon and letting them.
You're the last one of the night, so
Yeah,
we can go for a while if you want.
Thank you, Geoff and Will. That was really great, and we do have quite a few questions actually on this topic that we can get into here. If you're ready.
Yeah, I've heard proof of stake. I have never heard of proof of good. I do want to, if you can, for my own personal reference before Dom takes it away, can you, one of the things that your motto was altruism provable and profitable by evolving proof of good protocol. Is there a way, because we're a lot of techies in our group, is there a way that you could maybe give us your little elevator pitch for that? A little bit more about proof of good and what differentiates it from, that side.
Sure. Will, do you want to take that one? You've been in ETH Denver pitching us all week.
I'll say this: we have a slogan that I hope you all enjoy, which is "Do good, get paid." We try to keep it simple, but basically just helping the world in any way we want to make that profitable. So basically creating an infrastructure around incentivizing that. So whether that's working with nonprofit organizations, working with people who are volunteering their time, donating their blood, whatever that is. And then, giving them a reward through the DAO token, through our POG packs, and creating a new model that, because I think we all have met people who donate their lives essentially to bettering the world, and oftentimes are not rewarded for it. Some of the most amazing humans I've ever met work minimum wage jobs. And so being able to give those people a little bit easier of a time, that's what excites me most about proof of good. And Geoff, I'll let you add on to that a little bit. I'm more on the, I think the grand scheme, it could change the world, but I'm a dreamer.
Yeah. Will's out here in these streets. He's getting the work done. I say that lovingly. Will establishes a number of partnerships within the mental health space for proof of good. What we're doing with proof of good is establishing the proof of good protocol, where verifiable and provable good acts are paid in good points to those that are acting upon them. So whether that's helping your neighbor across the street or carrying groceries, like we have validators that validate your proof of good and then pay those out in good points, which currently are redeemable for NFTs on the blockchain, rare partnerships, perks, as well as we're working towards the direct payment option. But again, while we have partnered with a number of oracles, we're bringing on 24 oracles currently. Next step 1,000, and these are charities, philanthropic and social organizations that directly derive benefit, whether that's monetary, whether that's support, whether that is in the crypto space, NFT style promotion, to actually make an impact. So while we've got a number of star projects, we've donated over 300,000 hours of computer CPU usage to mapping cancer markers, unfolding proteins. That's just our team out of the 2 million hours or so that have been donated, 300,000 just from ours, as well as working with, currently, as I mentioned, the MBJC in Southern California for LGBTQIA+ and trans at-risk youth, providing them resources to make sure that, the kids are going to be all right. And working with, some school districts in South Africa that can't afford books, making sure that the kids can learn. And we're looking for new oracles. We're looking for those that are interested in co-owning the DAO with us. I believe as of today, the DAO is 70% full, but there's pathways to become an owner, a co-owner yourself, or a member if you prefer. But you can't buy an ownership into the DAO. There are 4 pathways to do so, and the easiest is to donate, to attend some meetings, collect some POAPs, collect 5, and then go to Proof of Good DAO, collect your Proof of Good pack, which is a backpack that will be usable in the metaverse to store other badges. So it's going to be gamified along with a lot of other exciting things that
It's
we
a
have.
lot to unpack. That is a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
I want to touch on this because I think that for my own, not to toot my own horn, but somebody who founded a decentralized gaming platform business, one of the things I realized is that people have a lot of weird conceptions about what people in the crypto space are all about, and then you get lumped into a specific category. So I find that oftentimes you end up going like, oh no, but we're like the good ones, you know. So I think it's really important to have, you know, institutions in place like Proof of Good, and I also noticed something that was really cool, and I wanted to ask you about this because there's a lot of finance people and there's a lot of crypto people, and they're kind of like, I've been to conferences myself, and they're like kind of linked in a way. Why do you think that? Do you think that the crypto space became more mentally healthy because a lot of them came from the toxicity of the finance area? Because like when I entered into the crypto space, I was like bracing myself, and then I saw, we're all gonna make it. Good morning, guys. And I was just like, what is this all about? You know, so like, how do you think that happened? And what is your take on that?
I think Will, you've probably you have
Yeah,
experience.
like it's
working-
totally different from the toxicity of finance.
No question. And as someone who came from traditional entertainment before this, an equally toxic work environment traditionally, but I totally agree. I mean, I think part of it is that there's a creation of self-sovereignty that hasn't existed before, where individuals are able to become financially free off of their own work and their own ideas and sharing in community in a way that these institutions of the past didn't allow. Which is why I love DAOs, because I see fundamental flaws with hierarchical structures where if we created more of a collective leadership model, we could see real lasting change. So I think that's part of the reason why, at least in my eyes, it's just people are given a new opportunity for life, whether that's a financial opportunity or just a visionary, technological or inspirational perspective. We get to push boundaries. And I think all of us are in this because we all like to, you know, screw some things up. I don't know if I'm supposed to be swearing or not. So I was careful not to say it the way I was.
Yeah, no, I get it. I wanted to touch on the crypto side of things because I think that's really important, and the culture around that. And Dom, you can take away everything else. We had a document of all the questions, and I kind of went in there and I was like, so yeah, feel free.
Okay, so yeah, we do have like she was saying, a lot of
Audience
questions. This one comes from Sir Squirrely, and they ask, is it possible to recharge spoons?
Oh, that's interesting. I would say in traditional spoon theory, you know, the only way to regenerate spoons would be through rest. You're saying, can we recharge spoons? I think however you find what works for you to define the theory in your own terms. If you've got, you know, let's say, you know that you need to spend 3 spoons on work alone today, but you know that, well, I really like having to be part of the conversation on Twitter, which is part of my purview on my desk. You can recharge some of those spoons. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think on top of just rest, like I'll just very briefly, because I know we got a lot of questions. Like there are certain activities I think that do recharge us. So I can't speak to the specifics of the person who asked the question, but I'm sure if you're listening still, that there are probably some things in your life that you do that get you excited about life again. And I don't really, you know, for me, sometimes that's anime. Like I'll watch it and it's just, it doesn't take a spoon at all. I'm like taking notes because I like themes, you know? So just finding those things in your life that don't really feel like a task in any way, I think that would be my recharging activity.
Or for instance, like some of the work that crosses my desk is largely data entry, right? But it's not like a mentally, it's just a time consuming task. It's not necessarily requiring a lot of mental bandwidth on my part. And, you know, being able to do that and, you know, throw something on the TV or listen to a podcast or something while I'm doing that, I'm not spending spoons the same way that I would be if I was just slogging through it individually. But I mean, really just defining and codifying what works for you, I think is a really empowering tool. Hopefully that answers your question or helps.
All right, so this next one is, well, it's from Nixie, actually. And you're asking, why do you think the grind and crunch mentality is so popular in our culture? And can you think of other cultures that benefit as a society from mindfulness and stillness?
Well, mindfulness and
Very
stillness are
meta.
it. Mindfulness and stillness, that's like, I'm working towards that. So I'm trying to get our society on that wave. I need some calm in my life. I love that question.
There's a big group. Since this is my question, I feel like I can add some context. There's a big group like differential between like the old community and then the younger generation coming in. So yeah.
Geoff, do you want to start first?
As it pertains to like specific cultures or societies that have a mindfulness and stillness, I mean, I would move to Thailand again tomorrow if I could. It's what the land of smiles. It's
yeah. Mai pen rai is like, don't worry about it. Mai pen rai, right? You remember that?
Right, the first time I came there, the first tuk-tuk that I said, you know, like, oh, it's your first time here? Well, welcome. And they said, next time you come, we'll say welcome back home. It's just unbelievable. But I mean, I was there for a couple of weeks, a few weeks or so. And even, you know, during the time that I was there on vacation and, you know, had some opportunities to go meet some business partners while I was there, even vacation can be very, very stressful depending on who you're traveling with, or what your plans are. And just a little insight nobody asked for. And, you know, but being able to like walk from where I was staying to a temple each morning and both respect the culture, but also try to immerse myself in it in a way that wasn't imposing or appropriating, but to sit in quiet and to try to fill some moments for myself. I found that very rewarding. I found the culture there to be focused on inward learning and wisdom a lot more than maybe we find in the West.
And the timeline's the Thai time, right? No regard to different times that are occurring on
Thailand. You guys are making me jealous as hell right now.
Oh, you gotta go. Absolutely.
I would say for the crunch and grind part of the question, I would say just as far as it goes, and like I'm in the US. I don't know where everyone is tuning in, but at least in our culture, I think this hyper capitalist focused society we live in, because the structure of the society puts emphasis on profit over people, we do as well as participants in that society. And that's why I got so excited by the question, because I'm like, I'm trying to move away from that. My childhood was so dominated by this need to make money. Everything that I was doing, I was working jobs I didn't really want to because I needed to make money. I was doing all these things for this like paper, which was originally a tree, which I couldn't breathe. So it's like that. It's a fine line because we have to work, and it's fulfilling to work, but then also kind of breathing and like appreciating the moment. I think it's that tightrope balance that we need to have for like a fulfilling life.
Dom and I actually, with our creator panel that occurred a little bit before you, talked about how when we initially started YouTube, we were making videos with zero intention of a hustle and grind, you know? And so then when we realized that it was like, oh, we can make money at this, that was exactly the feeling that I would love everyone to have. But we're not always in this position where we have to work, we have to get up, and we have to so it'd be great. And it seems like with what you're doing, like that's very similar to kind of what you guys have going on, is do the thing that lights you up, and then find a way for the income to flow.
Well, then
and
also,
everybody
though,
wins. Yeah.
when you introduce that thought of, oh, I can make money doing this into the equation, it really does kind of get in the way of like that just subtracts like many spoons right there. Like instantly,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like once you realize, even though it's something you love, you're going to like continuously do this, and you're going to use your own like internal resources way more than you were before, just because you have that little thought now. Like the more I hustle, the bigger I build this, the better it becomes. And while you're doing like kind of a selfish thing to make yourself feel good to do what you love, it can be very taxing over time.
Exactly.
For
Yeah.
sure.
So we have another question here from Sir Squirrely, and they ask, what is the 996 schedule?
Do you guys know that?
996 is a sprint schedule that I've seen, particularly in Asia Pacific, but companies based in the Asia Pacific, especially amongst developers and engineering teams. But 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week for the duration of the sprint. Sometimes that could be as long as 6 months, but you see, I mean, in my experience, you see people that churn out very, very quickly with that, especially if they're not in a managerial position. It's hard to.
I didn't know it was 6 days a week. Like, what happened to at least getting weekends and like bank holidays or whatever?
Yeah,
Wow, did you work that before?
No, I was never held to that, but by proxy of working internationally or with international teams, I should say, it was, you'd start at, 6, 7 a.m. with Europe, and then you'd close out the day at 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. with Asia Pacific. And it's too much. It's a,
Yeah.
it's a day, burn yourself out. Or
You were mentioning in your talk about an employee at another company providing work at like 18 different hours, and I was just like, relatable.
Yeah, that's intense.
Especially if you work for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it goes just back to the whole thing, like working for yourself, you're always bound to overdo it at some point, right? Like, because it's just your own thing. But in terms of that, it kind of relates to the next question we have from Apocalypse Pony, which asks, do you have any suggestions for those whose circumstances don't allow for the regenerative spoon activities or much rest?
Wow. They're stuck.
I appreciate this question a lot. Sorry, I don't know if my computer's bugging. Jeff, did you want to jump in, or did I just cut you off?
No, you're great,
Okay.
sir.
Go. Really appreciate this question, first of all. To whoever wrote it, I completely understand where you're coming from. I don't know you, and I don't know the reasons, but I understand the words. It feels that way, right? Like it doesn't, like wherever you are in life, it feels really difficult sometimes to be like, I can take that time. But I would ask that you start with like 1 minute a day, just 1 minute. If it's 1 minute to work out, if it's 1 minute to listen to music, if it's 1 minute to read a book you like, if it's 1 minute to, eat some food that you really like, whatever that 1 minute is, I want to encourage you to take that so that you can start seeing that there is time every day for those regenerative activities. It just doesn't feel that way because we're overburdened with all the obstacles of life, all the things on our mind, from survival to social obligations, like everything that's happening in life. It's hard to be like, oh yeah, I could just sit here for a second and breathe. Do me that favor, whoever you are, just 1 minute tomorrow, and I hope that you run with it, because I hear you, yo. I know how it feels.
That same person actually had kind of a follow-up to that. They say, something that I struggle with personally is setting boundaries for getting or preserving my spoons. Is there a good way to communicate with others what I need?
That's like huge, amazing follow up. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I would just say, and Geoff, I'll let you take it from here, but just clearly expressing those boundaries. And it's something I'm really working on myself right now. I rarely say no to people. I try to really be open to everything, but you have to, because like Geoff was saying so poignantly throughout, your work, your relationships, everything in your life will suffer if you aren't able to express those things. So I would say just, as kindly as possible. Let's say like somebody's talking to you, you don't want to be talked to right now. Just be like, hey, I'm so sorry. Can I have like 2 minutes? Or like, I'm having a bad day. Like I need a second. But Geoff, I'll let you take it from there. I really appreciate your questions. Those are really, really thoughtful questions.
Yeah, I would just reiterate that it's not an easy question to answer, is it? Right. And I have found myself in the unfortunate spot of not taking the steps necessary to realize that I wasn't taking care of myself, and particularly with OCD, like I couldn't get out of the apartment to be on time for meetings. I would be, rechecking the oven, rechecking, all these different rituals that were not, helping, and I needed to carve out some time for myself. I would say, evaluating whether or not the position is for you, taking a hard look at whether this makes you happy or whether this is just paying the bills, and whether there are other opportunities out there. However, if this is a position that is near and dear to your heart and something that you want to stick with, then it really is, comes down to identifying what your needs are for yourself. And your mileage may vary. I'm just speaking from my experience. Identifying what those are for yourself, and then identifying what is possible, what is maybe possible, and what's not possible, and then coming to a decision. If we can continue, and what can I move around to make space for myself, but communicating that with your manager and doing regular or your team, as circumstances change, people have to have lives, right? Or if people are watching that new Apple TV show Severance, we're not there. So anyways, we're being able to communicate that with your team, or effectively with a boss, or your manager or supervisor, that these are things that I need to do my job to the best of my capacity, is a really empowering thing, because depending upon the relationship with your team, it will garner respect from those that you say, I want to do my best, but this is what I need to do my best. I believe these are the steps that I need from team to be able to do my best. Can we meet each other there? Can we manage our own expectations so that I'm doing the best that I can do for the company, and the company is doing the best they can do for me?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'd like to add to everything, and I just thought of something that I use a lot when I was in the corporate world, and has been taught to me over and over again, just like a really quick phrase that you could say that doesn't involve saying no, right? Because saying no is hard. I don't like to say no. So I take a page from the book of improv, right? Yes, and. So, hey, like you have that, I'm going to need you to work on a Saturday, or I'm going to need you to do, whatever. And I need you to do this by this time. And you go, yes, I will absolutely do that. That's going to take some time out of this. Which would you like me to work on? So it's kind of like this. They have to choose kind of what their priority is. And it gives them, the boss, the choice of choosing. So yes, I will absolutely do, the pull request on the on GitHub, but that's going to take time from something else. So which one would you like me to do? I just, that ended up helping me so much. So I wanted to throw that out there as a
I
tidbit.
do that often to myself, actually. Like I ask myself those questions, like when when two things come up in the day, like maybe I have something planned for the day, like I'm like scheduled
Yeah.
out for this day, and then something comes up. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, which one is more important? If I only got half of one done, which one's going to matter more? And it's hard to do that with yourself, especially when you're working for yourself, because you just want to get everything done. I'm like, I have all the time in the world. I can do whatever I want. So much room for activities, and that's not really the
Yeah.
case, because I'm depleted by the end of the day, the end of the week, the end of the month, or whatever. I'm just completely in the gutter as far as like my tasks go. But the next question here, this is asked kind of via Nixie and myself, is how do we know what level of task or energy quantifies like a spoon, and how do we know how much rest or personal time gives us another one? Because I was reading a little bit more into the spoon theory of, on how it originated and stuff, and like a task from one of the examples I saw could just be something as simple as taking a shower, while you, Geoff, you have like a whole workout is one spoon. So is that kind of a personal preference, or how does that work? How do you quantify the energy level into a spoon?
Yeah, for me personally, if it's something that I put off, that's going to cost me a spoon, right? Like, I like to like play VR mini golf, right? That's not costing me a spoon. It's taking some personal time. It's not thinking about anything except for, the task at hand. If I'm looking at a budget and I know I've got to, anything that I'm kind of dreading, I know that that's going to be mentally exhausting for me or physically exhausting for me. That's going to cost you a spoon. And, you don't have to have a 10 spoon day. Maybe you have 100 spoon day, and just define, this activity takes 5 spoons. And so I need to take the steps after that activity to go outside for some fresh air or play with my cat or take the dog for a walk, but if it's something that you're dreading doing, probably is going to cost you a spoon to do it. And you're only going to be shooting yourself in the foot by continuing to delay and delay and delay. And by preparing your spoons in advance and say, okay, I know this has to be done. I'm going to grind it out. And then I'm going to have a bowl of ice cream for lunch, whatever. That's not part of the healthy
totally
diet
makes sense too.
Yeah. But that's not part of the healthy diet part of the conversation that we had earlier. But, just identifying and, this is not hard and fast. It took me 18 months to be able to leave my apartment within 30 minutes of me going out the door, because I was worried about the oven being on or the door being unlocked. I used to walk to the subway and then walk all the way back saying, I wasn't sure. And so that was a lot of spoons just to leave the house. It took me 18 months to be able to leave the house within 5 minutes. And it seems really simple, but like there are tools, at least for OCD, that, you practice, and even the mental health work, it's exhausting. If you were somebody that is afflicted by mental health, you may not want to talk to your therapist, but it's something like, that this is good for you in the end. Maybe you don't make it every week, but your therapist wants you to show up. And how do I prepare myself for that spoon activity, to make sure that I'm ready and bring my best self to serve myself in those situations? I'm not sure that exactly answered your question, but I hope it helps.
Yeah, no, and well, on that same note, so like obviously, like you're saying, if it's something that you're dreading or you're kind of like, it's something that you would rather put off, is what you're saying equals a spoon, right? And obviously those tasks take a lot of focus. So this next question from Sage on Discord actually kind of relates to that in a way. And they're asking if you have any advice for spoonies with ADHD for keeping a healthy sleep schedule, keeping the energy up, etc.
You are seen and you are respected, and you are, and I'm here with you. I call us tangential thinkers. Because we're just thinking about a million different things and it's hard to keep focus. And I also struggle with sleep. So I would say just building some habits. This is what helps me personally. And I'm sure Geoff has some amazing thoughts as well on this. You got to set the environment for sleep. So with me, for example, one of the problems is that I'm working on proof of good DAO while I'm in a Twitter space. And I also am like trying to watch something on the screen, and like all that visual stimulation and all that mental stimulation, it makes it hard for me to sleep. So making sure that the lights are off, that I've had some water, winding down. I listen to like different motivational speakers or like, philosophical thought, just so that I can like kind of set my brain up to go into that mode of rest. But listen, some days it works and some days I'm up till 6. So Geoff, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I can't speak from the space of ADHD, but for OCD, it's intrusive thoughts, not tangential thoughts, but it's like vicious cycle. Your brain is wired to have these thoughts recurring in an intrusive manner. I would say that for me, what was helpful is going through like Jeffrey Schwartz's work with brain lock and identifying, relabeling, reattributing, refocusing, and revaluing these intrusive thoughts. Again, that was a lot of work that cost a lot of spoons to get to a point where I was able to do these identifying behaviors and kind of identify them as, this is just part of how my brain works, but it's not me. Which gave me power back in the equation. I would say, as it pertains to sleep, like your circadian rhythms generally, follow a cycle, right? So keeping or holding your circadian rhythms in high regard, trying to stick to that schedule, and then really just, warming up your bedtime ritual, right? So all the lights here, I'll turn to blue late at night. I can't get off. It seems to be the most recent thing is I can't get off Reddit while I'm lying in bed. I'll end up 2 hours just lying around in bed. And then, if you're also somebody that exercises, of course, if it tires you out, that's great. For me, it tires me out. Other people, it energizes them. So you may not be wanting to work out beforehand. But also, the thing that I'm working on right now is trying to kind of keep a little bit more even keel. This might apply to those affected by bipolar, but really, minimizing these dopamine peak events and trying to find and establish healthy habits that give me a steady dopamine and serotonin need that hormonally that my body needs, rather than relying on drinking a bottle of wine or going out to a club. I don't go to clubs, but I'm just throwing it out there. And, but identifying the behaviors that you find help you wind down your day so that you don't have these racing thoughts to the extent that as possible. Like, oh, did I get to that email? Did I respond to this person on Slack? If you get in the habit of forming these bedtime rituals, you may find that, and again, your mileage may vary with ADHD. I can't speak to that specifically, but with OCD, this is something that I have found that helped.
Yeah, and just one quick last to add on to what Geoff was saying, right? If, for example, you're like me and you're more of like a nocturnal person, I'm actually trying to move away from that right now and like reset my sleep cycle. But if your cycle is, a healthy amount of sleep, even if you're going to sleep at like 5 a.m, if you're getting those 7-8 hours, it's okay. I know. I know that I'm not alone in this.
Oh yeah, I agree. And you start to feel guilty that you're up until 5 a.m, even though you're sleeping for 7 hours afterwards. You feel guilty because it's not the societal norm, right? But you're getting your stuff done. You're doing what you need to do, and you're being healthy about it. But it's hard, like. It's a mind trip to get past that guilt that you start getting, like, oh, I'm going to bed when people are having breakfast, and it kind of throws you off a little bit.
I'm waking up 10 minutes before the bank closes.
Yep.
Got to get that bag.
Fortunately, like the beautiful thing is that, we're moving into a society where these things are like culturally acceptable. We're not being like judged as much as we've all felt in the past. And we find community where we're all kind of like up at these crazy hours, especially with this wild pandemic we just went through. I think a lot of us found ourselves in that. So yeah, I just want to say to you both as well, to myself and to Sage, like you're not alone. You're seen. We got this. And as long as you're taking care of yourself, I saw one of the points too was about energy. So one of the things that Geoff was speaking on is like a healthy diet, right? And I'm not the right person to speak on this because I was literally eating sour candy as a like, if you're eating, and taking vitamins when you wake up and you're eating balanced meals throughout the day, your energy will stay up. But if you're eating unhealthy like myself, you're gonna feel tired all the time. So just bringing those healthy diets and healthy habits and setting those rituals will help us all. And there's nothing wrong with having ADHD or any of these things. Like I really want to say that I know we've been taught that these things are bad, but this is just who we are, and we're awesome. So if any of you are listening to this and you're like, feeling drained by these names and these concepts, you're amazing. I have ADHD and I think it's cool because I focus on 70,000 things. Sometimes whatever.
I completely agree with that. I mean, like, I'm having this presentation, this speakership graciously through GeekBeacon Fest and with Will, but I mean, I crash out. Sometimes I burn the candle at both ends. Sometimes I mess up my spoons and I'm out. I sleep 12, sometimes 18 hours, and it's I got to pay off that sleep debt. If you don't pay off that sleep debt, it's very hard to be yourself. And in addition to that, going back to your point, Will, like, I wouldn't be the copywriter, the producer, the manager that I am without OCD benefiting me in some regard, right? But managing how it affects me and how it's deleterious versus how it's beneficial, this is kind of navigating the course, right? For some people, this might be something that's all the time. For others, it might be episodic. Finding your own path and then taking pride and ownership and to a certain extent accountability in it is really empowering. It's not something that happens overnight, but again, 1 minute a day, 2 minutes a day, whatever you can find, you'll find that rewiring your brain for this to your own benefit doesn't happen overnight. It's not radical. It's incremental behavioral change typically, at least in my experience and from the research and lots of therapy that I've done.
I do personally have a question myself that hopefully will be helpful to other people too. What do you do if you find that maybe your partner is actually consuming some of your spoons, right? Like, so, because you know how that can happen. I mean, it tends to, they can like get more in the way of what you're trying to do, or actually using your spoons for stuff that they need to accomplish.
I have a vulnerability moment, but basically having ADHD and having such a high level of energy all the time, and just like, being lit up by things can actually has actually drained a lot of significant others I've had in the past. So I just want to say I wanted to answer that if you don't mind, but it would be being able to have really good lines of communication where boundaries are in place, very good boundaries, like, hey, I need a minute. Like, I respect you on your squirreling out type deal, what you got going on, but I need to go veg out with like 0 people in a dark room and read a book, right? Like, and I hear that as an ADHD significant other, that helps me. I don't take as much offense by that. And then, also I love you and like hugs. So
yeah, I think
this is
people,
about you too.
I think people do get concerned that, of like hurting feelings versus just being an active communicator. Like, there's nothing wrong with communicating, and people sometimes are afraid to do that because they're like, well, I don't want to hurt their feelings. Well, you're not saying anything that's bad, really. You're just being an active communicator, which isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Same thing with that and at work as well, like hurting feelings, and then also, being seen as a lazy person or not an effective worker.
Yeah. No, it's all about like being authentic. Oh, sorry, Geoff. Do you want to go? I can go after you.
No.
Okay,
Raise hands.
I try to be respectful, y'all. If I see someone start going, but so I saw somebody in the chat as well saying that speaking up about boundaries is one thing and actually doing it is difficult. And I love that they said that around the same time this question came.
Yeah.
It's as an ADHD partner as well, Nixie, I feel you. And it's tough because we're just being ourselves. It's just, we're authentic, but it can be a lot for people, and we're very high energy and it can be draining for them. And then the important thing is, at the end of the day, was what you said, right? It's I love you at the end of the day. And it's that if you are communicating this to someone that you respect, or if you're in a romantic relationship with them and that you love them, that's a two-way street. So if you have to communicate to them that something they're doing is adversely affecting you, it might not be that they mean to. And if they truly care about you, they will respond and resonate and feel you. And if they lash out and attack you, that might be a red flag. Like, if you communicate to a boss or to a partner that a communication method is not working for you and they attack you for it, that's a good sign that there's a boundaries problem there, and that goes beyond communication. But a healthy relationship is one in which I believe you can have these conversations, and if you need to say, I in no way say this to hurt you. It's like, this is about me, and make sure they know that, because my partner has to tell me often, Will, I love you, but you're a lot. Like, I need a second. Just like, chill, dude, chill out. And I'm like, I love you. I'm sorry. So it's tough, y'all. It is tough, but if there's respect and love, it goes a long way. So trust that it's there, and and say how you feel. Geoff, did you want to add my fault, yo?
No, that was brilliant. My previous partner had ADHD as well, and it was difficult for me with OCD to necessarily match their level, their energy level sometimes. And sometimes like a real hot conversation would come in and be like, listen, I'm pretty low right now, and I want to have this conversation with you, but I want to give you my best self for it. Can we do this in an hour, or can we do this tomorrow morning? But you got to show up for that, right? You can't just put this off, right? That was something that
Can somebody clip that? That was I feel like that needs to be, forever echoed into the history of time. Just that one little soundbite. I want to have this conversation with you. But
I mean, it's communication, because and I mean, we're bordering on like relational dialogue. But one thing, if you were, I can say, if you're with a partner that may have be afflicted by mental health issues, not fixing their problems, just listening, just saying, "Oh, that sucks," is sometimes so much better than saying, "Well, why don't you do this? I would do this instead. Why don't have you tried this? Have you talked to this person?"
That's overwhelming.
I'm that person. I feel attacked. I'm always trying to fix everything.
I think it can be reined back into saying, like, really understand that if you're with them, what you said to your point, Will, is that, they're well-intentioned, and, they love you, and everything that they would be saying ideally is coming from a good place. So, if they do say you're a lot, hopefully the communication will figure its way out in a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle there. But we do have more questions. I don't know if you guys are you willing to be here for it, because Dom actually has to go. I wanted to give him a farewell and a send off and a thank you. Do you guys have a little bit more time for more questions? Or okay, let's do this thing. Okay, thank you so much for being a part of our mission here at the GeekBeacon Fest. It is a little bit of an uncharacteristic send off for you, Dom, but please, everybody, head over. Where can we find you? Where do you want to be found? Because we have you on YouTube everywhere.
In a dark
where we won't
closet
burn you
somewhere.
out. Where we won't burn you out. Yeah.
I can be found in a dark closet where nobody can contact me.
Oh, that is my comfort.
I mean, I'm mainly youtube.com/Dom. And that's like
and
my
your
main
and your mental health
outlet.
podcast.
Yeah,
that
I do
keep
have
trying to get you to plug.
I do have a podcast that I just started maybe a month ago. It's not really as consistent as I like it to be, but I really only also do it when I feel like I have the capacity to do so. And it's called Technologically Depressed. And so it's just a podcast where we celebrate the bad things and the good things about mental health. And it's available on all podcast platforms as well as YouTube. So it's kind of just me deep diving into a lot of the stuff that people in our community aren't really talking about, in terms of, the things that we deal with: anxiety, depression, burnout, a lot of things like that, and just the stuff and the battles. And a lot of it's based on examples from the battles that I've personally been through in this industry doing that kind of stuff. So like I said, it's kind of a new podcast, but yeah, it's Technologically Depressed, and it's on all podcast platforms.
Beautiful. I just realized I wrote Technologically Depressed, Dom Technologically Depressed. I'm like, that's probably not the best thing to put over the stream. Absolutely. Always a pleasure. And I cannot wait to be one of your guests if you decide that you'd like to have guests on that podcast.
Of course.
Thank you so
Definitely.
very much.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I was like, I'm keeping you. Oh, thank you, Dom. See, the chat says thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Alrighty. Yeah, we have people behind the scenes running all the things, hitting all the switches.
Yeah, they're killing it right now. Can we
Yeah.
get, I don't know if there's like hundreds in the chat like Twitter, but
Hundreds in the chat.
I'll give, like one of these to the chat. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're streaming on all platforms. Well, yeah, let's talk about that, because you guys I wrote some notes. I did something where I wanted to keep My ADHD wanted to have your slides in my memory, but because of my executive functioning problem, because ADHD, I needed to copy and paste it. So I was basically putting it in our team document. So they were trying to type and it was just like your slide. So could you talk a little bit about what you're doing for all the stuff you're doing with community, Will? Because it's like, it's intense. Like, obviously, I hope it gives you spoons to be with the community. It seems like it does. Because yeah, Geoff mentioned like sometimes depending on what type of personality you have, it could be taking from it. So yeah.
So I think the word Geoff used was an ambivert, which I think I'm saying it correctly, which is both an extrovert and an introvert, because those rooms are both recharging and draining for me. I'll be recharged in the moment, and then at the end of it, I'm just completely depleted. But it's a positive experience because I love people. I like being able to help. I like being able to be of service. But then afterwards, I retreat into the cave with Dom. So it's a double-edged sword that I'm so grateful for. But yeah, it's just community building, and I would really encourage everyone in here who is interested, come join us on Twitter Spaces. It's like these amazing group calls where we just talk about. And I was talking about Web3, but I encourage everyone, even if you're not into crypto or Web3 or DeFi or blockchain, whatever, if you like conversations, if you like to, express yourself and build and find new community and make new friends, it's a really good time. And we have some really hard conversations in some of those rooms, but we also make lifelong friends. I've met people from those spaces in person and they feel like old family or like I knew them in a past life. It's crazy. So it's a really, I'm grateful about it. It's awesome. But yeah, super, definitely a spoon. I gotta put a spoon or two on my schedule for the Twitter Spaces, because
Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, it's like
everybody has access to that now, right? It's not just special people.
No,
and what is that? So I joined my first Twitter Space the other day, and it was just like I didn't realize I had to allow other people to talk. So I was just like, so hey everyone. I just figured everyone was going to be able to talk, but I apparently had to unmute them. So I guess that checks out. So is there like a link for this Twitter Space? This is me confessing I'm not up to speed with this.
No worry at all. So my Twitter handle is @livingwithwill, and whenever I have a room on my Twitter page will be a scheduled room.
Okay.
Just click on to set a reminder, or they can click to start listening if it's happening live. And then for if you want to explore different spaces, there's now a button on Twitter that just shows you a mess of different rooms. But
that's what I found.
Yeah. There's like a whole way of just different universes you can stop into, and I encourage people to check them out because it's like if Reddit was a voice chat. And I know that sounds like a little horrifying in the same way, like the conversations that could be happening, but some of them are in the same way that Reddit is, in the same way that Twitch and YouTube are. There is this beautiful community that is growing, and it's very new. I think Twitter Spaces are like 6 months old, if that. So would love to see you all in there, and yeah, we talk about all kinds of stuff. So
I mean, this is just to put a button on that. It's Will, you've really introduced me into the power of these Twitter Spaces by hosting safe spaces for those within the mental health community. And I see Jens, Twitter makes me nervous also, but what I have seen emerge throughout this is instead of going to like, a meeting where you are IRL representing yourself, having the luxury of, joining this with your Twitter avatar or your Web3 avatar or whatever that looks like, but your online persona with this veil of anonymity or pseudonymity, really, compels people to seem to share things that are quite vulnerable, that leads towards, there's been breakthrough moment events. A lot of the spaces that Will is hosting are with, medical doctors or psychiatrists themselves that speak on these from their vast experience and accreditation. And just, it's providing somebody the benefits of the internet in a way that mental health has not yet been able to treat in a practical, IRL type manner, and it's profound. The impact is profound, and Will is on the first lines of that. If you haven't joined his room, I highly compel you to do so. I join them sometimes from proof of good, just to show up and say, hey, we're here. And then sometimes just on my own, it's like, okay, I'm off work. I just want to, you know, this is something I can do on the couch and listen to other people, or speak myself. Probably speak too much, but you know, at least a 10.
Everything you say is amazing, dude. You can talk.
I agree.
Whatever you want. Yeah, you're killing
I
it.
agree. I think it's worthwhile to also say to the audiences that kind of touching on what you guys mentioned before, which is it's okay if, you know, say you're neurodiverse or you feel anxious and maybe you're at the stage where you don't exactly even know what it is yet, right? Like you just feel off, maybe you feel depressed and things like that. You know, you don't have to, you don't have to know. Okay, that's all right. You don't have to feel like I can identify as having ADHD. You can be anywhere on the spectrum from being diagnosed. That's something that we wanted to do with Squirrel Army is just, you know, if you want to talk about anything at any time, and I'm getting the same vibe from, you know, what you're doing with your projects, and I really appreciate that. I do want to ask a little bit about living with Will. I wanted to know, like, what inspired you guys to get on the journey that you are today, if you don't mind. Usually you kind of talk about that first, but this is mental health, so it's not something you just like unpack right away. Like, hey, so, you know, for me, I had ADHD for most of my semi-functioning, mostly non-functioning adult and child life, but I was diagnosed but not treated and didn't really know much about it. At the time, it wasn't something that you were like, woo, I have ADHD. There weren't songs about it. It wasn't a thing. So I decided to come up with Squirrel Army to kind of allow people to have a platform to be able to kind of stumble into their own little journey. That's why, you know, squirrels are stronger together. They're really wily. They get stuff done, man. And they handle all sorts of puzzles, you know, and they're not perfect, and they're, you know, they're kind of squirrely. They're kind of all over the place. So what about you, Geoff? So I'll ask you first, since living with Will is kind of like a teaser text. What about you for your journey?
My journey's been with mental health since I was 10. When OCD really kind of kicked in, and I have been fortunate in that it had been episodic. You know, 2 years at a clip, off for 4 years, 2 years back. You know, I'm 36 now, and I really started developing the most serious OCD symptoms that I've had 7 years ago when I was 29. A lot of which had to do with working in finance and working with crypto and not taking care of myself the way that I should have been. And I don't know if it'll ever go away. My hormones are changing within my body. I'm taking the steps necessary now. However, just having a lot of these practices in place and, you know, speaking with, I mean, made me feel like a real New Yorker when I got my very own New York City therapist, right? But even that, I mean, that and a psychiatrist, it took me years to find a therapist that didn't dismiss me, to go to, you know, how embarrassing it was to go to an OCD specialist who had room for new patients and then said, I can't take you. It made me feel like, oh my God, you're so screwed up, I can't help you. And I'm the specialist. And it was like, you know, it was debilitating. Probably just a bad doctor, or maybe they had a bad day themselves, who knows? But navigating that space and kind of finding community within, you know, it's, I have never found it to be as prolific and out in the open as I have within the Web3 space. The conversations that are happening within Web3. I know that there was some criticism in the comments about whether Web3 is a hoax or not. I think once we see some emergence of some of the technologies that allow individuals to participate in the conversation without having to dox themselves, such as available through decentralized identification projects, and, you know, kind of establishing yourself as somebody who's out for good, and not a bad actor,
right?
That can be incredibly empowering. And finding those communities has never been easier. At least is from my experience within the crypto and fintech space. For somebody, who might be searching for PR within a project, it's not enough to have breaking, bleeding edge technology. Everybody and their brother has breaking and bleeding edge technology. It's never going to break through the noisy news cycle. And one way to do that is making it more palatable for companies is to take the philanthropic arm. Once that philanthropic arm is provable and profitable for individuals, it's very hard to turn that away, right? People go out to Pokemon, people go out to the park to play Pokemon to catch, a Pokemon, I should say. I haven't played Pokemon Go in a couple of years, but there's a thousand other games that get people out to the park, and they go out there to collect a Pokemon and they spend the day out in the park. If you can do that, set an initiative to clean the park and get paid $300 to do it in the process, making this philanthropy provable and profitable, there's no reason. And unfortunately, that's probably not going to curtail the for-profit businesses until they see that there's an overwhelming critical mass for the need to do so, or a lack of support in their for-profit business without these meaningful and impactful for-profit arms that are not just buying carbon taxes, that are not just donating to monies to philanthropies that take 40 to 60% of the monies in to monies out. It's our conversation to have, and this is the time to have it. As it pertains to mental health, there are more resources available now where the government probably isn't providing them to many individuals, myself included. And this is an outlet. I get to speak to doctors through these Twitter spaces who are happy to talk to me on my own time, who are happy to refer to other doctors that might be able to work on a pay scale with me, where the government or my state doesn't provide that for me. And that's impactful.
I love that.
I used to do this, but then people told me it looked like I was a praying mantis snapping. So they said, please stop.
I love
that you were a praying mantis. Well, that's like what they do in theater, right?
Yeah. But
I hear you. Like, I don't want to be so intrusive as to clap. No, I feel like if there was ever a proverbial mic drop about the bad actors that enter the space and make it problematic for everybody else and the good guys that are, absolutely trying to break through like you guys and proof of good, that was it, Geoff. That was it. All right. Yeah, exactly. What about you, Will? I just want to make sure everyone knows where to find you, because I don't even know for overtime how much overtime we are. Thank you, audience. 50 of you across all of the social networks we stream this on. We did all the things.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who's with us still. Like we've been rocking out, and we're grateful to you. So I'll keep it brief. My mental health kind of career. Well, I guess my life with mental health kind of started when I was a child being diagnosed with things like ADD and ADHD and being prescribed medicine that really wasn't working for me. I was a child and I had to, make it clear to my folks. I was like, this is not making me feel right. This is creating, trauma for me, really. And so I asked them to not take it. And that's not to say that people shouldn't take medicine if it helps them. I just would recommend that they not take it if they don't need it, because that was my so one of the things that, my bad. Sorry, I had somebody in the room playing something. I'd be like, yo. All this being said, my kind of my world with ADD and ADHD began as a child, and it took many years for me to kind of come to terms with the fact that I was very comfortable with dealing with it. And that's why I also encourage people, you don't have to take medicine unless you really need it. I felt that I could function. And when I was going through school and I was in social justice and community organizing, and I got, to working at the Senate, that's why it became my issue area, because I saw that there were people like me who couldn't function and weren't able to get the medicine they needed, right? Geoff was talking about this lack of accessibility. It's not right, and it leads to homelessness for some people. And I knew I needed to be a part of that conversation. I work with the Department of Mental Health in California and trying to make sure we were creating initiatives in the state of California, in the city of LA, that really helped people that were dealing with these issues and were not able to get the proper care that they required. And unfortunately, our government system is flawed. And I was very much jaded by the fact that the things and the initiatives that I was trying to achieve and accomplish were falling on deaf ears in a political system that has its flaws. So I decided that I would go and try and make change on my own, use my own voice, and hold space. And that's where Living with Will kind of originated. My sister is the icon who came up with the name. I like the double entendre, but it was just a podcast where first I was speaking about institutional and systemic oppression as it relates to health. I'm a strong believer in the fact that if we don't address systems of oppression and harm, we can't fully be happy, because if people are suffering, then we also suffer. And so just being an advocate for those things, you know, it made my life better. And I encourage others to do the same. It also became draining to talk about it all the time. I found that I was doing the opposite effect. I was like making myself miserable just talking about all these problems. And so I turned it into an interview series where I would interview people pursuing purpose to help inspire the audience to do the same. And in that way, I could help them find happiness. And if they were happy, then they would become a part of creating change. And then I could be happy and I could be a part of change. And it would be this whole ecosystem where we're all just, you know, enjoying our lives and building community and being happy. And that was like the ethos of Living with Will, is people pursuing purpose. And
that's amazing. And if you guys watching haven't gotten a chance to watch the Save a Spoon setting healthy boundaries in fintech, I also just want to say it doesn't just apply to fintech. As I was listening, I was just like, yes, yes, yes. And it really just, it doesn't, the spoon deficit is pervasive in any area. And I just want to say, to your point, well, it is like Gandhi said, you know, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And it's just so exciting to see what you guys are doing with Proof of Good. And I just cannot wait to see what comes out next. And I'm just so grateful that you held the like you said, held the space for as long as you did. We went really over time. I had a calculated error. We've been doing this for a while. Our spoons we're in negative spoons space. Please help. But yeah, so absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody behind the scenes that helped pull the strings to make this happen. And I'm going to kick off the end of the conference, and maybe we'll see you in Discord if we haven't face planted. You two are always welcome in our Discord. And I think you guys have Discord too for Proof of Good.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Nobody uses Telegram anymore for this stuff, right?
Yes.
Or do you have that too?
No. Just Discord for now. Too many things.
Just Discord. Proof of Good. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Catch you on the next one.
Thank you. You're amazing. You're incredible.
Stop. Awesome. All righty. Oh my goodness, as everything has locked in my computer and I can't get any messages from my team, I just wanted to say two things. Sorry and also not sorry for having that go over time, because that was epic. I do want to apologize to the team who has been very patiently waiting. They have worked so incredibly hard. I would love for everyone in the chat to just say thank you so much to our team. For what you don't know, basically, it's not just me anymore speaking to you on my Nixie channels. This has become an absolute global world building event with GeekBeacon. I could not have done it with any I could not have imagined it going this way. It was just a very well executed conference. And to that being said, I do need to check in, but my computer is mostly frozen, so that's fun. Because I don't know if you guys have gotten a chance to join our Discord and enter the, I don't know what's going on, but only Restream is working for me, so I can't see anything. I don't know why, but
do you see me?
So you hear that little voice was one of the puppet masters in the string of all of this event, and that's Conquero. He is our key ops lead, and he's our community manager over in our Discord.
Okay, Brem's having fun. Brem, just hide me. I didn't know if you could see chat, so I just wanted to, hi everybody. I just wanted to come in and see if you wanted me to queue up that trailer. I'm sure you know which I'm referring to.
The trailer of open source, or trailer of what this
Nope.
conference is about?
Nope, GA.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Something I did want to tell you guys, a little pet project, not
bye.
that's been 6 years in the making, is actually available now, thanks to the team that I decided that I needed help. So basically, this whole theme of everything we've been talking about in the conference is just mental health. How do you maintain it? How do you know you need it? And I definitely needed it. I definitely needed to maintain it. I have a immune condition that causes me to have insanely low spoon or low units of energy count, but I didn't want to stop doing what I was doing. So the reason I did all of this to begin with, and that GeekBeacon kind of ended up growing itself. So GeekBeacon is now 6,500 people in the Discord, and it's way, way more than what I thought a community could even be. And in service of that, we ended up 6 years ago with my best friend. I wanted to travel the world because honestly, this is kind of depressing, but I thought I was going to have some health challenges for where I would not be able to go around the world anymore. And that was my absolute dream. So we created something called Geeks Abroad, and it took 6 years, but we finally built a team that could help me edit it. And that is in no small part by the Riffle brothers, who I am about to introduce you to. So I would love for you to check out the premiere that's happening on March 10th. It's going to be an amazing time. And if you can support my Geeks Abroad project at my other channel, cue the trailer whenever you get a chance. To the geek community at large, I have an invitation for you to be part of an epic adventure and tell you a story live. You see, you'll be the first ones to see it, actually. I've kept it a secret for 6 years. So let's go back to a few years back? A few years back, I wanted to try something different in my content creation journey, so I kicked off an absolutely massive project, and I poured my heart and my soul into it. I called it Geeks Abroad, where I traveled the world with my co-host and my best friend. For months, we worked hard filming us on location at geeky places like a Comic-Con in Italy. We presented on stage at a gaming expo in Switzerland. We danced with robots in China and watched an epic robot battle in Japan. Everything was amazing, and there was only one problem. Nobody saw it. Until now. Thankfully, I admitted I needed help and asked for it. Hey Riffle Brothers, would you accept this challenge?
Hey brother, let's have some fun. Equipment loadout!
That says Geeks Abroad, but the link doesn't work, so it's okay. Yes, that says Geeks Abroad, but the link doesn't work yet. So yes, I want to just give a shout out to Cinematic Fanatic. These guys deserve way more recognition than the algorithms are serving to them. That trailer is so hype, and I'm going to drop the link in chat. I wasn't going to do that, but I did. So by all means, just check out that link, give them a follow, just see what they have. They're talking about some like really easy, like basically easy to acquire technology and how you can they put them to the test, the very cinematic test, because they are cinematic fanatics. Yay, I'm happy you're so excited. Woo! Yay. I honestly, I really am I get emotional actually when I watch it, because it took so long to actually get the series to come out. A lot of this is it's just really I wrote, oh my god, I can't believe it's actually happening, because it's definitely what. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I just put some stuff out on chat. Yeah. Mark said I was there. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the positive encouragement. I haven't gotten a chance to check out chat as much as I wanted to. Let's go ahead and give me some positive spoons. Spoons for everyone. Beautiful. For those of you who don't know what spoons are, in the last talk we talked about how to replenish your spoons or units of energy. Yay, it's going to be epic. Oh my god, stop. You're going to make me cry. It's not going to be pretty, because we've been up for so many days, okay? Yeah, I don't have my notes because my computer is frozen, but sometimes that's just how it is, you know what I mean? Uh, we're now finished with the conference, but you guys should check out our Discord. We want to give a big shout out to Tiny Build. They hooked us up with some giveaways. Hopefully, I can get some announcements of what giveaways. So let me just detail the giveaways that you guys, if you checked out Discord and sent a question, we entered you in to a pool, and we're selecting and have selected. Thanks, guys. The winners of that. So 3 people are going to win DOS keyboards. We also have a Samsung Galaxy 9. Nice, super new technology. I love Samsung. I love their displays. And one lucky one of you will actually get to take one of those home. So maybe I can get Conqueror's voice from behind the curtain to tell me who won those things.
I can't announce the winners. Let's just say that they have been chosen, and
can you announce them on Discord?
Yeah, we can announce them on Discord, as well as pretty much the winners for everything will be announced on Discord.
Beautiful.
So the
Yeah.
physical prizes, the keyboard and the phone, the winners have been chosen. As for the codes, you can still enter if you want to, if you head on over to our Discord and just click the little emoji in the giveaways channel.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like people all over the streaming platforms are really well used to Discord. And if you guys don't know that I have a Discord, then you're around 5 years too late, because we're one of the first people who even knew about Discord. It was like one of the first 1 out of 10 Patreon folks, and then it was like the first few hundred Discord servers. That was really cool. Yeah, just to toot our own horn. Yeah, we're on the bleeding edge of latest conventions, guys. So tune in. Yeah. So
We have a guest coming in.
Do we?
Yes, his
All
name
right.
starts with an S.
Here's
Here's a hint.
Well, I don't know how much I have. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know how much more spoons I have, or if we were gonna bring everyone on camera to say thank you for, the momentous event. I feel like Matrix is coming in to like tell me I'm doing a bad job or something.
No, you're doing a great job, actually. But
Yay!
a promise is a promise, right?
Oh, wait a second. Are you really?
Go get the milk.
Oh no. Okay, so what's happening here? He is really quiet, but that's probably because he's about to cry and he doesn't want to blow out his mic. I believe he is about to eat a pepper, one of the highest Scoville. How high is the Scoville units on this pepper?
I think it's a 2 million.
Yeah. Oh wow. Can we get other people to come in and say thank you?
Yeah,
for
about 2 million.
thinking
Ooh,
this
a
money.
2 million Scoville? Wait,
I think this is plenty.
Hold
to
on,
be
hold on.
honest.
We gotta.
what?
So I think this is plenty. You know, maybe.
Yeah,
I'll
go
Oh,
for it.
no, wait. Oh, you didn't even
Just do it.
oh.
No, do it. Just do it. Don't lick it. Just do it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Whoa.
Down
Oops.
milk.
Turn your... Oops. Hang on. There we
Hang
go.
on, we got another piece, Kel. Holy crap.
So Matrix is one of the many representatives of the GeekBeacon community that helped make this event possible. And while he's reacting, totally not overreacting to one of the hottest peppers ever. Thanks, Brem. Thanks, Holler. Thanks, Conquero. Michael Wells, Rimwolf, Joe, T. Mike. Don't touch your eyes. GeekBeacon 2022 could not have been the same without you.
Let me tell you something. Holy crapper.
Wow.
I'm crying, actually. A little bit.
Oh, do we?
My eyes are
I was like,
starting to
we don't have special effects, folks. Otherwise, we can't zoom in on your eyeballs. But you can zoom in with your feet.
Yeah, clear sign is a shiny.
Ooh. Why? How did this even come about?
Well, so we were supposed to use it for the podcast, right?
Totally
Right.
wasn't my idea.
Yeah, well, kind of was.
I feel like it needs to be Matrix in front and center and us just on the sidelines. There we go.
So it
Perfect.
went like this. Conqueror said, if I buy these, will you eat them? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then, yeah, Rem, good idea. Holy crap.
Wait, you're not. So, are you doing your debut as a streamer by, eating this? We thank our volunteers by poisoning them with spicy food. Yeah, absolutely.
But he's like, will you eat this? I'm like, yeah, sure. So basically, he went and bought them for me.
Aw, Johan said he's wearing his headset. Otherwise, we would see fire coming out of his ears.
I'm so glad I didn't swallow that because my stomach would really hurt.
Which pepper was it again?
Carolina Reaper.
Oh.
Hey,
I was
man,
like,
you
I
said
don't
you'd do it.
I did it. So
yeah, props.
Everyone give a round of applause. We did Matrix ate a Carolina Reaper and we totally gave money to charities for
Yeah, that
our
was for
first ever
Abled
conference. Abled Gamers. Woo-woo.
That's why I did it.
Oh. You ate a Carolina Reaper for Abled Gamers?
it's like getting a tattoo on your tongue. Holy crap.
No.
Oh, here's some great advice.
What is it? I can't see. Things keep freezing on me. I think my
Eat more
computer's
to make it less spicy.
I'll get right on that.
Technically, it's legit, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
I mean, you start to build an immunity over time. Don't get me wrong. I used to eat a lot of spicy crap, but
It's been a while.
it's been since I was like 16. So yeah, it's been a while.
Jeez.
I'm
Well,
gonna tap
I
out
mean,
so Nixie can take back over.
Yeah, go ahead, take over.
yeah, I mean, Able
Thank you,
Gamers.
Matrix.
Able Gamers is an amazing organization using video games, and they battle the problems of social isolation. And one of the ways they do that is by eating some of the highest Scoville unit pepper possibilities that you can ever do. Jeez. Yeah, so one of the things I can't believe the conference is done, you guys. One of the awesome things about, I'm just going off the cuff because I have no ability to check my notes. One of the really cool things about Able Gamers is they work with one-on-one peer counselors, and they go in depth with each player to help identify their barriers and help with their engineering research. And they brought 5 products that focus on tools to help you with that level of therapy. And it's just building that camaraderie and that community that we so are looking for, especially now. And that is really what GeekBeacon is all about. And some of you might have been coming in here being like, why is she not talking about Linux? That's super old news, guys. I do, and I am, and I will, and I actually have a video, a couple days prior to this, talking about Minecraft and Log4Shell and whatnot for my Properly Paranoid series. But there's so much stuff happening over at my vlogs channel. I'll give you a sneak peek. That channel is going to have a lot more GeekBeacon content. So if you want to head over there, we're going to put a lot of, like, the creator burnout panel is about to go live if it hasn't already gone live. That's with Soldier Knows Best, Dom Esposito. These are the greats of the greats in tech YouTubing, you guys. And it's such a privilege that they even dedicated their time to this event. And Malik Forte, he was on Nerdist, and Dr. Bean, who is with Geek Therapeutics. We're just doing so much good, as much as we can during this time of isolation. So if we were able to help you even a little bit, even a skoshi, even a bit, even a pixel or a byte, we'd love for you to check out our store. I have a shirt. Take me off camera. Zoom. I was like, I have this shirt that shows our GeekBeacon and Squirrel Army hybrid, and you can show our store maybe on another screen. But every little bit helps. I mean, you don't get much from merch, but you guys get something. And it's actually going to be even better quality than this. This was a sample that they could get to me in the last minute. So yeah, it's geekbeacon.com/store. And geekbeacon.org/store. We have a 501c3. We have like a not-for-profit fiscal host as well with GeekBeacon. So I get all the comms and the stores and the orgs. Thank you, Rimwolf. Yeah, and I can go ahead and just kind of walk you through it a little bit if I can. For some reason, Restream is like a tank. So and I don't know. Oh, are you? Oh, you're doing that. Cool. Yeah, thanks everybody for being a part of the storming the castle. Is that what you were doing? You got to check out the GeekBeacon store first, but
Yeah,
I
a few people got on cam, so I thought I would just bring it up if you wanted to bring it in.
Yay, wonderful. This is exactly what we wanted. Everything worked as we wanted. It does have a tux. It also has the open sorcerer sage. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the support, Shiny. It has a open sorcerer penguin. I must have walked away with it somewhere in my squirrely goodness. But I can pull it up. Oh yeah, everybody's getting into. Oh, you guys want to stick around for this? Everybody is getting in on camera, or at least with their logo, with all the people that have helped behind the scenes for GeekBeacon Fest. For AbleGamers and the Electronic Frontier Foundation. This was the mental health segment and accessibility. So we talked, there was a majority blind game studio that we did a panel with, and they talked about how they make games for those who are visually impaired. We did the creator burnout, which is about to go live on my other channel. Just really, really good stuff. And whenever you're ready, Conqueror, I can rock and roll all the people that you have in. Because we got to close it. I'm about to face plant. And if you stuck around for the Creator Burnout panel, we have Skylar and Chris and Riff. Those are our editors. We have written editors and video editors and everything in between now. And so any number of support that you have, we're still kind of pushing through GeekBeacon on our own personal finances. So do appreciate all the support for that and for the charities. Hey, everybody. I don't know if you can talk, but that's okay because we don't need you to talk. We have to close this conference. All right, I see a Matrix. He has survived from his pepper. All right, hey Arlen. Hey everybody. All right, Torch, T-Mike, Joe, Johan, Rimwolf, Muddy, Michael Wells, Booby, Holler. I think Holler's there. Brem, look at that. There's you see, this is a rare Brem sighting. A Bremain he runs almost everything behind the scenes all the time with GeekBeacon. Rimwolf, what's up? On camera. Thank you guys so much. So appreciate you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. Woo woo! Oh, we never even talked about Open Collective. If you do want, yeah, that's a good question. Thank you in the chat. How do you support GeekBeacon? God, we have this like whole 2-day conference, and then we don't explain how you can actually support us at GeekBeacon. Yeah, so if you're interested in supporting, we are using a service called Open Collective, which is a fully transparent kind of like we're donating to you kind of vibe, and we keep all of the transactions transparent. So you're going to know what we do with the money, and we also have that for Geeks Abroad right now. So if you want to donate to the Geeks Abroad project, you can check that out. Can you not screen share any of this for me, Conqueror? I'm going to take 2 seconds to stop talking.
Sorry, my cat decided to be rude. So
Aw.
I'm back now.
Yeah, I just wanted to show a little bit about Open Collective. Oh, I think I might be able to do that. Because there was a very good question of how do we support? We don't know how. There it is. Got it. Got
You beat me
it.
to it. Okay.
Yep. So this is the Open Collective Foundation. It's a not-for-profit 501c3 charitable donation to a fiscal host here. Oops, I actually have to run this window, don't I? In the same screen. Okay. We talked about what GeekBeacon is, and then here are some Matrix already did some tutorials on that. So if you guys want to drop in the chat, there's a link for how you actually donate. We kind of explain how you join Discord. We explain how what Open Collective is all about. And then if you look at GeekBeacon Foundation and then Geeks, we actually have Geeks Abroad, I believe. I'm going to mess this up. I don't want to do that. It should show
down.
there we go.
Projects.
There it shows our project with Geeks Abroad. And then this explains everything about Geeks Abroad. That is leaps and bounds more detailed than the trailer that you saw previously. So and then levels, and then all of that money will be transparently held. So you're going to know what we do with it, because we are an open community, and that's through and through. So good vibes, good vibes. That's true. In chat, there's 2 people from 2 different sources saying good vibes. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for everything. Thanks to O'Reilly, to the Linux Foundation. The whole platform that you saw the schedule on was Sessionize. There's a Docs GeekBeacon GBF tutorial. I think the link is actually, all of the links are in the link tree. So I'm not really sure if we can retcon that from the internet, but hey, if it compiles, ship it. The last thing I'll do as far as where you can find us, because that's so important. Here we go. Yeah, we are a community of geeks. We're going to keep this up for a while. This has the schedule. So in case you're wondering about what day 1 was about, that's all about open technology and open source. Then we have the store and the Discord. So how to get to the Discord. And then here are all these, thanks, shout out to Matrix and Holler, who came up with the tutorials on how to use Discord, because it's not always obvious, and everything that we just mentioned before. And if you want to subscribe to GeekBeacon, who knows, we might be throwing stuff on there too. Alrighty. And then I guess last but not least, 2 premieres, the full creator burnout panel that has all the legends in tech, and talking about what lights them up as a creator and how they deal with things. And then the premiere. Set a reminder for the premiere, Geeks Abroad launch, March 10th. Appreciate you all. I think that is my time. I just love each and every one of you who's continued to support me through 10 years of evolution or more at this point. You really mean so much to me, and whether it's just sharing this conference or sharing a single thing that we make on our GeekBeacon social media, that to donating financially, literally everything helps, and we are really to the service of the geeks. And we have, since the day that I uploaded a video in 2006 to 2026, I will always fight for the users. Talk to you guys later. Bye.